the world just fade away.
Wow. Hello, everybody. I made it. I found my way here. Uh, welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. Wasn't that awesome? We have brand new intros. Isn't that fun? I'm extra fond of this one. I don't know why, but to me, it's my favorite. But I'm Rebecca, and this is our podcast about a binary twin solar system. If you don't already know that, now you do. But we are going to sit and talk to all the experts, especially the one and only Samuel Hofman, because this is where the information that we talk about actually comes from, one person. And he's going to be here, as always, to share the information that only he can. So I'm excited to show you all the pictures and videos that we have to share, all the latest information that you can find. Because, like I said, you can't find this information really anywhere else. There's only a few groups on Facebook and TikTok and YouTube, and that's it, so it's super limited. So if you found your way here and you know about this information, consider yourself fortunate, because unfortunately most people don't yet, but that's our goal, is to tell the world what's happening. We got big planets in all directions. Most of the clouds we see are clouds from other planets. Most of the streaks in the sky are from asteroids. It's the craziest thing you could ever think of, and it's actually happening. And all the things they say it is, it's not. Those are the cover-ups, just FYI. But anyway, I think I'm rambling now, so let's go ahead and bring Sam on here and see what's going on in Montana, because I've not talked to him all week. Here he is. Hey, Sam.
Apparently, it's wearing off. My rambling has caught on to you now. It must be contagious. Hi, everybody. Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
you're going to one and only Samuel Hofman. After watching your show, everybody, Rebecca did a live show on Thursday. I think it was Thursday.
On YouTube.
Was it Thursday?
On YouTube.
Okay. On YouTube,
I think
rather
so,
than going
Yeah.
to TikTok.
Thanks, Caroline.
And I managed after the show. And I was riveted to the screen the entire hour.
Oh my gosh, right?
So minutes.
Hour and a half.
And you guys should go watch that on YouTube. And
yeah, it's still there.
Yeah,
you can still watch it, because that's the beauty about going live on YouTube. It saves it. Versus TikTok, it's a one and done. It's over. You never see it again. So yeah, it's still there. And I was wondering if Sam was listening during the show. I was talking about that. I was like, hey, I wonder if Sam's out there, But anyways, so thank you, Sam.
And
it was fun. It was a
great show.
Sunset.
I was riveted. I watched the whole show. I sat there and watched it. And it was really good. And you did exactly right. And you're an expert. And I was teasing Rebecca before the show. I was going, well, no, I can retire and you can take over. And then, I don't have, and then, I was teasing her about the monthly drawings, but, people, the funny thing is I've been grinding back. I always do this week after week after month after year. Like it said in the beginning, the startup 15 years now, people. And I'm still grinding as to how absolutely crazy this all really is. And yet, we've been doing it for 15 years and we all see it, and you can't argue with the repetitive nature of this over and over again. And you so perfectly pointed it out with your index finger on your live show. I was going, yeah, she sees with Tim. Yeah. And then she's circling Mary Moon and everything just right. And then she went through all the criteria of how we work through this. So we second guess ourselves and go, I wonder what am I looking at? And okay, let's go back. And you got confused for a minute, but then you rebounded right away and you started to go, okay, let's examine this. Let's go through it like how we do it. And you were exactly right throughout the whole show. And I loved every second of it.
I'm happy. Yeah. Well, it is so repetitive. Like I mentioned, the layout, I do a spin around saying this, right. And it's like that 80-90% of the time. I mean, that's just where they are at that time of the day, but so if you want to know how to see them, you should watch them, because it's a perfect example. They were all in their places. So, and
and if we were wrong, they wouldn't work out time after time after year after
that's
year.
That's the crazy part of it all. That's when that part sinks in. You get the goosebumps and you're just like, I cannot believe this. But yeah, there are those same clouds in the same spot, just like it always is. And as I panned around, as it got a little bit darker, you could see how, peak or peach it was where Saturn was, and then I turn and where Nibiru or Nethicity is green, right? Anyway, you can see their colors. Is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and
Their
the
colors.
farther they rise above us, because they are actually getting smaller right now, even though they're really gigantic and on top of us. The farther they get away, the more planetary colors we'll be able to see, because when they're really close to us, they're majorly, and that has to do with our atmosphere and shadowing and all that. But anyway, I know we have a bunch of people in the green room
Yeah,
ready to
we got
give out the
others.
starting
I know.
gate and our special
Yeah.
a surprise guest and all
I
sorts.
know. All kinds of goodies, right? For real. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get Christopher in here and see what's going on in Vegas. How hot
Hey
is
everybody,
it?
how's everyone doing?
Wow, you're loud. Wow.
Okay, it's too loud now. Couldn't hear me before, now it's too loud. Hold on, let me fix it.
Yeah, and it's got
And
a
your static.
there.
Yeah,
That's
you went to the
good.
static zone, man. It's
That
Super
better?
Christopher coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh my god, you guys, it's so hot. I don't know what I'm gonna do this summer.
Oh,
And it's not
no.
even like, it's not even at that point where it's, reaching like, high triple digits yet. It's just,
Yeah, it's not even
awful.
summer hardly. It just started. Hey, but Chris, you're still got static. Pretty
Still got
significant.
static? Okay, let me see what I can do.
maybe.
Why don't you bring Gillian while I fix this?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, repair procedure 1 is you hit it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go ahead. You can do what you need
And then
to
repair procedure 2 is get a bigger hammer.
do. Yeah. All right. Well, you work on that. We're going ahead and get Gillian on here. And we have a surprise guest. And she is, well, not just Gillian's friend, but she lives there in Scotland, and they work together. It's pretty cool. But anyway, her name is Lindsay. And she goes back in Sam's group long before me. I know that. I'm not sure how long, but quite a bit. So she knows this information just as good as or better than most people. Let's go ahead and bring her on, and Gillian, of course. Gillian and Lindsay. Ta-da!
Hey, how you guys
Hey.
doing?
Oh, hi there. Good to be here. Thanks for asking us.
Of course. I'm glad you're here. I know you talked about, wanting to make it happen, and here we are. So good.
Yep.
We're gonna have fun.
Can you believe it's nearly been 2 years, Rebecca,
Since
since you
Since
said,
what?
I think I'm going to do a podcast. But I don't know how I'm going to do it.
Has it been 2? Yeah, you're right. I was thinking, okay, wow. Yeah, you're right. Almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in October was our first show. Wow.
Yeah, I was in the caravan park trying to listen
That's
to
great.
you and Zeus, was it?
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember. And then
the
back
much
in those
fancy
early
place
days,
now.
it was just ideas. Of course, the ideas kicked off from Sam, just repetitively, we would talk about it because we were mostly at that time just talking on the phone often. I was recording our phone calls and using those recordings for videos. And I want to dig those back out and see what we talked about now. Our time capsule. But anyway, yeah, so it's totally developed organically. How I love how it all happened. So
Well,
Yeah, we'll
I
probably look
tuned
back
in
at that
this week.
lifetimes ago, because it was lifetimes ago that we were doing. Even 2 years ago, it's been so transformative, and I'm so glad that you're here, Lindsay and Gillian,
Thank
and 'cause we were teasing her that she had to come back on the show, but then she had, one of those things that some people have. It's called a life, and
I
she got
have
to live
I'm
her
a
life.
little bit shy and stage fright.
Well,
I
I,
don't like
right.
I
these
promise
sort of
you,
things,
tell me
but-
about it. Tell me. That's
I
me
promise
too.
you that-
I remember Sam.
Yeah.
I was like,
I've got to
there's
go
no
over it
way.
though. Yeah, I've got to. I could be putting myself out there so much more. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here I am. At least I know roughly what I'm
Well-
talking about this subject.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Right. To
I
me,
like
it's more
your-
like a. Sorry.
yeah. So it's
I was
easy
just
to
gonna-
come on here. Yeah.
Right.
hmm
No, it is. It's like talking to your friends. You kind of
Yeah.
forget you have
Yeah.
people out there
Well,
listening.
I had
You'll
the
find it gets
I had
easier.
the privilege. I had the privilege of talking to Samuel way back when I first came to Montana Skywatcher, and we had a phone call, and I'll never forget it. It was very eye-opening, and yeah, it was quite an honour to have spoken on the phone to him all these years ago. That was probably 10 years ago now, when that happened.
I was going to look and see. I'm going to see if I can find you. Yeah, but I know you go back before me, and I started his group in 2017.
Yeah,
You know,
I first came to Nibiru because I was standing in my back garden, and I was watching the sky because there was something going on with the sea trails and things across the sky, and I was watching all that. And my son says to me, "Mum, do we have two suns?" And I was like, "No, I don't know." And he says, "Well, what's that? And what's that?" And there they were sitting like about that apart. And it must have been about 2010, 11, 12, around that time. And that's what
when they were that distance apart was 2012. That was 2012 when they were visible, especially at sea level. And when you
it was just sitting there.
It was the opposite for a while on who could see it and then who couldn't. And everybody in the southern hemisphere saw it come up all the way in 2010, 2011. And then only in the northern hemisphere around 2012 did we start to see the smaller sun and then the larger sun. And as a matter of fact, this morning, 4:30 a.m., I'm looking out my north window, and in the northeast sky, the sun is rising again. And people, that is so vitally important. It is just absolutely beyond argument, approach, or measure, or any of the 18 other words I could come up with of where the sun is coming up. And I encourage you, set your alarm clocks, even if you're up for 15 minutes. You just notice that we just went through summer solstice. Okay, it's dead center summer up here. Winter solstice has started in the south, in the southern hemisphere. And people, this is the most important thing in the entire world. Look where the damn sun is. That is so catastrophically important. It's just and every morning I sit there and I look. I see there it is in the north by northeast sky coming up here in Montana, and I just smile. I go, duh. I mean, people, this is really, really, really happening. And I don't know what it's going to take to get the rest of the planet on board. And I even mentioned it. Oh, by the way, our dear friend at the truck stop here in Lolo, Jason from Town Pump, is leaving his job. And I told him I would mention him. And of course, it's the beginning of the show, so maybe he is still listening. Younger people have a lower attention span. No offense intended. But Jason from Town Pump, we're going to miss you. Congratulations on your new job. I hope you make a lot of money and be real happy. And get hold of me. We'll talk later. Anyway, what's going on, people? It's really happening. Just like in Star Wars. Look at that. It's just like Star Wars.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Just like on your MasterCard.
MasterCard, yeah.
Look at the 2 stars, can't you see?
So you've got a song for it already.
And I've been screaming this for 15 years now, people. And I wouldn't be sitting in this chair talking on this microphone to people around the world and my wonderful friends. If we were guessing, because we're not guessing. We've been doing this for so long. And I saw earlier in the comments section from, let me see if I can find it. It was a question about why it's so hard to see the planets right now. First of all, we'll start at the basic premise that the percentage of the planets are still between us and the sun. So we're seeing their backside, which is their dark side. It's their nighttime side of their planet. Therefore, they come across to us as deep, deep blue. Now that the planets are rising above us for the first time to the extent that they are, and going beyond Earth, now we are seeing them facially illuminated. And as far as in the future, When they become smaller and smaller, then we will get a better view of them because they are so sky fillers right now that they're hard to distinguish one planet from the other, and their exterior atmospheres that each planet has its own cloud system around it. It's not like Hollywood shows you, boom, there's a planet with nothing, but you see the color of the red or the orange or the purple or the green or the blue or the striped planet. They all have atmospheres around each planet. So you also have to learn over time, and Rebecca had to struggle through it, the base cloud patterns, what each planet looks like. And we have watched them come in from tiny little dots way all the way back in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2015, etc., when they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we saw the tiny ones come in, and we thought, oh, those are stars, or the red Kachina and the blue Kachina, and they turned out to be planets. And we saw.
Remember Nepacity coming in back in 2012, 13, 14 it was.
Yeah,
it was very small green dot. Yeah.
Little green dot, and then there was the red one which was next to it, and then the red one and the green one traded places off in the distance because they were going right to left or right to left, and everything was moving and up. They were
you
in
could see them around the sun.
Right, and then all of a sudden, boom, and then in 2015 is when Nepacity came in for her first visible. Then she went from the size of a dot to the size of a golf ball to the size of a softball to close pass over the top of us in 2017 and 18. And the rainbow.
2015, it was Saru was covering the sky, and we had Yuri and Atu in front of Yuri. And then Yuri was coming towards us. And then we realized those green and the red dots were actually planets besides these much larger planets like Saru, Nibiru, and Yuri. And then all of a sudden Atu, which is also a gas giant, which is huge, but it was tiny in front of Yuri. And then, oh my God, Atu has a moon, 2015, 2016. And then we saw Atom and Nepacity come in, and then they turned, and then they went away from us on the left-hand side. And then it did all kinds of other stuff leading up till 2017, going over the top of the sun, 2018 with the Saturn and the wing tails and all of that. And then going away, and the Saru went away, and Nibiru went away. And then 2018, and then all the dynamic changes of the asteroid, lead asteroid crossing in front of the sun, and all the asteroids underneath Yuri and all of that, because Yuri moved closer to us on the left. And then all of the whole ball game changed, and Nibiru and Saru and everything started coming towards us again, 2019, 2021, 22, 23, 24. And it's been insane ever since. And just now, and we've been talking about this for about 6 to 8 months, where we started noticing from reports in the southern hemisphere of the separation of the two stars, which is an example in Utah. And now in June, we can see the two stars, people. Ta-da!
This is from the Chat GPT, and I just put those pictures in there, and I asked, what do you think of these pictures? That's all I said. And they were actually, whoever Chat is, were quite compelled. They thought it was, they're very interested in what you say. Because all I do is just mention certain things, or I'll put a picture in, and they're like, yeah, I see. And they keep building off of that about you, Sam.
Good. I would like to point out something very prominently important about these 5 pictures that you're looking at right now. I want you to take notice that the objects, the stars, are 2 different sizes. If you have 2 suns in a photograph and they're the same size, everybody, what is it?
A reflection.
It's a lens double. The 2 stars are different sizes, and then always, if you have a shot where there's a water reflection in front of it, always look at the water. If there is not a reflection of that second star on the water, then it is not a real capture. Okay, we're going to start the groundwork for the naysayers right off the bat. But notice that all of this has been happening, and we've been talking about it for about 8 months.
Yeah. All of these pictures are from the last month. I'll just point that out.
I will encourage everybody out there listening to please carefully feed Chat GTP, feed AI, feed Meta. If we start feeding them facts as fast as the naysayers are feeding disinformation, perhaps we're going to have a better chance at it. And I mentioned that, I'm not saying, pull a scam or anything like that. I'm just actually saying feed them the facts that you yourself have learned. And that way you can have a centralized reporting station where you could feed Meta, or maybe Meta is finally going to say, which that already is, Gronk and all these other guys and Google and Bing all know about me and our work. I mean, we have a catalog of 15 years worth of work. We are not,
We are not guessing.
We're not
Yeah.
beginners.
we're not a flash in the pan.
Right.
We have been here longer than anyone, and Lindsay is a grand testament to that. Go ahead.
I haven't stopped looking at the sky, even though life goes on. I take pictures every single day. I look up every single day. I save your drawing every 15th of the month and compare it. So it's continuous.
Well, explain
It's
for our listeners who
amazing.
maybe knew, how
It's
often have you
amazing
ever
to
found me
see
wrong?
this. It's amazing to see this separation now, if this is what's going down, because to see the two suns at the beginning separate, and now they've been together for so long. So this is on the way out now. So it's amazing to think that we've been there for the full cycle of
It's
what's
also
happening
scary.
on Earth.
It's scary as hell what may happen. That's what's got me so stressed out.
Yeah.
And we're seeing
We're still here.
we're seeing soft disclosure snippets from news agencies about the warnings, the heat warnings of what's coming this summer, and they're giving these little tiny trickles about the two, a rogue star and all the and I could go on and on for what they're slightly slowly throwing out there, but
That looks like Saturn from
I
way
think
back.
we're in a lot more trouble than they're actually telling us. And that's where my stress level has been coming from lately. And I have to self-examine that. And I was kind of like, not wanting to admit publicly that I am stressed out. But what I see is very stressful. And this is another step and phase I'll have to go through. But, people, this is important. And maybe we should rethink some of our priorities right about now.
Yeah, what is important in life, Yes.
So is Christopher tried to come back? And
Well, I mean, yeah, actually, I do see him now. I would just put up, these are asteroids, just FYI. Hey, how's it sound, Chris?
yeah.
So I'm
Right.
here testing.
That's better.
Better? Okay.
Good.
Great.
Good.
2 thumbs up.
Great.
Yeah.
Yay.
And you look less hot.
Cool.
Yeah,
I love
back
your
to
shirt.
Vegas being
Yeah, check it out.
I love
Looks
it
good.
too. I love both of you.
I'm
Those are great. Yes.
But it's
So okay, so
important.
listen to this, you guys. So I had the first actual real comment on my TikTok page today. It's from their name is Amuse Sketchpad. Okay, he said, "Does anybody notice the second sunset to the north?
Ooh.
A red sunset till 11:30 p.m. or early morning sunrise around 4 a.m. in the north,
Mhm.
and then slowly it becomes brighter by 5. Is this just me?"
That's exactly
No,
what I've been
it is.
talking about.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And when I read that, I
Mhm.
was like, wow. So
Wow.
yeah, I thought that was pretty cool to see
Yeah,
somebody
there is
actually
Somebody noticed
ask
it.
that
Yeah.
question.
There is a horizontal red hue in the northeast, or excuse me, in the northwest sky at and after sunset. I did notice that, and I chalked that up to Saturn being there, but
Right.
we might actually be seeing the red
Stop
star
being
itself.
Wow.
Mhm.
So it's all these events are taking place, and we've been talking about it in advance. I've been warning people that this was coming, and I was concerned about it. And here we are witnessing. And my big question is, what is going to happen? What is going to go? What is August going to be like? What is July going to be like? And then again, what's next year going to be like? Because this is going to continue. And for the record, I've been spending time studying the crop reports.
Tropical stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and because the sun is directly related, to all the stuff frying in my yard. My grass is burnt,
Yeah.
and We have been boycotted. Yeah, look at the heat wave we just went through this week, people. This also happened in Europe. There was huge flooding in China again. There was flooding in Spain. There was flooding in it's still going on in Italy right now. They're having a real interesting Mediterranean tropical storm right now.
Horrible floods in China again.
Yeah.
Really bad.
It's really bad in China. Yeah.
They've lost a bunch of dams again. So I think it's in southern China. I did not, but I mean, China's been flooding for 2-3 years now, depending on how far back. But I will remind people that the dragon was recorded. There are legends of the dragon, and feng shui and all of that is directly connected to the passing planets. And they called that because of the year of the Great Flood, which was, 5,000 some odd BCE. And so that was 2 cycles ago. And here we go again for poor China. And those folks are,
Is this like the mud floods?
Mud
fossils that came about? Is that what's going to end up? Is this what we're going to end up as?
Well, Africa is changing. It's turning green. They're having, freak weather around the planet because, see, our Earth rolled. We tipped. And so our hemispheres and our equator moved. So I think we rolled forward, and I think at an angle, not a straight line, but at a tipped angle, because where all the planets are tipped axis because of the second star, and then we rolled on top of it. So our troposphere, our tropical center of our planet has moved. So it's hotter in some regions, colder in other regions. The jet stream has changed. Everything that we know, everything that we ever took for granted from prior to 2010 is now changed. And 2018, there was a huge change. Now, remember, everybody, that currently the weather systems in both hemispheres, north and southern hemisphere, is going the same direction, which it's not supposed to do. Everything is wrong. And the moon cycles are wrong. The light in the sky is wrong, on and on and on and on. And if you don't get in line with those basics right there, you're going to really either downplay my words, my opinions, and my knowledge, or hopefully you'll start to realize that, wait a minute, this, and this are all happening. So, holy crap, this must be real. Because it is.
Right.
Maybe.
I know. You have to, it kind of hits you over and over again. It's like, I know you,
Absolutely.
you know it, but then it starts to sink in a little bit more. Like you didn't think it could, but it does. And then you're like, I just can't believe this. This is insane.
Yeah, I know. You go, you do your thing out in the 3D world, and then you come back and you go, well, wait a minute.
What's the point? Yeah.
And I know people don't want to know this. They don't want to learn this. This is uncomfortable. This is hard to learn. And it's scary. And I don't want to send you into the fear pits. By God, don't go there. You have to stay informed. You have to learn. Don't let fear drive you and then, sink your head in the sand and go, oh, it's not real. Because it's real, people. I mean, oh, God, let's talk about the asteroids. Oh, God, let's talk about the cube.
Oh, yeah, you've got to show that, that video.
Which one?
With the meteor or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, I have that. Okay, yeah, I'll show that in here.
Yeah, that was cited around the world.
That's on the Ring doorbell, and the one that Chris had.
What Chris had?
Yep.
Yeah,
small particles. The meteor that exploded over South Carolina and Georgia.
Fireball. Let's look at that.
Yep. Because David Robinson told me it's just gone over me. I've just seen it. It's gone over me. I'm like, wow, cool.
Oh, there's also a new
I can't say the name, Chelyabinsk, same type of incident,
right. Yeah. I'm expecting more anytime. Now, remember when you see the path, the angle of approach, that was vertical. And it came in vertical. See, it's vertical. So if there's more coming, people, it will be vertical. So pay attention.
What do you think it was? I mean, do you think it was something from the binary system?
Oh yeah. There's so much debris up there; it's unbelievable. And and the size of it, this is pretty proportionate. This is pretty large. So,
well, it supposedly went through somebody's roof.
Really bright.
Yeah.
Did you see that, Chris? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the
the
pictures are kind of like it could be anything. It could be a cockroach for all we know, but it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
They call it a bolide. So it comes in and it explodes. And I guess that's the term for it.
Yeah.
There's some people's ring
stuff hits the
doorbells.
upper atmosphere and oxygen, the burn, it degrades, which you can see that's the arrow right there. It hit the oxygen level, and then it comes in and then it burns up and explodes. And those pieces of it, and they weigh a lot. It's like a bullet through your roof.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I walked out my back door in 2016 and walked into it going over, and I turned around because I got such a fright and banged straight into the glass door. But it exploded in front of me, and the whole air went. It lit up the sky. It was at night, so it lit up the sky, and it was like a greeny white color.
Wow.
And it was just amazing. Yeah. Then it smelled of eggs, sulfur. Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised we haven't been seeing more objects coming in overall for the last, since 2013. And when we first started documenting the object cluster group, and we've got videos from ISS camera releases where they're showing that cloud of millions and millions of asteroids, and big ones and little ones, and dust and debris, and that is over the top of us right now. And this is also part of what's been going on with the electrical storms and everything. By the way, if you are in North Dakota today, or if you are in South Dakota or Minnesota, I would direly pay attention to the weather rather than going about your normal day, and warn your family ahead of time. That's the lead asteroid about 3 years ago. This is going to be a nasty day in Midwest, the northern Midwest and Canada. And then it's going to go over the Great Lakes, and then it's going to go into New Hampshire and Rhode Island and all of that. So be ready in a couple of days for that, people. There is some freak lightning storms. There's flooding in West Virginia. There's flooding in Georgia. There is flooding in D.C. Probably North
Lake
Carolina,
Tahoe. Did you guys see that?
What?
The freak weather in Lake Tahoe. Oh, bad.
Yeah, we'll show that in a moment. Video. Yeah, it's like a ocean, but it was a lake. It was like waves coming in. And it was wrecking all the boats, and it's a lake, but it looked like
apparently
an ocean.
A few people died.
Oh my word!
Yeah.
Wow.
Unfortunately,
wow. Yeah,
that's the edge of Tim. Like that's Tim and Mary.
And I definitely know most
Phoenix.
people don't know. Well, I mean, most people, they just don't know because the news is not telling. Hardly any of it. If they might touch on a big event, like the bigger ones, for like 2 or 3 days, and it's on to a new story. But yeah, there's stuff happening constantly. Floods, fires, constant, all the time, everywhere.
Look at that.
Yeah, 2 or 3 days sounds like a little generous too, if they're putting it out for that long.
Yeah.
The red asteroid.
Wow.
And everybody this week, members around all the other sites that we work off of have been seeing the red asteroid, of course, in many different sizes too, bigger and smaller. You pointed it out on your live show on Thursday, and on my
that was a good sunset.
And the red asteroid. Petty and Fawn and Joel and a bunch of people captured some really good shots this week. Say hi to JD. I hope you're listening. JD sent in a bunch of stuff into Montana Skywatcher 1 and around the areas. And again, hi Katie Joe, and hello Nicole, and hello Carol Ann. And
let's go down the list so I don't miss anybody. Let's do that. Let's say hi to everybody. Let me go ahead and get suited over here. Hey, I know.
Hi,
I
everybody.
know. Wow. It's experimental.
Yeah.
Hey.
Here. Experimental. I never really noticed the
Sky
92
crew.
at the end.
Yeah.
Experimental.
Yeah.
Mental. Did you change your name or is it just me? It looks different. Anyway, but she's here. I'm happy
Experimental
you're here.
element.
I don't know. I'm
Maybe
like,
she's
I
been
was
watching us too long.
And T Racy, her number looks different too. I
Have
never
they done
noticed
something
the
different to YouTube?
4-1. I don't know. Maybe.
Possible.
Anyway, but they're here. Hey, T Racy. Yeah,
Right.
I'm happy
Somebody's
you're
Twitch planets.
here. Here's Sharon. Here's Sharon. 8237. I remember that. What's going on? Anyway, what does it say? Another Ripper show. Okay, I like that term. That must be an Australia thing. Ripper. Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. Let me know, Sharon, if you want to join us. I can take care of that.
She said
But-
she might do live. It depends on where she is.
Yeah. Well, I'll just send you a link
with
on
her
the
dad
safe
and
side.
that out to the
That'll
park.
be fun.
Yeah, I'll send you a link, Sharon. Okay.
Mhm.
David's here in Scotland.
Hi, David in Scotland.
Hi, David.
Hello,
It's good to see you. He popped in briefly on the live the other night, when I was doing the sunset live on YouTube, and guess who was there? David. David was there. He was one of them.
Yeah, what part of Scotland you in, David? We're
Where
both
are you
from
at?
Scotland.
I know, y'all go to lunch. That's nice.
Yeah, we'll go to lunch. Do lunch in five.
And
Well,
Yeah.
Isn't he in five or
Nicole, let's
something?
see,
Okay.
everybody's here. Yep,
I'm from
yep,
Falkirk.
yep.
Yeah.
We could do this. Okay, well, sweet. Nicole, and her number, her word looks different too. The name. It's
yeah,
like-
she's talking lately about standing the broomstick on its end and it'll stay up. That has to do with some weird earth wobble and
see.
got the magma flow inside the earth
Okay.
and earth tip and magnetosphere and the sun and on and on and on. Thank you,
That's
Nicole.
Mhm.
That's interesting. I got to see that on video. Okay, well,
Oh, there's
and
hundreds on YouTube.
there's Nicole again. She's got
Huh?
two identities. So, but no, she has a group on Facebook, Colorado Skywatcher Anonymous. So, which is awesome. That way we can just hang out more together, more groups.
Yep.
So if you haven't joined yet, you should. And that's right. Subscribe. Do it. Hit the button. Hit the like. Don't forget. Just do it right now so you don't forget.
And if you are subscribed, check your notification because sometimes you get removed. And we want to, make sure that we're on when we're on to remind you in case you've forgotten.
Smash it. To the skies. G7G. Okay, that's a new name
Nice.
for me too.
Name?
Yep.
Awesome. Good to have you. I'm glad you're here. Now I know this person. There's only one
Doobaloo.
Doobaloo. There's only one, and yeah, she was with us on the live the other evening too. It was fun.
Saw that.
It was fun. Yeah. So good to see you, Doobaloo.
Yes,
I'm
and
glad
we
you're feeling
hooked
good.
up on Messenger, so she's quite interesting.
And here is Speculation Way.
Hey.
Has it always been Speculation Way? I thought it was Speculation Channel, but I like it.
But that's Mark. Hello, Mark.
That is our friend Mark in Ireland.
Hey, Mark.
So good to see you, Mark. And Audrey.
Hey.
She said it
Hey, Audrey, I hope you guys dried out now.
was really cold. It's crazy how it was really just flipped for both of us. So, but I'm happy you're here. Good. It wouldn't be right
It
if
was
Audrey's,
flooding. It was raining.
No.
It snowed in Glacier this week.
Jackie. We know Jackie.
Hey, Jackie.
Yeah. Christopher
Yeah,
and
that's
Jackie.
weird. Look, her name is kind of changed too. That's weird.
They all look
Oh my
different.
God,
Yeah.
Yes, they have
She's got
changed.
some numbers on there.
We're in
It's
a
like,
different. I think we're in a different, like a dimension. We changed.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
somebody split planets
I'm
on
sure
us
for the
after we
last
went to
2
bed
days.
last night.
I know.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah. And the CS Dodger.
Dodger.
That's
Hey.
Sussy. Hey,
Hey,
Sussy.
Sassy, are
This
you
thing
going to try and
changed
get a
too.
pic
This
then?
is strange. We're in a different reality, guys.
Yeah.
But, hey,
Yeah.
Sussy. Good. I'm glad you're here. I don't know. I'll message you. We need to get in touch with each other. And Alexander Waltz.
Hey,
A nice
yeah.
person. He is so nice.
Great
Germany.
pictures.
I know. He's just so talented and very, very nice, in messages. So I'm glad you are here.
Yeah.
We hope to have him on the show. We're talking about it. We're just, he's going to, but I think Thomas would help to translate.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Thomas would have to be on the show that day. That'd be perfect.
We'll work it out. I'll message you too, Alex.
Yeah.
So I'm happy you're here. He went live too a few days ago. We're going to look at his live
Cool.
video here.
Yeah, because I'm sure one time he caught like the
Maria.
two stars. You can
Yeah.
see, and that was back a couple of months ago already.
Yep. Maria, Alaska.
Hi, Maria.
Good to see you. She says warm up there, last I heard.
Yeah, I did manage to live
I
through my
will say-
birthday, Maria.
Good.
Awesome.
I was going to say, we have a couple that lives in Quebec, and he messaged me, Furlucide.
His name
Anyway.
is Yvonne.
Okay, well, that's easier to say. Yvonne and Rocco, his
And
wife.
Rachel. Yvonne and Rachel.
Thank you. That's easier too. Okay, so anyway, he messaged me just to tell me that it was 102 degrees and they did not have AC because they don't live in a part where they need it. And they were
Right.
just sweltering a few days ago. They were out with the garden hose staying cool.
Wow. In
I
Quebec,
know. Can you imagine?
102. That's just wild.
It
It's
is.
crazy there.
Or Quebec,
Apparently
or
it's
I
really,
don't know
really
how to
hot up the north
pronounce
there.
it correctly,
Yeah.
but
If we got that, we wouldn't know what.
Well, that is because their
Yeah.
hemisphere
You need
No.
an air conditioner.
has
Yeah.
they have come down to where Montana or Idaho or Wyoming is in latitude, because I think we rolled forward. I think the hemisphere, I think literally you're right now, Christopher, where Mexico used to be.
oh, no.
No wonder
I mean,
had
I
babies
understand what you're saying, but so you're saying we're closer to the equator. I'm closer to the equator now
Closer
than.
to the equator
Oh, God,
than you
no.
used to be.
That's why you're so hot.
Oh, it's gonna be bad
Is
this year.
Scotland not getting closer?
Now, Scotland and Europe, their weather is about to change for the worse. You guys are going to. You guys have had you've got a baseboard heater that from the South American sub-oceanic tidal flow at the bottom of the ocean. The hot South American and African water goes under deep sea all the way up to the side shore of Ireland and Britain and past Spain, and then circles back in an H, in a circle 8 or an omega pattern.
Right.
And since 2018 and the change of the Gulf Stream and the tidal sub-Atlantic flow has now changed. So you guys are now going to have weather like that of New Hampshire and New York State and Vermont. So you're going to get cooler.
Is that good?
And
or
then
bad?
weather in Germany and Holland, you'll have more. You guys will get more snow
Joy.
than you used to
I
have.
always believed we'd be tropical at some point. That's why I've stayed here.
Well, that's why I always say, aloha from tropical Montana, because
Yeah.
the
Just
actual
in-
natural state, the overall throughout the history of planet Earth, the average temperature, it has no ice on any of the poles. The average temperature is 96 degrees on the entire planet.
Hello.
We are
Heck,
coming
hello.
out of an ice age to normal. So that's
Right.
part of it as well. But then you also have to take into account the extra star passing right now. And this is going to be, for the next, 7 years or so, we're going to be affected by it, or 6 or 8. But anyway, this we have to take into account that we're coming out of an ice age, and we're actually raising up to normal temperature. And they're, of course, taxing the hell out of us for what they call climate change. But it's not just Earth climate change. It's all of the planets in our solar system, the normal ones, are all heating up.
Wow.
And that's on record. You can look that up through NASA, and it's proven. Got it. Go ahead.
They're saying they've come out and, like the mainstream meteorologists are saying it's going to get hotter each summer for the next several years. It's just going to continue ramping
Right.
up.
And how could they
Gee, I
predict
wonder where
that?
they got that
Right.
idea from.
Hey, Carol Ann. Look, our friend Carol Ann is here. Of course, she's
Hey.
here.
Hi.
Never missed the show hardly. So, and yeah, she's wonderful. Our cheerleader, our secretary, our what else? I mean, she's
Troll buster.
the troll troll slayer.
Yeah.
By the thousands. She tells me how many trolls she's wiped out that day, and I'm like, that's hard to believe. If anybody could sniff out a troll, it's Carol Ann. So and I'm glad you're here. So let's see. Let's keep going. And this is Jennifer. It says
Hi.
gender 8210. That's a new one too.
She's
Right.
become a regular.
She is.
Ooh, you
Good to
recognize her photo.
everybody change their names. And we are Earthlings.
Oh,
so I love
Jennifer,
that
yeah.
part. Good to see you, Jennifer and Esther.
Hi, how you doing?
Isn't that Jenny Lynn? It looks
It's
like her
good to have your
picture.
name
Oh, yeah.
pop up.
Jesus, and Esther.
And
They're
Lori.
changing everybody's names. Look.
Good. Hello.
good.
Good afternoon, Lori. Good to see you.
Something
And
weird.
Esther Colette. I'm
And
happy.
Hey.
Colette.
So,
Hey, little Sam.
On time.
yeah, little Sam. And
Little Sam.
right, he was in the 5-minute span. So he's
Danny's
okay.
5-minute late window. Get on the
Yeah,
office
he's right. Well, we'll go easy on him. And here, Carol Ann again. Okay, let's keep scrolling. And Nicole is making lunch. I need lunch. Maybe my kids will bring me a little surprise. We'll see. My kids, they're like 30 and stuff. But anyway, she loves the new intro. Well, I'm happy because it took a long time to get it just right. I mean it. I just
It was
hours going by. I was like, this is nuts. Anyway, I'm happy.
Right? And then you get to that very end point, you think you're finished, and then you watch it, and just a little millisecond is off, and
Yes,
you
yes,
just gotta,
yes.
there goes another hour. So
I nearly threw my phone out the window trying to make a reel because I couldn't get it to stop going stretch. Oh,
I know. We're
Well,
perfectionists.
hats off to all
We
you
all
because
are.
I haven't even made a reel
Yeah.
before, so I wouldn't know how to do it. Yeah.
Well, now you know
Well,
why I
these
use
guys
the
haven't
colored
said you
pencils and
copy
paper.
it.
Because it takes me 15 minutes to do a monthly site drawing, and now are 30 minutes because I do 2 or 3 of them. But that's when we first were doing this, I was doing the cutouts, and then I would send the video out to James, and then he would illustrate and add stuff in between, and then send me a secondary copy. And long ago, this one, Understanding the Sky series, which we lost all the copy of. He wiped them out. But anyway, it
And
took
that's
so
where I
long.
learned all my planets.
It took so long to be able to post. Boom, there it is. That's why I went back to the magic marker and the colored pencils, because I could whip it out in 15 minutes, and then
It's what makes
or 20
sense.
minutes. Go ahead.
It's what we all follow. It's what I've saved every single week. So
And
every month. Yeah.
they've
15.
grown over time to be almost an art form. And
oh yeah,
I chuckle. I get people. Yeah, my 5-year-old kid could draw better than that with your crayons, and I just go, okay, yeah, you go ahead and say that.
Here, I'll give you
But
some crayons.
that
and you
matter.
We're actually looking for the 5-year-old kid to understand it as well. So
That's right.
it makes sense to everybody. And it's simple.
I think you have a point there, don't you? I
Yeah.
think you have a huge point there. Mark made me a video, and I should find that and send that to you here, Rebecca, in the next few minutes, because it was exactly along that. So I'm going to grab that video and send it to you, and whoever wants to talk, go right ahead. I'm going to be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Oh,
Sure. Well,
Chris,
I-
have you sent your remote viewing video to Rebecca? She said she couldn't find it.
yeah.
I'll do that in a little bit.
Or you can
Yeah, I
tag
found this
me.
TikTok page, and
Yeah.
this, she, I'm assuming she's a female, but she had this several, maybe I don't know how many, a couple dozen remote viewing exercises, and I just thought it was really cool. So, there's instructions on how to do it, and then she gives you a set of coordinates, And then, you know, she's explaining that, you know, close your eyes and you take some deep breaths and just like sit with the numbers that you're looking at and write down what you see, like, you know, where you're at, what you're looking at. Are you at in a special place? You know, and then you know, the next slide is the actual picture of what you're supposed to be remote viewing. And
I gotta try that.
it's wild. Like, I couldn't believe
absolutely
what
wild.
I actually wrote down and what the picture actually showed. It kind of freaked me out.
Crazy. I do an
And
app.
that's how we were taught as well. And we were handed coordinates, and we were given a one photograph of that, and then three of us would sit in a room at separate tables and use that as our target. And then we would write down on you get a brand new legal pad every time, big yellow legal pad, and a couple of different pens, and they'd sit there and say, target, this is your target, this is what we want you to look at, and write down everything you see. And that's what we did. And then we never got any information as to how accurate we were. Was the problem. And then once I got to working on the internet, and then I got to see the ability that, yes, I was able to remote view with people on the other end going, how do you see this shit? You know, and then, yes, you are accurate. And then I learned over time to get even better at it. Rebecca, I sent you 2 videos that Mark made for me this week, and they're simple, but you may enjoy them if you wish to use them.
Sure.
All right. The first one is the topic. You know, a child can see this. They look up at it and they see. And I asked this little girl in 2019 in front of the dentist's office as she's walking up with her mom, and I looked down at both of them, and I said, "What do you see?" And I pointed right up to this area in the sky. She said, "Oh, there's a box in the sky." Wow. And that was the day that the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube came out in hiding in April of 2019, and then they started offloading the Star Destroyers. And I'll never forget that as long as I live. And you know, a child's point, yeah, there's a box in the sky.
Don't forget
the Borg.
Yeah, and it's not the Borg. It's not the Borg, but we have Star Trek and Star Wars in our midst right now. We have the cube, although it's not the Borg flying it.
Yeah, but see the markings on the cube. They're so like the Borg cube in Star Trek.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to the Borg cube. I mean,
and
literally
the markings
the
on
infrastructure and the big I-beams and everything. And that was what was freaky about the Long Box Cube on top of it, is because you can actually see inside the Long Box Cube where
there's little people in it.
Yeah, but there's ships flying in and out of them, and there's just nonstop traffic around the Long Box, whereas the Texas Cube is more like submarine, completely mostly closed in. But when we saw some of the close-ups of the Long Box, you could actually see interior infrastructure through multiple areas. It was really cool.
Maybe they're like bio shits, you know?
It looks like that.
No, there's a parking garage. Why send 450 Star Destroyers when you can send one?
Right.
The big box where everything, you know, it's like a Matchbox parking garage.
Is it plasma?
No, it's a square industrial, huge, massive ship that they send through, and they got a side door, and they collect all this electricity from storms and from atmospheric static and everything, and then they through a wormhole and pop out at their destination in the side eddy and the back eddy of every planet, because every planet has a portal opening area. And they all, and I'm not, they didn't wipe me out that time when I said it. Usually they cut me off right about that point.
And the remote viewing stuff there.
The Texas Cube got here. Now I have pictures going back of the Texas Cube in deep space in 2010, 2009. And that was part of that Google Earth thing blackout that all went on, as well as the arrival of Nibiru. But then the Texas Cube got here over Texas, which is why it's called the Texas Cube, in 2015, and it went world viral for like 3 days and vanished. And then we managed to catch on live, and it was being shown live on TikTok, and we had a bunch of people connected to it. And we were back then, we were small enough groups, we were doing major study discussions on Montana Skywatcher 1 way back when. And then we saw it, and then sort of like, oh, okay. And then we got quiet about it for a while. And then we started seeing it around the world for years. And then I saw it by eye. And then we kept seeing it in lightning storms and everything. And boom, 2017 rolls around, and there's another one. And it's a long double, like two cubes stuck together. It's a long box cube. And then we learned about the side orbs, and then 2019, the offloading of all the Star Destroyers. But we've seen Star Destroyers before, but we didn't see hundreds of them like we do now.
I was wondering.
Gillian has a bunch of photographs of it too.
Look at this, Sam. I found this last week. Top right corner just jumped out at me. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, Star Destroyer.
Yeah, look, the one on the right.
Yeah, it's the one
that thing.
Yeah, the top middle is the Star Destroyer, and then there's one parked over to the farther away in the middle right. It kind of looks like a sliced pizza with a face.
Yeah.
And then you have regular clouds and smaller craft. Yeah, you probably have Star Destroyers.
Wow.
And that is Attu Matthew's moon. Just
That was amazing, Chris.
Oh,
That
you like a
picture.
heart attack that day when you like a heart
know.
attack.
Oh, it was just phenomenal. The markings on it are identical to the markings we've been
a
shown.
decade
It's just so
later.
weird still.
I put one
Because
over the
I
top
just,
of each
it's
other
not
and it
like
all
how I
lines
saw
up.
it with my own eyes,
Yeah,
the way it looks in the picture, how I saw it, because the sun was setting, and I knew it was there because I saw it, but of course my phone had died and I couldn't take pictures of what I was actually seeing at the time.
don't
It,
see it
it
like
just
that,
started
really.
glowing red, and it was incredible. And I was so
Yeah.
upset that I didn't get a picture of it, and then this popped up, and I just
Bingo.
the best picture ever. Yeah,
Well,
it's
it,
incredible.
the best part about it is it matches the 2015's,
Yeah.
wormhole interaction
Yeah.
sighting, where you can see the shadowing on both of those photographs
Yeah.
match.
Yeah.
And you
The one out
can't
in deep
make
space,
that
I
up.
put it over the top of it, and all the markings match exactly.
Yeah.
and
It's
this is
amazing.
like
It's just a
the
miracle.
third or fourth real good photo I've gotten of it.
Yeah.
It's
You
not like
can't
this was the
deny
first
that.
time I took a picture of it, and
Uh-huh.
Rebecca, like the first time I actually took a picture of the Texas cube, I had no clue I had, and Rebecca, sent me a message saying what it was, and I was just shocked. Like, I couldn't believe I didn't see it.
Right.
And
And
when
now
she
you're
showed it
pro.
to me, I was just dumbfounded.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw it by eye was last February,
You never
and
forget the
that was
first time
awesome.
you see that thing.
Oh,
You
yeah.
never forget, and you go, I can't believe this man who's up in a mountain in Montana said that there's going to be cubes in the sky. And within that week, I sure bet you not, there it was in the mountain pass in the early morning, and it just went dropped out,
Well,
and then it just went.
you think they can hide things from me? Sorry, guys, I see this stuff ahead of time. I mean, that's why I'm laying on my floor being haunted. No, that's a joke. But I just, guys, I see this. And I mean, again, when was the last time I was wrong? I'm not trying to be arrogant about that.
No.
No, but I can't really. I mean, it's not like there's times that have stood out, that it's just flat out wrong. Never, ever,
No.
ever.
Sure as hell ain't Zeta talk. Oh my God.
It's just like that day when
Why
you
not?
said to me, what is that colored paper? Like the thing when I wrapped Dad in, and that just was mind blowing.
Yeah.
You didn't even know.
Oh,
I
really-
was
Yeah,
talking
you're
to
good
Julian
to
on
go.
the phone, and I kept seeing a Christmas present sitting on the table by the door where you drop your keys. And why is there a Christmas present there? And I saw it like 4 or 5 times in like 3 or 4
And you were so irritating
conversations,
about it.
and I never
didn't want
asked
to
her
say
about it. And I finally just had to ask because I don't like to, make mistakes. And so I finally said, "What is that package I keep seeing on your table?" And then she went, "Oh, you mean by the door?" And I was like, "Yeah." And lo and behold, that's her father's ashes that she had blown up in South Africa, and it was highly important to her. It was so strong. And I'll give you another reminder of an example of that. I could see that the UPS man was coming to Lana's house, and I knew that things had blown over in her yard by a deer, and I didn't even know what her yard looked like, but yet I did.
Wild.
And that her umbrella had gotten knocked out of its location. She went out the next day, and lo and behold, it was exactly. I mean, it's pitch black outside of her house. She couldn't see it, but yet I could. And then another example is like I kept smelling meatballs a couple weeks ago, and it's like, God, why do I keep smelling meatballs? And what? Because one of the first connotations of foresting for me personally is sense of smell. I get my precog is very sense of smell first, and then I see other things visually in my mind. And it's like you see 100 different pictures go up, and you try to make sense out of 12 of them. You grab 12 of what you just saw, because you can't retain all of the crap that's being flown at you, and then you try to make sense of that. And I was sitting here going, why do I keep smelling meatballs? And lo and behold, Jesus has got meatballs and sitting there next to the camera. And like,
Where is he?
Yeah,
So wild.
I must say hi to Thomas.
and
Hey.
and my drawings, and I'm not trying to brag again, but my
Amazing.
drawings come out before it happens, and they are literally as if I took a piece of tracing paper and traced over the top of some of these, and the accuracy. And I'm in awe that I'm still this accurate to this day. And that's stressful. It's very stressful because I don't want to screw up for the first time.
Got a reputation to keep up.
I don't want to make a big huge mistake and screw up or lose track of what's really going on.
No.
So it's a wild
like
ride.
just the
God.
small details. Like just recently, you've shown how the planets have risen above Earth now, and we're seeing like their bases, and that's what we're seeing in the sky. And just to watch that transition and how you've drawn it happening over, from month to month, it's just incredible to see it for yourself and watch it happen. I just like Rebecca says, I'm some days I'm just blown away, even though we know about it. I'm just like, how is this possible? And I'm questioning myself. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Right.
You should talk about
right.
how other people who watch the skies actually, did they have dreams as well? And how they came to find
Yeah. Well, let's ask people in the chat if you have dreams and you want to tell us about it.
Tell
put it
us
in the
about your
chat
dreams. I want to know.
and look at it. I'm going to scan on down here. And
When I first met Gillian dreams. She dreams everything and sees it through the dreams. I called her my dream warrior. She's the one with the dreams. I've put talents in remote viewing. That's one of my fortes is remote viewing.
Everybody at work goes to Lindsay's Lost. They go, Lindsay, can you find this for me?
I'm good at finding lost cats, lost keys.
Yeah, all you have to do is close your eyes and you can see them.
Yep. But I actually trained in it as well and did it. It was a lot of training in Akashic Records, which I discovered was just remote viewing. Really, you're tapping into the surrounding frequencies.
Yeah, when somebody loses their car keys, you just stop and you close your eyes and you can see them.
Yeah.
And I'll call you next time, Sam.
I did a lot of training with Gillian as my guinea pig, and she was in South Africa and I was in Scotland, and I would get her to have an object. We called it the object game, and she would keep an object in her hand, and I had to tell her what it was and draw it. And once I got
you're not always right, but the more you use it,
amazing.
The better you feel about it, and the better you feel about it, the easier it becomes.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
There's an app there's an app that I use. I used to do it quite regular, called RV Tournament. And the very first time that I went on, I did this remote viewing thing with the coordinates. It gives you examples daily, Chris, if you're looking to tune into that RV Tournament. And the very first time I was spot on, like with the number of lampposts, the train, it was amazing. I was just
it's like I can look at a picture of any mountain range from any photograph and know where it is around the world.
Wow.
Yeah, it's innate, it's normal, it's natural to me. I know the mountains and the and it becomes, the more you use it, the more it becomes an automatic
Yeah.
thing,
Yes.
and the more you
It's
believe it,
trainable. It's like a
the
muscle.
more
Love
that
it.
it shows you. And I've been posting a lot of videos this week to people about reconnecting to the earth, because we're so caught up in our busy lives that nobody even looks up anymore. And I talked to the guy at the gas station and I told him that the cubes were here, and he said, "What, really?" And I said, "Dude, I've told you this 10 or 12 times." And then you don't want to remember that we're blockaded. ET is parked over our heads right now, blockading Earth. And where is that anywhere in any podcast anywhere on the planet?
Yeah.
And this is what is happening, people, and I'm not guessing.
Mhm.
We've had thousands and thousands of reports of the Texas cube and the long box cube. Not just Christopher,
Yep.
not Lindsay, not Gillian, not just Rebecca, but thousands.
Yeah.
I've seen the cubes so many times by eye, it's insane.
And
They
then
are
there's the
they're
Empire
real.
Orb as well. It's
Yeah, mine had a wee orb
Yeah.
thing, like a wee bubble, like next to it.
uh
Really,
but the
pretty.
Empire Orb it arrived
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
but we
and,
barely ever talk about the Empire
I
Orb
mean, I've
anymore.
seen that by eye with the lights.
Yeah,
on.
me too. And the startup, and oh god, and we had what was it? 2019? That video that we used, was it about 2019 or 2020?
Hey, let's play it so we can all know.
Yeah,
Yeah, play a
the
video.
Empire Orb
And then
got
do
here
that remote viewing one.
before the planet did, and I saw it by eye. That's why we talked about it on Montana Skywatcher. Otherwise, it would have never been public topic, because we don't discuss stuff unless we absolutely prove it's real. And that blue flashing light you're just about to see is what I saw by eye as well. There you go. And when I saw that
Say hi
sucker
to
turn on,
Rodney.
my
Take a
knees
little
buckled.
white suckers running after it.
Yeah.
That's quite an amazing
Yeah, I
video
love
of it.
I love the smaller craft
Yes.
afterwards.
That's the best.
Yeah.
A little
Going
spark.
after it.
Right. You can see the concave
Yeah.
on the Empire Orb. That's wild.
And guys, it looks just like the Death Star,
Yeah.
except
Yeah.
it's got a light array around the central, the iris, that the
Mhm.
Death Star didn't have. And we've got close-up sightings. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of sightings in the last 15 years, because that sucker got here in 2009 through the Norway Spiral. Go look it up.
Yeah.
I hope Linda comes on. Maybe she can tell us about the Norway spiral.
Right.
That would be cool.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to
Oh, that's
Finishing
if
our greetings. Back to, I want to say hi to Blair. Blair is a friend
Hi.
of ours from TikTok, mostly, I believe, but
Cool.
I know for TikTok. Yes. So hi, Blair.
Mhm.
Hope you're still
Thank
here. Glad you're here. And Rodney. Rodney
I'm
joined us
all
on
this has gone
live
viral.
the other day,
Mhm.
so that was fun.
Yeah, I saw that. Hi, Rodney.
It was fun. All right, good to see you, Rodney.
Hi, Rodney.
Okay. Did we already talk about this? Esther had a question and wanting to know why is it so hard to see
I
them?
kind of touched on it. I talked about how they were close, and and we're seeing the backsides of them. Use half of them right now. The problem with Nepacity and At2 currently, and part of Uri during the day is rising above us, directly up. So a lot of people are used to looking at the horizon and looking out. To see these planets, you got to look straight up. And then now remember,
Yeah.
Nibiru and At2 in the second half of the day are beyond Earth now. So they are facially illuminated. But Nibiru is so huge, you got to really look around and look for the fingers and learn the base cloud. And then you got to look for the base cloud of At2 and At2's moon. And then a lot of times you're going to see the red asteroid in front of it, or vertically going away from you, and the angles will change. And then Uri is coming in at the north sky early in the morning, and then going over and getting bigger and bigger and bigger during the day in the north by northwest. And then I think she's pretty much staying there. I'll have to rethink that and view it again. But Saru is coming in as the day goes on. Saru comes in from the east, and then it goes into the south sky come midday, and then comes in into literally the west by northwest after sunset. So we're seeing the bottom of Saru illuminated as well, which is why it's staying so bright, illuminated well after dark. So look for the bottom of Saru in the west
No
by
wonder we don't
northwest
sleep.
sky after sunset. And then Saturn's yellow moon will be north by northeast after sunset, and Nibiru will be due east. And then Uri will be in the southwest after sunset, and Atu will be over your head as well as Nepesity at sunset as well. Over your head to the south, straight above you, literally on your left-hand side.
Easy.
Straight up.
Once you understand, though,
after-
their locations, it gets easy.
Hey, I saw one star last night.
Yeah.
I
Right.
saw
I haven't
one
seen
star.
stars, and it should be
Let's
easy.
see, those-
Jackie mentioned that last night too. We went for a walk, and she was saying how there's no star. There's no stars. It's just wild.
The planets are in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing
And
their
That's the
night
first thing I
sky.
started
There's
noticing
no-
before I even met you guys,
nothing
and I had no clue what was going on. And there was just weeks that would go by where I didn't see a star in the sky, and it's not like it's a strange. You get a strange feeling. It's not normal. It's completely dark. It's not normal. Like the sky's being drowned out by like city lights or something. It's just strange. It's really strange when that happens.
You've done your videos, Christopher, and Rebecca's done hers where she goes sky, planet, and I'm not sure a lot of the new folks realize the absolute unbelievable hugeness, the sky pillarness of what's going on directly over the top of us and how it affects our light. And I think that's a huge majority of the issue for the new folks. Even NASA put out a shot of the moon, and yet directly above it is Saru, and it's like, and they didn't even see what they had on their own footage, and because the planet is so large, and that is the big part of the consideration is you guys have got to really, you got to break the mold of like, oh, planets, that little light dot over, oh look, I can see the ring of Saturn, or there's Venus. Oh, look, if we're lucky, we can see Mercury crossing in front of, none of that. No, we're talking so big that it fills our sky. And there's what appears, because our out view is so screwed up because we're looking through water. We literally are. It's magnified and odd. It's a graduated 37% angle out, like we were staring through a tube. And it gets gradually bigger by 37% cone. And our, because of our atmosphere, our view is screwed up. But these planets are not that close to each other, but they literally look like they're bumping into each other to us.
Yeah.
And you have to realize the base clouds. And once you take into account the monthly sight drawing, and you start to understand where the asteroids are, which planets are usually on which side of the sun, which is why we always now put out 2 photographs or 2 drawings plus. I give you the left side of the sun, I give you the right side of the sun. And month after month, year after year, 15 years now, my description of where the planets are and were. And we could grab a photograph from 2017, and somebody will send it to me like next week or today or yesterday. And we go back to that month, and then we grab one of the old site drawings, and guess what happens, Christopher?
It's exactly the same thing that you've drawn.
They match.
It's there.
And
They
this
match.
is why
Look
all of
at
this is
that.
such a
Oh, look at that one. That's just like it. Yes. I was going to say hi to, wait,
Beautiful beauty.
Richard. Rick.
My name's
Richard, they're here.
Look at
Did
that.
that- Yeah,
Hi, Richard.
Hi, how are
Oh
you?
yeah, I caught this
See you.
sucker this week.
Let me
The
keep
object's been.
scrolling.
Oh,
We got another new name. Oh, yeah, it's Laura. I know that name. Good to see you, Laura. Nice. Glad you're here,
Hi,
too.
Laura.
These names are all different, but it's
Yeah.
Ninja. I know that much.
If we mess up your name, don't.
Peace be
you know.
with you, too. That was a clue right there. So, awesome.
Ah,
See
And
you.
remember that
Shadow.
says, and also would do.
Jermaine. Jermaine is here.
Hello.
I'm doing
Jermaine.
well. How are you, Jermaine? Good to see you, too.
Doing very well today. Glad I'm talking to you guys. I really think that I am absolutely addicted to this because it was such a thrill to watch your show Thursday in the middle of the
Oh,
week.
nice.
Yeah, look at that. How does that
Right.
guy do these drawings, man? And you
Sabrina.
got trick with people. You got to learn to look at the dark areas in the photograph first. It's
on lunch break. Okay, we'll come back later. We'll be here, Sabrina.
Cool.
That one
Yep,
was tricky.
there's always a copy on YouTube.
But the location said it had to be ISATA, so tricky.
Mhm.
Okay, on to the next name here. Let's keep scrolling.
Mhm.
Stacy's here. Hey, Stacy, our friend in Montana.
How you doing?
In eastern
Good
Montana,
deal.
northeastern Montana. Glad you're here,
Something
Stacy.
has
Nice.
happened to YouTube. I don't know what, but
Well,
everybody's
we've been watching some great weather,
older.
and it's been freaky weather here in Montana. And of course, again, people in North Dakota today and Minnesota tomorrow and South Dakota, pay attention. It's going to get nasty today.
high user.
Ugh.
And Nicole has bugs on her car. Lots of
Oh,
bugs.
no.
More bugs in the region.
Oh,
I haven't noticed that yet.
Flies, Rebecca.
Oh, the flies. Yes, I take that back. I had been like going from window to window, checking every crevice and corner, and I've taped over things because I don't know, they have a revolving door. Flies just appear.
They
I
find
don't know,
some
coming
way
through
to
the
get
walls.
in. It just drives me insane.
What? I have been fighting. Yes, I've been battling.
Do you know why? I was watching the dogs. I was like riding my bike to or from work. I don't know. And I put on the Esbit's camera to look to see if they were okay, and it's going.
Oh, it's DJ. It's DJ. She's user.
Yeah, DJ.
She doesn't know why her name's changed.
I don't know why our names are different.
Yeah.
We're sorry. It's like
I wonder if it has something to do with StreamYard or if it's YouTube.
Right, right.
You know,
Or
Okay,
it's
yeah.
Facebook.
Well, it's okay. It's good, good.
Oh, we're pilgrims in a foreign land, people.
Carlos,
Mine do.
the Skywatcher.
hey
Good to
Carlos.
see you.
Yeah, I've also got
I
one
think
there,
he's in
but,
Portugal, isn't he? Aren't you?
God,
If he's still
Ooh,
here,
that's me. That's nice.
I think so. Portugal, and he has a good.
Yeah, Carlos,
channel.
please welcome and share this information with your friends, please.
I have some of his videos saved. We could watch that. He has some
Yeah,
nice,
okay.
nice footage.
Great.
Fine,
Let's
okay.
see. Keep scrolling. Yeah. I'm glad Alexander is here. That's what I was thinking about. I know he's really having some issues right now, health issues. So
Oh, I heard that,
I'm
Alex.
thinking about him. I know. Let's see.
That. Amazing.
Oh, Hallie. Hey, I know that name. There's Hallie.
Hey,
Hi, Howie.
Deal on an internet lockdown. What?
Oh.
Oh, let's share our cell phone number, right? We need like an address book, like a physical, book with
I
everybody's.
had a message on my
differences.
feed that said that we're going to get those sirens on our phones again.
Didn't they used to
Saying
call
this for
that
the
a
last
phone
10
book?
years.
right, Sam?
Yeah.
So everyone's
book,
numbers,
right. We need our own little,
emails,
not
and things.
on internet, on a piece of paper where I can hold it.
Mhm.
Okay,
You mean
I
you can put a phone number on a piece of paper?
I know.
Yeah, a
Don't
person
you
can actually
remember back
open
in
up
the
to the
day?
right page and look it up.
Really?
I do 50 phone numbers. I could just name off, all these people's phone numbers, and now
I know, right?
I don't
I
remember.
can remember my
anybody.
grandmother's
It's
phone number
made us
from when I was a
lazy
kid,
having this phone.
but I
Yeah.
can't remember my phone number now. It's weird.
Technology.
I can remember my home phone number from age 9 on.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Blackberry.
Too bad we don't have the phone numbers anymore.
Good to see you, Blackberries.
I
They
do.
never miss a show,
Yeah.
really.
I still have a landline.
Yeah. Oh, lunch is over. What'd you have for lunch? You can tell I'm getting hungry. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry now too.
Yeah. Let's see. I think we're about to the bottom.
Oh, this one's great.
Let me speed up. Hey, Feral Forest. Bruce. Our friend Bruce is here. Good, good, good.
It is.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bruce.
I think he's in I forgot, North Carolina, maybe in a wooded area. I know that. So to me, that seems kind of ideal, to kind of be out.
Yeah, I'd be feral too in a forest.
Oh no, it sounds nice. Everybody's chatting, having
Wow.
a good time. Oh, VB Man, they're in Denmark. They were also on our live the other evening. So
Nice.
Awesome.
Wonderful.
They're
Glad you-
consistent.
Thank you.
I know. They really like us, Sam. They like us. They really like us.
Oh, cool. Well, we like them. This is important.
Isn't this fun?
This is
Yeah.
time
And all
proven.
the friends we've made. Brendan in Ireland. How are you, Brendan?
We are worldwide.
He never misses the show. Like he centers his life around our show, I think. So
Again, people share a copy of this with someone. You can say, hey, look at these really weird people, and you don't have to say too
Oh,
much more
I
about
think
that.
this is
Maybe they'll
fun.
get it.
Yeah, it is. What? Oh my goodness! What? Look what Taylor brought me some French fries.
Nice.
Yes. Oh, there they are. I know.
Yeah.
How nice. You're
Yeah.
Thank you for
okay.
sharing that. So I don't have to, fight with the ketchup. Oh, okay, ketchup.
But this is
In there for
This is
you.
Thunda. Thunda is here. Her name's different, but that's who she is. Nice. Good to see you too. Jesus, he'll be here. Oh, he's having a busy day. He'll try to hop on later. Oh,
Oh, he's got a
Thanks,
lot of
Dr.
taxi
Tan.
drives.
nice.
Cool.
Okay, well, good.
Cool.
Hopefully, we'll see you too.
Money's good.
And
Yeah, we're still
Michelle
debating
is
whether or not the Tan asteroid is a moon because of where it's
Trust
placed
that
in
bag.
and its size. The size of that sucker literally has to be a moon.
Wow.
And it's also the one that shows the Rebecca, you had a group of pictures that had a sea trail in front of it and it looked like the dragon lance. I did comment on it on Facebook.
yeah.
That was this morning.
Okay.
And it's the dragon, which is the Tan asteroid. It's showing its winged pattern, which is on the
I
side
know
base of the Salamander asteroid group. It's doing the shine
Wow.
again. So it's going to
Awesome.
start, everybody's going to start seeing it and they'll go, oh, it's a second star. No, I mean, it's going to, the Tan asteroid is going to be very glowy again, probably in the next week or two. So I'm telling you in advance.
Let's see.
So,
Stacy said
you know.
no stars for her for a couple of weeks.
Right. Planets
Yeah,
are over the
lots
top of us at night. Unless you
Right.
get up right before dawn, and then you can see in the western sky, you can occasionally see the Big Dipper and all of that. But literally, the sun coming up in the north by northeast sky and the literally north sky, early, it's so weird. It is so not normal. When I was a kid, back in high school, we'd get up before dawn and get ready to go play golf, and we wanted to be the first people on the course for the day. That way, you get in line and all of that. And we'd see the sun come up and due east. And that hasn't happened since 2011, people. It's so important. It is so important. And I can't stress that enough. And I'm in awe again. This is the 8th time. I cannot believe this has not gone viral.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so time proven. In 15 years, people, we are not wrong. And we're collective around the world. We're an international collective. And, we've spared no expense. And we've got gold plating on everything. I'm just joking, but brought to you by Ricola.
Yeah.
Right?
Non-solicited. And we promise, again, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
None. I love that picture,
Ricola.
Yeah.
Look at that curve, y'all. That is outstanding.
Yeah,
Amazing.
great pictures came in from Petty, and they came
Yeah, a lot of the good ones this
on
week.
and
Huge.
on and on and on and and Gordon, and I could just keep naming people.
They're incredible.
Lead asteroid. It's moving closer to the sun right now, and it will actually look like
Wow.
a flare, a side flare off the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Isn't that
So obviously
something?
that's made this week. Yeah, the red asteroid is crossing more over. It went from last month, it was on the other age in the middle. It was dead center under the sun. And now the red asteroid is moving over farther to the right. As the lead asteroid is heading farther to the left.
I think that's the last
And I saw
video.
one from, I think it was JD that posted it. I'm not totally sure. It could have been Joel. Thank you, whoever. Where the green asteroid was actually closer to the lead asteroid, but that was just an angle crossing different. But it was very visible, definitely green asteroid. You can see the little dots around the bright one. So it's all panning out exactly where it's drawn and where everything's supposed to be.
All right. Well, that was cool. All right. Next.
Yeah.
On to the next.
Girls talking in the background. Sam's going to get out the ruler. Girls, behave yourself.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, sir.
She's trying to feed me.
I'm gonna play this
Earlier,
video
I made her a
while I finish with
Yeah.
alligators. Bear with me. Let's do this one. No, wait.
I says I can't go and get anything in case I miss anything.
Here's some videos that I
You'll be knocking on my
came
door.
across, and Gillian sent me the first one.
Well, you are allowed to walk off screen if you need to.
Okay, thank you. What's this?
These are just some interesting videos that I've come across that we can talk about. And we finished the comment section. Everybody's here. They all checked in. So,
Great.
Yay.
thank you for
And
being
again,
here.
glad you're all here. Thank you for listening.
What is that, Sam?
Well, it sure looks like a illuminated object up to the upper right of a very much brighter object, which would fall in line with the standard red star outshining our star.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
And it does not move as the camera moves, so therefore it's not a lens flare. It is smaller than the other one.
Wow. See, that's what I was going to mention. I'm seeing so many people sharing lens flares. You know what I mean? I mean, like, and a couple of them, I commented on them and said, like, because I would communicate with the original person that took it, you know, what? Because I tried to, if I can, to verify. And yeah, a couple of them said, yeah, I took it through my glass window. And anyway, I tell the people that are sharing it, and you know what they do? Instead of taking it down and not share it, they delete my comment that I left.
Yeah.
Two people did
because they're
that.
enjoying the movie.
They want it
stuff.
to be real, and they like it, so they're going to share it anyway, knowing that
Right,
it's
right.
bad.
Well, we
Knowing-
talk about that all the time about people posting and reposting information when they've got a 5-minute education on Nibiru, and they think
Right.
they know what they're sharing.
Thank
And
you,
you know,
Sharon.
like just like that old the orbit model of the Carrington planet and all that. And they'll say this is Nibiru and this is Carrington, Sparta, or whatever all these other names are all about. And they're so wrong. The orbit model's many years old, and it still keeps coming up. And including some people pull up James's old graphic drawings, and I go, no, that's, you can't repost stuff if it's not accurate currently. And this is why we stick to the rules. And people, if you don't know what you're talking about, don't post it. If you do your homework, then share. But we have people around the world doing this. We did not fall off the turnip truck yesterday. Go ahead.
No turnip trucks. Oh my god. I'll do the thank you after this video, Sharon. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Look at that. I want to see something like that.
Yeah.
Are
Definitely.
you sure?
Are you sure?
That's the red
This is
asteroid
great.
again.
Right? I'd be like gasping.
And little sister's in front of it. There's actually 3 or so in that front. There's 2 little ones, and then the little sister, and then the red asteroid. There's a bunch of them right there in front. And they're in the drawing.
I mean, come on. Like, how can you see something like this in the sky and just, shrug it off
It's a
as,
cloud.
oh, it's just the cloud. Oh, it's another cloud. It's just red.
And this is the
It
same
happens.
thing, but vertically going away from and over the people. These are the same 2 objects right there. Red asteroid and the smaller stuff.
Yeah.
It's going away from you, which is why it's not going from side to side. It's going away from and orbiting under the planet that is behind it. If you look into the left-hand side, you can see the different color of the background versus the horizon color. Remember, people, years ago, the horizon was blue. The middle of the sky was blue. The upper sky was blue. There was no color variant like we see now.
No.
There again, the red asteroid and the little sister in front of Atu's moon, which is up above it. And it'll sit there for a couple hours while the weather goes by below it. So you know it's exterior. And yeah, this is the backlit crescent flare looking at downstream. The sun's behind us. And you see there's a double rainbow because there's two stars. Now, when looking at a supercell to tell if it's a close passing planet or just a normal weather supercell, the inner core of that one was not illuminated, so that's a supercell. Purple lightning comes from high altitude from space, not from a storm. Wet branch lands on power lines. I would say, see the illuminated green area at the top? I'd say this is a rain bomb. Nepesi rain bomb.
Yeah, Nepesi.
See the illuminated core? This is the side of Saturn's yellow moon.
Mm.
Wow.
Mixed in with the bottom of Uri and Nepesi. Big sky thing. And this is what we get to look forward to for July and August, by the way, people. Those are asteroids that are really close under the bottom of Uri. All of that's Uri.
Yeah.
Okay, let's count the rings. This is only one ring. Or is it?
I have to see, there's only one ring that you can see. They're all squashed into each other.
Yeah, Nepesi is doing a change of position now that it's coming at us and going over us. She was in front of us and near us, but now she's at us and over us. And she's the last in the line of the spiral of the spinning of the octopus arm, where Nibiru and Isatum are on the other arm, but they too are going over our right shoulder and our right side, while Nepesi, Atu, and Uri are on the left and above us. And all of a sudden, I'm smelling somebody with really bad tennis shoes. Wash those things, man.
Not mine.
Yeah, they're not mine either. We don't have that in our house. You know who you are. Watch those darn things. Not in the, take it to a laundromat. Don't do it in your house because you're ruining your machine. But anyway. Wash it with some towels or something. That way it doesn't clunk and break the machine. Yeah, people, this weather, we've never seen weather like this in our entire lives. And if you think this is normal, well, the Canadian fires are still going on. There's fires in Montana. There's fires in Idaho. There's fires in Washington State, California, Arizona has some fires. Oh, by the way, there's also reports of volcanic activity in Flagstaff, where some of the mountains are going puff, puff, puff. So, yeah. And, we know that there's been a lot of earthquake activity in Texas, and that's, next door, which does increase volcanic activity.
Well.
Excuse me. We know that, there's activity going on in Arizona and California and the whole Pacific Northwest. And they're worried about underneath the ocean off Oregon. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I don't think I'd be standing that close.
No, that's what we were saying. No way.
Yeah, I would be in my car by the time that thing was as big as, not this one. This is fine, but the one before that was like, it's time to leave.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I've been in one. I've seen many, but I've been in one where I was hanging on for dear life while my feet were flying in the air. So, and it's amazing. It actually, you never expect it. It actually sucks the breath out of your lungs, and you cannot physically take in your next breath. You sit there in limbo without being able to breathe for about an amount of seconds. It's amazing. It was freaky. Sort of like scuba diving for the first time.
What causes that again? They're not breathing? Like
The
you can't get
barometric
air
pressure.
on?
You don't.
Oh,
Your diaphragm is not strong enough to fight the barometric pressure, and you can't take your next breath in because you don't have the ability to do that. That's
Right.
probably the bottom of that too. See how
Yeah.
wide and bubbly and supercelly it is.
It does that. It makes like this wall, just
Yeah.
this huge tall cloud.
And a
Yeah.
snorkel,
Make it
it's
extra
sort of a snail foot snorkel, where Necessity has sort of an elephant trunk snorkel until it sucks everything up, and then it dumps it down and back in a rain bomb that Atu doesn't do.
Actually, doesn't do as much rain as
Necessity always spawns tornadoes because it's got 3 asteroids orbiting around her lower area, and so on the side edge of that, it's always creating a follow-up tornado in close passes. And that's kind of what's going to go on today, I think, in North Dakota. It's going to be unbelievable.
as if it hasn't been unbelievable enough this year.
Yeah,
America's
yeah.
been
I mean, just
crazy.
last week was insane. You can look that up.
Yeah, look it up. I don't want to look it up. It's so scary. It's so sad.
Well, you have to look this stuff up because you have
I
to.
know, Sam, but it's sad.
Yeah, it's sad. You have to prepare. You have to, kind of like learn what the ramifications of this stuff that's going on is. It's all about. It's insane. And this is why I take notes all the time, trying to point out to people what, is really going on. And we take, because every week there's way more and way more and way more. And then we look back. And so I try to look back to last week. For example, that Bismarck, North Dakota last week, June 21st. Go to YouTube, type in Bismarck, North Dakota, June 21st. And you will see what it's going to happen again today. So it's kind of spooky. It's not our normal, this isn't our normal game show. We're playing Supermax. You guys ever see Wipeout?
Nicole mentioned that like she's getting member requests from people that aren't actually you. Like somebody tried to add people to her group under your name. Does that sound right?
Well, that was not me.
Yeah.
I was not doing that. Yeah, well, we got to check out the idiot on the fake Montana Skywatcher site.
Bots and trolls everywhere.
Well, we are seeing new titles and numbers added to everybody's stuff, and maybe some more new security measures have kicked in that we need to pay attention to, because we know it's a lot changed since November of last year, and we lost a bunch of people. I think we lost a bunch of bots, the old bots, and I think we're now getting the new AI bots.
Well, guys, you know what? I see somebody in the green room.
Cool.
Yeah, we have somebody else is going to join us. Do you have any guesses?
Did they bring any Doritos?
It's a regular. I know. You bring fruit. Bring food.
Yeah, bring food.
All right. Well, it's our friend Thomas.
Yeah, we're hungry.
Let's see what's going on with Thomas today. There he is.
Hello, everybody.
Hey. Hello, Thomas. How are you?
Oh, it's going. I'm fine. So I need to apologize for the last week. I was so tired. I can't join. I slept, and yes, sorry for that. But now I'm here, and a great birthday again, Sam. Hopefully you're doing well, and I don't bring food today, so I'm sorry for that.
Oh man! Hi.
I'm just bringing a big block of Gouda. You haven't made.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Thomas.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Hi.
Right.
So,
I have not been on same time. Right. Well, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Thomas, what is it? Germany? What's the weather like there? Is it warm?
Germany is perfect for me. I think it's about 80 in Fahrenheit. I think it's like that, but it's nice. So I'm always here near to the water. Now I'm parking 10 meters away, so I can go for a bath later if I want. There's nobody here.
Oh man!
The water is okay. It's not very hot, but it's relaxing. So I can relax and look up and look at the stars at night and hear all the nature. It's amazing. So I'm relaxing all my day. Yes.
Isn't that wonderful?
Where are you this
What a
time?
life.
Huh?
Yeah, what a life.
Where are you?
Yeah.
Where are you this time?
Oh, I'm always in the city. I told you it's in Germany. It's called Marienheide. So it's a city, and we have a lot of water here. So 3 big. I don't think it's called a sea, but it's I think 4 or 5, 6 kilometers. You can walk around and you can swim in them. And yes, I'm enjoying my summer. And yeah.
Nice. Well, cool. Is it like a pond or a lake? Like how big is it?
Very large.
Yeah.
6
Big.
kilometers. Like
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So one is
Yeah,
10
we need to
kilometers
have-
around, one is 5 kilometers, and the other 3. So there's enough place to swim. I would say it in that
Sounds like
way.
it, yeah.
I know. Have you ever thought about doing a vlog? You know, just
No.
a video of. You know,
No,
I think
I
that'd
don't
be
want.
interesting. People like to watch others do things that are out of the norm. You know, kind of like secretly wishing they could like live vicariously through you. I guess. You know, just to do what you want. Just go swim if
I
you
un-
want. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm not interested to do a vlog. So I spend a lot of time alone and relax and meditate
Yeah,
and
I hear
getting
you.
stronger. I have my own way. I'm not finished, and so I don't want to spend my time with other activities. Yes, I'm just relaxing
people,
all the
other
day,
humans.
and
Yeah.
but I'm here to tell you.
Yeah,
So,
good for you.
but I don't do a vlog.
Okay. No vlog.
How long have you been
Scratch
watching
No
the
vlog,
skies, Thomas? How long
Say it
have
again,
you been
please.
watching?
The skies.
How long
what?
have you been watching the skies, Thomas?
Oh, I think it's now 4 years or something like that, or five years.
Yes.
So yes, I came in contact, I think 2 or 3 years ago with this group and Sam and Rebecca, and learn about all this. And yes, of course, I understand all the information. I am enjoying that, and also try to tell people. But in my opinion, you can't tell everybody about this, because the frequency of the body or of the people are not in that way to understand that all. So some of them look at the skies and say, oh wow, okay, today a lot of planes are coming here and doing all the chemtrails, but they see something, yes, but they don't understand what's really going on. And in my opinion, I don't want to tell them very how can
They're not supposed to say.
yes, so of course, so maybe some don't need to do this or hear this information. They will hear it later if they are interested and to reboot their brain. But not everybody now is interested in this topic, and so I spend my time and save my energy. Yes, but also I tell some people, but yes, I don't want to be too boring for people or another way, so I just tell it some people. I put it like in that way. Also on
I was
TikTok,
on
but
one
yeah.
of your lives one time when you were talking to, there must have been about 2 or 3 German people, and you were trying to talk to them. And
Yes.
I think they found us sort of mildly amusing or something. But
Yeah, so really I talk a lot I talk to my family and to all the people, but really they don't interest in this topic, and so I spend my time alone and don't say anything again. So it's their problem, it's not my problem.
Yeah.
So why I need to spend all my time and saying that to them, and maybe they will get aggressive or something like that if I come every day and say, hey, you must look at this, and no, I don't do this anymore. I save my energy.
Yeah.
Well,
Good.
I was gonna say,
So,
people in the chat people in the chat think it sounds like paradise. And Michelle
Yeah.
mentioned that you could just take a quick video of your surroundings so we can see what your area looks like. But we want to see what
We're
it
all
looks like.
curious what Germany
is paradise, everybody.
because
Look,
we see
I
Alex's
can-
Germany, and your Germany sounds like paradise, and we're like, oh my god, he has to show us
No.
the trees.
I know.
Not it's
Oh.
no, it's look. The paradise is also inside you. So if you're inside, it's very well. The paradise is everywhere. But of course, I can send you
Yeah.
one picture I took from the sky, and you can see also the environment a little bit. I will look for 2 or 3 pictures. Yes,
Wanna see,
I
wanna
can
see.
send them via Facebook or something like
Yeah,
that. I
do
will
that.
look for them.
Thank you.
Let's see. I was going to show you also a picture, Sam, that reminded me that Jerry.
Also, that video, those 2 videos I sent you, you could play the top one. I would hope. And
Oh,
we
okay.
were talking about it earlier. I'd already forgotten about it.
We talk so much.
Share this with you and everybody else. Oh wait, it won't let me pull it up. Well, I'll keep working on it. Jerry, our friend Jerry in the UK,
Yes.
drew. He actually drew you like a birthday.
Yeah, I saw it. Thank you, Jerry. Thank
Oh,
you.
you
I-
did
yeah.
see it.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did. I did
Oh, we
see it.
haven't seen
I
it.
got a
Come on,
copy
you
of it.
can't say that and then not show it.
I know. I'm trying. It won't let me. I might have to back out and come back in. Yeah, it says you're having an issue. Try again later. Well, I'll keep trying. And
Yeah, I had trouble even signing into Facebook today. I was like, oh, okay. And
Oh,
then
don't say that, Sam.
Yeah,
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 it didn't
yeah.
let me do my reels. Yes, I see.
No, then I'll be on the phone, Yeah, if we all lose computer, I mean, being not current, I don't know what that feels like. Ooh, what would that be? Addiction, denial, and like, oh,
How
we'll be
many
going to-
angry people would there be in the world, Sam?
we all be like, craving our fix because, I actually got such satisfaction on Thursdays watching Rebecca. I was going, oh, this is perfect timing. I sat there and watched the whole show. Because it was like, we spend that week in between where we don't talk to each other
Yeah.
much. We're all working on our own stuff. And we send small messages back and forth, but we don't really get together like we do here. And I've actually, 121 shows in, I've kind of got a little bit addicted to doing this.
Yeah.
yeah.
I get
We've all
stuck
got
in my
addicted to
brain.
listening too. Yeah.
Again, whether or not there's anybody out there listening, I guess doesn't count because it does count, of course, but it doesn't.
It's nice.
Not
It
everything
is.
because
Yeah,
they
it
actually
is.
get
I mean-
paid down on YouTube.
I definitely look forward to it. As much work as it can be, and it's this and that. But still, it's nice to be able to find a place where you can be with your friends and talk about your pictures that nobody else wants to hear about. Literally nobody.
And you're like,
in my
thank
world.
goodness.
Well, it's also
You
a
know,
great way to we correlate every week's top of mind awareness, and it's also laying it down in a log that we can look up
There he
years
is.
from now, and we'll be able to go back and look this information up again, and that's priceless.
Yeah.
It is. 121 shows in. I think we're doing something right, even though we could have a few more viewers and like and subscribe, and unfortunately we don't get enough comments. People go tomorrow, watch this show for 5 minutes, whatever, leave a comment on YouTube so we can answer your questions on the next week's show. It works.
Yeah.
This is how citizen science works, as we talk to each other and around the world, and we correlate the information and we pull it all together. We answer your questions, you answer ours, and this is how it works.
Right. And all you need to do is leave a 5-word comment. That's all it takes. You don't even have to say anything about the binary system. Just say, fork, knife, spoon, and napkin or something, and it will, as long as you're engaging on the videos and the posts, that's how all the videos get pushed out. And when there are no
I was
comments,
very
that's
surprised that
it.
YouTube
They just don't
forwarded-
push it out any longer than that.
YouTube forwarded Rebecca's live video when she went live on YouTube, and I saw it on my scrolling screen, and I went, "Wow, okay."
Did you?
Yeah.
Me too.
Wow.
Rebecca, it came up. Yeah.
Did it?
What's that?
Well,
Uh-huh.
cool.
It came up when you were on live. Yeah.
I'll just
And
go.
I thought it
Yeah.
was this show, and I was like, missed it. And then I realized
I'm
it
happy
was
to
you.
hear that.
Mhm.
There it is, y'all. Jerry. Hi, Jerry.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
What he did for Sam. Look at that.
Oh,
Like, this guy can do everything. I mean, that's pretty good. I couldn't draw that well.
Awesome.
right, a long box
Yeah.
cube.
Look, you got the side orb in there and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's good.
And the 2 stars.
Yeah,
Catch an
that'd be a good
asteroid.
T-shirt. We could turn that into a T-shirt. A
Cool.
Sam T-shirt. Yeah.
There you go.
Sharon, look, there's another picture
Uh-huh.
for you.
What about?
I know. Isn't it cool? Michelle likes it. I like it too.
I do too.
It just shows up Sam up there lassoing up those asteroids.
Although I am not that bald, but
Yeah.
Well, give him more hair. He needs more hair.
Oh,
No,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a bit bald there, yeah.
I still have most of my hairline, you know, at my
You did good, Jerry.
antiquated age. Because God, you know, I did not want to have another birthday.
Oh no.
yeah, I feel you.
No, don't make me.
Yeah.
not another one.
And let's see. That was.
There's a lot of people having birthdays in June.
Oh, well, Carol Ann sent me this picture, and she got this in honor of you, Sam. It's a
Hey, cool.
your
I haven't
name on
seen
it.
one of those yet. All right.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know, they know. Like Coca-Cola knows, you guys.
right.
know.
Of course.
This is the dawning of a new era as we step into the new dimension.
Right. I mean,
We are
and if
not
you're going to
into
drink it, you might as well
drinking.
go all the way, right?
I know. Oh no, Carol
Yeah.
Ann.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
by the
you're
way,
right.
again, people, Coca-Cola has left the United States because of certain political tariffs, as well as many other. Do you know that Campbell's Soup has left the United States?
No. Oh, my
Wow.
God.
You guys are not going to get any more soup, oh dear.
Well, they're
Wasn't
still going to
not
make
Campbell's.
Campbell's Soup. And they're going to
Hasn't
make it
been
in
there.
Canada.
I
We
don't
are
know.
being
I
boycotted by
Caesar.
5 different countries majorly. We just everybody is mad at us, and they decided not to shop at United States of America store anymore. And oh my God, are we about to feel that? We are in negative territory for the economy and the inflation rate, as of the quarterly reports were reassessed again. And no matter what newscast is telling you that our inflation rate is down and everything's great, it is not, because they are now, you know, for a can of chili, they are now what used to be 90 or 75 cents about 4 years ago, 90 cents about 3 to 2 years ago, is now $2. It's doubled in price, people. So everything has doubled in price in the last 6
Yeah,
months.
it's the food
mean-
situation is wild.
Yeah.
You know, just wait.
There-
They're burning
I was
crops
gonna
in the
say,
field right now because they can't get anyone to pick it
But why burn it?
because they have to move it.
Right. Well, what were you saying, Rebecca?
Oh, I'm going to look up something. There's a scripture that talks about in the end times, you know, that it'll cost a day's worth of work for a day's worth of food.
Sure.
And that, you know, that
We are.
I see that happening.
Well,
Yeah.
shipping is down.
I mean, you can't buy two things that match. You want milk and cookies? Well, you better get the cookies
electronic-
first. Because you're gonna have to wait a week to buy the milk.
Country. We've got fewer cargo ships are coming in.
Yeah.
Fewer food trucks are distributing food all around the United States as we speak. Crops are not being picked in Florida, in Nebraska. Nebraska is going to go bankrupt by the middle of next month. Farms are being closed all over the place. They don't have any workers to pick these crops or milk the cows or this, that, the other thing. And Washington State is having trouble finding anybody to pick the cherry crop this year because the immigrants or the visiting workers who have visas are afraid to even come here.
People are fighting about that.
And Norwegian students have been detained by ICE. There have been people that have landed in Hawaii and spent a week and a half in detention facilities because they didn't secondary book hotel accommodations for 12 days later. and they had one set of reservations, but they didn't have the second set of reservations. So they spent like a week in detention and then got sent back to the UK. It's horrible what's going on in this country, people. And this is the tip of the iceberg. And then the bombing of Iran, which was not approved by Congress, which was illegal, and on and on and on and on and on. And right now we're living in bizarro world, and they're taking photographs from space. They're seeing that the magma chamber underneath Washington State and Oregon is starting to heat up and move, and they've elevated the volcano warning level, as well as what's going on in Arizona, and then offshore Vancouver and offshore of Oregon. Mount Spur in Alaska is on warning. It's also burping steam and gases. So, there's a lot. And again, Stanley, Idaho, nearby me, we had a 6.32 years ago. It's still going off, and I can still hear it moving my house here in Missoula, Lowell. Yeah, my neighbors were even feeling it too, and they were all freaked out, but they didn't correlate where it was coming from. And that's that 6.3 we had a couple of years ago. And it is not calmed down since. It's actually speeding up.
Wow.
And we had several hundred in this part of the month. So I need to look up the last 30 days, how many there's been. But yeah, people, the whole world is, there was a 6.6 in the southern hemisphere between South America and Antarctica, and one a very large one in the mid-Atlantic drift, and Indonesia, and don't forget
never stops.
Yeah, New Zealand, etc. The whole Ring of Fire in Japan, and they're warning in Japan. There's volcanic warnings in Japan, and etc.
And that's what that one prophecy was, where those plates are going to meet in Japan, off Japan.
Oh yeah, that's a nasty one. Southern. It's called the. I think it's the Filipino plate or the Euro-Asian plate or something. It's a triangular plate, like shaped like a Dorito, south of Japan, and it's up to Asia and Malaysia, and then the Pacific. And then that thing's moving in between. They had another one last week off the coast where Fukushima tidal wave came from. Also, it was pretty big. So yeah, and then there's a shitload of stuff going off on the Aleutian Islands. There are active volcanoes burping in the Aleutians right now, and mini quakes all the way into central Alaska. And again, Mount Spur is just in the cove, in the trading cove there in Alaska, and it's active, and they're warning people in Anchorage. So a lot going on. And of course, don't forget Sicily, Etna, and Vesuvius, and Campi Flegrei, and all of that. Santorini, and on and on and on. And they had flooding in Russia, although that did not make the media. They were hiding that information. And during the middle of the Ukraine war and all that, those guys are mucking through swamp right now. Anyway, go ahead, Rebecca.
Hi, Andrea. Andrea's here, and I haven't seen Andrea in a few weeks. It's been a while, so I'm glad you're here, Andrea.
Yeah.
And I can kind of relate to that feeling of just kind of, like I'm spinning my wheels, and I don't know, I was aggravated with myself, because I want to get it together and do more, but I have been feeling kind of meh at times too. It's hard to get it in gear. I'm like trying to pep talk myself, be my own life coach.
I think we're all going through a real weird planetary time and weird dreams. Right. I'm not sleeping for beans.
That's not what sorry, but let's see.
The sleep is terrible.
Yeah, everybody else as well. It's just
terrible.
I'm having freaky weird dreams about shit that I didn't want to know about.
Yeah,
I have a video to play, y'all. Let's watch
Yay,
this.
Distract me, please.
From Alexander.
Yay,
Alexander went live. I was so disappointed that I missed your live. I missed it by 10 minutes or so. But anyway, here it is, y'all. Let's watch.
That's frustrating, like when
Facebook.
Sharon was in Supernova the other week when we couldn't get on.
Right.
And she's on different time to us. I was asleep. I was so gutted. I woke up 10 minutes later and she had just gone.
It's like bummer. I
Right.
don't know.
Oh,
You know, you can always watch it later, but it's nice to show your support when they're actually doing
yeah,
it.
you want to
It
say hi while people are going.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
No wonder he went live, right?
No wonder you wait. I was going to say, you took the words out of my mouth. Wow, look at that thing's big.
Bottom
Wow.
of Uri and our Saturn Jello Moon is on the right and up. Yeah.
Good deal. I was gonna make sure you were here.
And look at the top of the sun. That is Saru
Yeah.
cutting off the top of the sun way in the background.
That is incredible.
Look at that. Look at that.
Is that something from Atu's moon? That little
No, that looks like the bottom of Nepenthe.
It's
Wow.
the bottom of necessity.
Look, look where it is. The sunlight is behind us. So the
Right.
Nepenthe is above and beyond the line.
is it just to the left of the sun?
Yeah.
No,
I've never seen the
Right.
city sun.
Well, it's moving past Earth now and above us. And that's the Saturn Jello Moon right there. And then over here, right here is the side of Uri.
Okay, but
Wow.
And then right in front of Uri is Nepenthe. And then above us, directly above us, is Atu's moon.
It's
Well,
so weird seeing
you
them
gotta
all
update your
risen
timeline.
out like that.
They're moving, all of those guys are moving to the left, all the way to the north sky.
Yeah.
this is where Nepenthe is in my world.
Yeah.
That direction.
Yeah, well, look, it's got the zigzag crony there.
Wow.
And then it's Nepenthe and Atu are
It
side by
goes like
side
that.
when you're looking opposite the sun.
Yeah, Nepenthe in this is in front of Uri.
I am blown
Weird.
away then.
And that's the Saturn
no,
Jello
that
Moon
is
and the
not
lead
right.
asteroid right there. See the lead asteroid?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Strange.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once I started seeing Isatum and Isatum
And
Jello
Ca-
Moon in the north and the
that's
northeast.
That's
That was-
There's
Casper right
that
there.
little wiggly crap.
Wow.
That's Casper and some other asteroids. And if you look at this monthly drawing, this month's drawing, you'll see all of those other ones are drawn
Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
and they weren't on there last month.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's nice, Tracy.
There's Mary Moon and Matim on the left of the sun.
I need to get my Mary Moon Matim capture from my live and share that part. Because somebody
Cool.
The
mentioned
lead asteroid is just to the right.
and I
of the
looked
sun.
up, and just as they said something about Matim, it was so obvious. I was like, yeah, it's right. You could see it plain as day, and it's a little
Cool.
moon. I just had my
That's
hand
the
on my
lead
cat
asteroid right
on the moon. But
That's awesome.
it was perfect. Hopefully I can show you.
That's where the green asteroid should be, somewhere right in there. But anyway, that would be where the red is. That's the bottom of Uri.
Yeah, Andrea.
Yeah, look at that thing.
That is Lorraine.
Andrea is talking about how she just
Salamander
feels
asteroid group,
lethargic.
and asteroid, etc.
Don't you think it's the planets draining us?
Yeah, I think all of us are suffering this real tired, nasty, icky feeling, because I sure am. And
Hard on us.
yeah, it's been not fun. So everybody just, plod along and, remember it's exterior, and then you'll be able to get through it better.
I mean, so what is it about that looks like an opacity the most?
The base cloud right there. See how small it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that straight line. Base cloud. Bunch cloud, whatever. It could be Atu. Right with the yeah.
I mean, that's the location. Yeah, at 2.
Yeah, it's Atu is there someplace. You have to look at the direction of the sun, where the sun. Atu is beyond
This is-
Earth, so it should be
This is left or
downfield from
left.
the sun. If
That
this is
makes
side,
sense.
if this is north by northeast, then it's Matim.
But it's to the left, far left of the sun.
Well, no, it is.
I'm just
moving.
saying.
the dance, depending. We've seen this. Where
I
it's gone
know.
back
I'm gonna be on the lookout.
what time of day, where they move to. And we've even seen the Atu moving from the north sky to the southwest sky as the day goes on over the top of us. And Nepenthe is in that same movement pattern from northeast to over the top, directly above us during the day now, including close past storms and all of that. I can tell you that absolutely, that's the bottom of a planet.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see, it's got the curve at, you can tell. You can see its whole base.
Yeah, and as to which one it is, it's still debatable, but yeah, that's a planet, people. And look at the microclouding. Look at the horizon, and everything is different from that line down. And there's 2 planets in this shot.
Yeah, and if you've been watching us for the past few months, you've seen the planets rise over that period of time to where they're at now, and that's just been amazing.
Hi, Jason.
Sam told us what was going to happen, and just like clockwork, here we are. It's awesome.
Well, we've watched it for so long. We know. I mean, God, we knew what we were talking about. Year 6 or 7, without the slightest concern. Although we follow the rules and we make sure we prove everything. We don't grab information out of the, we don't farm out our information. We prove it. So yeah. Again, look at all that lighting, all that white stuff, people. Those are asteroids. All of those.
Yeah, I mean, there was something there that was moving to the left.
Yeah, Lindsay just
said independently
that moving in there.
Moving, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that shit moves, people.
Unless I, need glasses or something, I don't know.
Trust me, I've got glasses and that thing.
Yeah.
And they're way high above us. They are below the planets, and so they are illuminated. Cool. And in between, and being that they're at the angle, so that it's not sun. That's the bottom of Saru.
What is that one?
Oh,
that's the bottom of Saru, and that's an asteroid.
Look at that yellow ball under the sun.
Incredible. Sorry, Sam.
Do you see that comment from Alexander? He says, "Look at that yellow ball under the sun. It comes out."
All right.
Okay, I'll
Where's
wait
the yellow
till you
ball?
get back.
Where's the sun?
Benjamin. Hey,
On me.
Benjamin. I'll be there. I'll see you there. We're going to a party, y'all. Now,
do it.
Energy up, like me and Andrea. I'd be like, give it a nap. Recliners. Oh,
I'm not getting to see it because my screen stalled.
See it on the big screen.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for my opportunity to see the 2 suns more, obvious,
Yeah.
like where they're separating a little bit. I still haven't.
Me neither. Not yet.
Right, that'll be like the ultimate oh my god moment, really.
I'm watching. Yeah.
She's glad he's back. Who's back?
Who's back?
Carol Ann. Who is it Benjamin?
Wow, look at that.
Indica,
Incredible.
right? Andrea. I can't do that. Oh boy.
Bottom of Uri, the bottom of the asteroids right there. It's Sarah way in the background. It's kind of now I see a second illumination.
Yeah.
I've seen that as well. I don't know. I've taken pictures of it, but it's the other way around.
Like
me.
the figure of
That's,
8 or
Yeah,
something.
the figure of 8.
Everything above the really bright white line just above the sun is Saru. And
Wow.
of course, is Saturn's yellow moon right there, shining white up above. Yeah, that's. And then
We've never
lead
seen anything
asteroid
like
and
this
a whole
before.
bunch of smaller asteroids. Oh, look, Star Destroyer right there.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
It's moving.
Yeah, the dead center, that's the Star Destroyer. And that, by the way, is where the long box cube should be.
Yeah.
And smaller support craft are the little white dots. People, they're real. They're here. And I don't know any of the ladies. Yeah, you know, I've tried to be serious. I've tried to do comedy. I've tried to, you know, yell and scream and wail and shriek. And people, they're here, and we're blockaded, man. And the governments know that.
What are we supposed to do about it?
Yeah, well, we have to sit here and not let them take advantage of us, but yet we have no choice but to give them what they ask for, period.
Right.
That's why they keep asking us on the radio for our gold.
Yeah, they get it all before they leave.
But Sam, people don't know themselves how they can know the aliens. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Thank you.
The microclouding. Those are planets, people. Look at the horizon. Those are the normal clouds.
Crazy. Our clouds are pushed down, right down. So they're flattened.
We're looking at 3 to 5 planets in our faces right now, every day, all day. And then at night they go beyond us.
Wow.
Yeah, and then it kind of gets like a cone head, and the wee one kind of surges.
Bottom
up
of
a bit,
Peru,
and
right
then
above
goes
the
down
sun.
again.
And then on the left, the sun in front of Peru is Matim. See that dark circle to the left, right there?
Yeah.
It's a dark circle
That's
there.
Matim.
Wow.
Just like the monthly sight drawing.
Wow. That's amazing.
Oh, much.
And Matim is the smallest. You can see it right there, dark. That dark circle right there. Kind of big, but the size of a golf ball if you were to put your fingers up to the screen or whatever. That's Matim, and it's the smallest of all the planets. And I even forgot to draw her in last week on another drawing. I'll have to go back and do something. Maybe retake the photo.
Thank you,
All
Alexander.
right.
Awesome.
Thank you, Alexander.
Thank
You
you.
always does such good work. Keeps us here in the U.S. informed. We ain't fooling around, y'all. This shit's real. Shuckers, ma'am. Of course, we don't talk like that in Montana, but
Yeah, of course not.
I'm just being silly. I often wonder what it's going to take before this actually snowballs and actually gets out, because we are not guessing.
So what's going to happen in this coming week, Sam?
Oh, well, we're going to be really, really hot. We're going to have some really nasty thunderstorms and very electrical lightning, a whole bunch of tornadoes, a whole bunch of flooding all around the world. And we're going to have some close pass asteroid storms with high winds.
Yeah, we had a high wind just now.
And by August, we ought to be all melted by now, and be, careful where you park your car. It may melt come late July and August. Don't park next to very shiny buildings, or otherwise it will melt.
Yeah.
And everybody wear hats, sunglasses, and gloves and masks if you can. The sea virus is still going strong in Malaysia, so it might affect folks in Australia. So I hadn't heard anything that it's gone that far, but it really reinsurgenced again in Malaysia, where they were making warnings, Philippines, etc. So
They say in China that the people, a lot of people have died.
there's a lot of missing people, and I think of these floods have been wiping out
Prove
people.
that,
left and
though. I
right,
mean,
too.
they proved that. They said it for sure.
Well, the government has been opening dams and flooding out lower regions in farm country without notifying people.
Oh,
Nice of
my
them.
God.
Yeah, and that's
Wow.
been going on for a couple of years now, and they just wake up in the middle of the night and they're in a flood. And let's not forget the one in Tunisia,
horrible.
like was a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, somewhere in there. Now they had a freak Mediterranean hurricane, and it's proven. I watched it happen. I was watching the radar that day because I got notifications to watch it, and I was watching it happen.
What year was that?
I think it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
It might be sooner, like maybe later, but I hope I haven't forgotten the date. But I think it was 2 years ago, and that city is died. Those people have moved out of that city because it was irreparable. So I did see a report on that. Well, there's probably still some people living there, but for the majority, that one coastal city is just gone.
And the grumpy
All right.
people.
That's sad.
Oh, unbelievable.
Oh, and we're going
can't
to see
imagine.
more of it. Look at how many years
Oh,
we've
sure.
been watching, swimming camels.
Okay.
And
Oh,
and
no.
we're not seeing any reports of how green northern Africa is, and I'm sure it's far more than what we would even expect. And of course, you
That's
could look at
scary.
the Quran, and they have prophecies where they talk about when such and such a river starts to flow, and blah blah blah. This is happening, and then of course, in the Iran Israel prophecies. Oh my God, you guys! And all of that is over arguments of religion, and that's just so silly.
Jesus. Fucking biker.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Find it in the
So,
next country.
way more flooding than anything else. Just so much
I've never
flooding.
seen so much flooding in my whole life. It's like it's tipped over and the water just doesn't stop running.
I think we're also discounting those sideways storms with 60 to 90 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
And remember, we had, last year we had a big one come through here that just wiped out. It was last fall. We had a wind gust
You see how
like 109 mile an hour up on top of one of our mountains, and we had it here in town. I think it was a tornado to this day, but we had a massive storm that we had no power for 3.5 days. So everybody should expect this to happen to them.
Yeah.
And pray, plan for the worst and pray for the best, and it's gonna come to everybody because we are just now past the point of no return in global warming. Of course, that second star will do something like that, and if you wonder why, all the planets are heating up, people.
Wow.
My potato was literally in the last week also went this storm. It's scorched, isn't it? It's burnt. That's burnt. That's fucking nasty. Like a dragon.
Floods are horrible.
And it's everywhere.
Yeah, you get mold and everything gets covered in mud and stink water, and you
Nothing
can't
landing
literally
after your
salvage
holiday.
much of anything because you can't even bring it into your new
Yeah, that
home.
was really
It's
cool.
rotten.
That would be nice.
Look how high the water table is.
Look
Like,
how high it is. Where did all that water come from? Where's it going? It's per people.
oh my God.
You could the houses and the cars would never work again.
How long do you think insurance companies are about to last?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not
Mhm.
covering a lot of
They'll
areas.
have new words in their
They just won't do it.
Trust me. Contracts these days will have lots of different words in
And I'll remind you that in the United States of America, we no longer have FEMA.
Look at that.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
Where's
let's go
that?
to the mall, man.
That's a mall. Let's go to the mall.
The mall.
Slide at the mall. Yeah, sure. I'm going there tomorrow.
Here at our Oriental Food, we get our fish fresh.
Takeaway. It's not funny.
And every customer a fishing pole.
Like a floating takeaway. Where would that water come from? From a dam or?
Save the
He said,
TV.
"Attic." Cannot imagine.
The people swimming in it. Just imagine the diseases you're going to have.
Yeah. Yeah, you when you wander in water that up to your chest height, you have to do antibiotics afterwards.
Right. See, I was just thinking that, Sam, like, if something really major happens and, the whole supply chain shuts down, what are people going to do that need, like, their medications, that they just can't, most people aren't getting, like, a year's supply worth of meds, and that's a scary thought. I was looking into it, and there are some doctors that do like a pre-order service, and they will tailor make an emergency packet of an assortment of medications. They'll like tailor fit it to your needs. I think that's pretty incredible service. I don't know if it's covered by insurance or how much it costs, but I think that's pretty cool. That's something that I'll really look into.
For everybody.
Alternative ways to grow your own similar medication, to look at it chemistry-wise, to actually grow.
Like essentials, like antibiotics, whatever. But then, some people.
One of the best antibiotics is garlic.
Sure.
Yeah, and that's
oregano.
What they used prior to World War II,
Oregano,
prior to the
you have to have
invention
oregano
of
in your house.
penicillin. People use garlic plaster
Look
or
at that fish.
poultice.
Look at that one. That's like China.
Garlic.
I just can't fathom that. I cannot fathom that. Rolling down your
Onion,
street.
garlic.
Yeah, it's incredible what
mustard.
The power of plant medicine is just
Right.
It's incredible.
Yeah, well, all you have to do is look up the old remedies, and there is so much that we, aspirin, for instance, is made out of bark, and there's ways to make your own aspirin. And I know how to do it. I could do it in my house right now if I wanted to.
Look at this one. This one is incredible. You see them inside there, the balls.
Look inside the storm.
Look
people.
inside there. There's balls.
Wow.
I see a pretty serious right angle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Fine.
Is that the long box cube coming in for so fast? Holy shit. That's what I saw. Which would be scary as hell, people, because you have no idea what's going on. And we don't even tell you the stuff that I know. We tell you the stuff that we've proven. There's a few different books in that, a few chapters in that volume that you guys don't get to hear. I'll tell people across the fireplace over coffee personally, but there's things I cannot say here because otherwise I won't be around later. And people, oh, Sam, you have to. It's like, you have no idea how far I'm already hidden when you're on the chopping block as it is.
No, I don't.
But I think you also can't change the future, what is coming, if you tell the story. So we can't change what is coming. So
right. Well, yeah, I'm doing my job. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, and I've always kept it on that premise. I hand out small amounts for people to learn to look these things up for themselves and grow more information. That's how Rebecca learned. That's how Christopher learned. That's how Gillian learned. I gave them hints, sent them in the right direction, and they all had to figure this out for themselves. That's how Jesus learned. That's how you learned, Thomas. And the trick is to don't look at this tornado. Look what's behind and above the tornado. Learn to look in the background. Look at where the light's coming from, which direction the wind is coming from. All of that. Don't just fall for what's right in front of you. Examine everything else.
What are you doing?
Alan, you should be running.
Lady.
No, don't be walking near it. Are you nuts?
Oh, man. I know. When I run or do
Just a second, honey. I'm taking a picture.
I'm making a video for YouTube, man.
Yeah.
That reminds me
I've
of
got
the
a
tourists
name
in
and
Yellowstone when they
I'm going to
stand
be
next
going
to the buffalo and
up
try to take
inside
a
that
photograph.
thing.
Yeah.
Like, are you
Oh,
out
yeah,
of your
look at that.
mind?
Get in the
Imagine that
car.
going over near.
Okay, I will be back. I have to make a phone call, but
Okay.
Okay, Thomas.
Okay.
Nice to
Oh,
see you, my
okay.
friend.
Yep, I'll be looking for you.
Sharon says she's driving. They're getting to some park or so.
Okay.
Look at the
Another
amount of
hour or
water
so.
coming down.
I did send
Oh,
her a
wow.
link just in case.
Cool.
This
She had
is like,
said that if she
or
could,
east.
she would do a live or something in the park. And if she,
Oh, it's in Mexico. Oh boy, good. I had not.
Jesus,
This,
isn't it?
yeah, we were just talking about. I did not see any Mexican footage this week, but yeah, this is that storm that's going through, and it's gonna form a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico this week.
Nice.
Where it
Well,
goes, I don't know yet. But the lower
Glad that was on the
area
other
got the
coast.
sheer, but the upper
Storm
area
Eric
got
or
a
whatever
drag.
they call it.
Yeah, people, Mexico is not as dry as it used to be, and neither is
And
Africa.
the amount of water coming down out of these storms is just
I think Mexico's been flooding for about a year now. Just
It's
freak
okay when you
way
do
more water than they're ever used to. Way more water. Which is
that.
good.
That must be
Well, it was saying it
One-
was
Facebook Live.
See, where's
Locust
that?
Avenue,
and there are so many
Marquez
people that don't
apartment
not know this is happening.
collapsed.
That's mind blowing. This is so extreme.
Olivia Park,
And
They're
people
not
just
West
don't have a
Virginia.
clue.
running through the window.
Where's that?
Yeah.
Bottom floor was washed out.
That was this week in West Virginia and Virginia and
Check on your people.
southern Pennsylvania
actually
and
Definitely gonna need
I
a
remember
house for
Chris
the tenants
years
in this
back,
building.
and Rebecca remembered as well.
I'm back
I mean,
here
we
looking
kept
for,
asking,
making sure
what
no one is
happens now?
missing,
When's
other
something
than
going to
debris,
happen? You know, there was
animals,
nothing going on. And look at it now.
anything.
You know,
You get that,
Look at
get
your
that
Yeah.
sort of cranked up feeling, and when you look at stuff, you realize
this
it was
this
Waiting for them
wasn't
to
going
check the
on
electric.
at the beginning
I wouldn't
like
know
this.
what I would not know what to do.
And this is every week.
Yeah.
Right.
not happening
I-
once
I
a
know.
month here, once a month
And
there now.
they must have noticed this ramping up.
I mean, if that was me and that was where I lived, where would you go?
I don't know, Rebecca. I don't know.
imagine if that was your house.
I have
what
no
would you
idea.
If these
What
people
I-
maybe don't have friends and family to go to, so then
Right.
what?
Where do you
I
go?
think a lot of places. I mean, I know like Salvation Army does show up. I know next door there was a fire in this apartment, and they each got a $500 debit card just immediately from Salvation Army,
Okay.
but that doesn't last a few days.
Yeah, that's 2 days.
Right.
yeah.
You know, if you pay for a room, there's half that.
And you're
rent.
and those first
Right.
2 days, you're you can't make proper decisions.
The
It's
one-
like you're in total shock.
The one good
I
thing
can't
of it is
imagine.
you don't have to hire a truck to haul away your stuff because
Right.
it's
If you
gone.
got anything left.
It's gone already.
Right. I know. Cannot imagine though.
Right. And that's how we know this isn't normal, because none of this has ever really had to cross our minds before. And this is bad. And
This
look
is-
at this.
And people say, "Oh, that's geo wars. The government did it."
Oh,
Ah,
oh man.
I know.
Yeah,
It's so
a big day.
Yeah.
it's so
They-
deep wise. Whoever they're doing, whoever they are, Sam, they are manipulating everybody's thinking like a psychological
Well,
operation.
Right. And then
Oh my God.
in Florida, I guess they just passed a
don't
no
know.
geoengineering law. It's been banned in Florida. So okay, well, so now
How are
we're
they
really
gonna
going to make people
enforce that?
believe in this completely, right?
How are they going to enforce that law? And who
don't
are they going
know.
to accuse?
Are they going to get
oh
like
my God.
airplane police and fly around and
Yeah,
pull
you know,
these
we're
planes
creating
over
a
while
new-
they're dumping crap in the sky?
A new witch hunt, and
Yeah.
oh my God, my daughter and I were talking earlier today, and she said, "Dad, what's happened to people in the last year or two? Did they get stupid?" And she said, "I don't mean that in a mean way, but did that happen?"
Right.
And I looked at her and I was nodding my head.
Stupid. Yeah.
part of the
it's
plan.
weird. I'm watching TV. I'm watching the commercials
Rebecca?
that are on TV.
Yeah,
I feel like I've been put
Do
in
you have
bizarro world.
Lindsay's pictures?
I'm getting
Sorry,
it
Oh,
right
it's okay.
now. Yeah,
I feel
Sorry,
like
I-
somebody switched planets on us, and this is not what I was living in 10 years ago.
Yeah, look
Yeah.
at this stuff.
Yeah.
right.
Crazy.
Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. Ah, good.
I'm going to have to leave soon, Rebecca.
Yeah, okay. I'll have it
Okay.
right here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
sorry,
worry, I
Lindsay.
can tune in later. I can tune in once I
Right.
get home.
No,
and watch
but
it.
I'll be done in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I just gotta put it in load it up in my little video player. Cool.
That was a
Get out of
Catskill
here.
Bridge,
Pretty
which
fast.
is still there.
I just can't fathom the speed of the water.
On water is an amazing creature. It will wash away entire buildings and all bridges and cars.
The
And,
power of it
People.
is sensational.
and hail does the same thing. It'll create a river, nice river.
Hail is scary as hell.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Look how big is that? That's treasure car. That would be so scary in a car.
That's a normal winter in Scotland.
Look at
There's
this.
a lot of like lots of.
That was Russia. This is
Baby
Russia, right?
Russia.
Russia, you rarely see pictures of Earth. Look at it.
Oh no. Yeah, that's definitely
Bye-bye,
Russia.
buildings. Oh, that's Russia. Shit, yeah. Shit, they can say holy shit in Russian.
Debido al sismo ha ocurrido un pequeño accidente aquí, por favor.
Yeah,
Jeez.
like that.
Snowballs.
So that's wild. That's insane. Look at that thing. Oh my god. That's a new normal, looking out and seeing a tornado running towards you. Where would we go here? Hide under my table. My dogs and my cat. Oh, my cat. The one's sitting on my bed. The stinky one. One with the funny one just you know how they get that thing? Or
Oh.
two. Trying to get the cat.
No manches, alguien que me venga a auxiliar. Hasta las rutas se las llevan aquí en Avenida Universidad. No manches, alguien que me venga a auxiliar. Hasta las rutas se las llevan aquí en Avenida Universidad.
Adds meaning to the saying sensible shoes.
Surfboard. I also got my paddleboard. It took me like about an hour to blow it up though.
Yeah, you could go kayaking in this.
You could go kayaking in that thing. Yeah, it's got a paddle and everything. That's why it's called a paddle.
Yeah. Didn't manage to stand up in it that long.
Yeah, coming to a theater near you, and
You're
it's
better than
happening
me.
around the world. It really is. It's happening around the world, everybody. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. And you should think about that. We keep talking about your lawn furniture. Don't buy lawn furniture right now. That trampoline, not a good idea. And, the garden gnome, if you put it in cement, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, garden
No.
rabbits.
Otherwise, put wings on it and then it'll fly away to your neighbors. And yeah,
Sharon says we need a wetsuit.
yeah, a wetsuit's always good to pack on ocean voyages. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, if ever I went on a cruise, I would go out and buy a very nice scuba diving wetsuit and put it in my luggage.
Yeah.
Well, that way you don't die from hypothermia and you float.
Just don't go on a cruise.
Yeah.
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 I
Wow,
can't
Audrey
get on a
says
cruise
that
ship and-
105 bodies have been found after a flood in the Eastern Cape.
Oh,
Almost
no.
the whole region's villagers have perished.
Oh,
Oh my
all
goodness.
those vessels.
Where is
Yeah.
this? Where is this?
Eastern
In
Cape.
Australia?
No,
No,
South Africa.
Africa.
Eastern Cape.
South Africa. Oh, where she?
South
Okay.
Africa.
That's tragic.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I can't imagine. Just one
That's fine.
minute you're sitting there having coffee and,
Or you're
When they
sleeping
call-
and your house gets
says
wiped
that
out.
they're
and
yeah,
then
in the middle of your
5.8.
sleeping. Mm-mm.
There's been a
Yeah.
5.8 quake in Pakistan.
Yeah, there's been quite a few biggies today. That's
You know
Mhm.
what I think about? I think about everybody's pets
Yeah, me too.
in those situations.
Our
And if
pets
something
would be
happens
so
to their
scared.
Hey,
right,
do you have a pet carrier for every one of your cats?
I've got a double one, yeah.
I have three. But I need more. I don't,
You need
they
one
have
of
to,
them
like,
trailer
double up.
carriage things like I've got. And you can stuff them all
Right,
inside there.
right.
They're always
zip
at
it up
pawn
anyway.
shops and stuff.
Yeah.
And number sales and be
Exactly.
sure
I
to
don't cover that.
disinfect them seriously with bleach before you ever let your animals in it. But I would own one for every pet, because if you have to bug out,
I know. I've even already thought about. I would put these two in this one, those two in that. I already know who gets along, who doesn't, but
yeah.
still,
And you can get them for $5 and $10
Right.
at secondhand
Probably a
stores.
marketplace too. Like,
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah,
big
they
marketplace.
are available, fortunately, but used ones they're not always the nicest. But it's and I always recommend to everybody, make sure that your camping gear is in one place, not spread out in the garage and in your car and in this closet, in that closet. Actually go through your
I'm trying to
camping
get my stuff in my bike.
your emergency candles, your emergency water supply. I still have a small mountain of toilet paper. I have a few supplies. We wouldn't starve, but we wouldn't enjoy what I have stored. And remember, no more Campbell's Soup Company. What? Anyway, that's also including Chunky.
You like Campbell's soup, Sam?
Yeah.
Well, it's a staple. The thing that I have Campbell's soup on the shelf that I think expired maybe 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I have to go through my cans of soup and actually throw away some of the stuff that's seriously, because I've had supplies for a decade now, and some of those have aged and they go bye-bye eventually. And
I hate throwing away food too, but it gets that old where you you better.
I can teach you one lesson: always watch your tangerines, because they explode, because the tangerines eat through the can, and then you got black goo everywhere, and then fruit flies from hell. So you don't want that. Don't store
Too much
canned
acid.
fruit.
Sounds
is
like
the first to
evil.
go. And you have to check it. You have to look at your.
Here's Lindsay's pictures,
You have
everybody.
to rotate
Lindsay.
it. You have to, make sure
You
it's
see
not.
the two lens flares? It's showing a blue and a green lens flare there.
Yeah, what's with the blue and the green lens flare,
There's
Sam?
something behind the sun. It was blue.
Well, it's hard to say without a number of series of things. We know the blue asteroid is somewhere near the sun. It's kind of small here, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Obviously tropical.
It's
somewhere to the
definitely
equator.
a flare. It's not an actual object. That's a flare.
And it's probably high noon, which is, look, the old side of the sun.
Lots of these little black streaks going across the sky, the asteroids.
Now, those are pretty much normal clouds. Inside, and we're looking at cumulus nimbus in the background, and that's a very moisture laden.
Yeah. The
Probably
streaks, the dark.
Oh, that's right. We're looking up the. Okay.
We're looking at the dark streaks. That doesn't seem normal.
Right. They're probably. Well, I don't see star destroyers, or because I don't see any conning towers for one. But I think these are mostly normal clouds. Yeah, they could be micro asteroids. Yeah, and we know there's tons of them.
Yeah, I just don't
I mean-
normally
Yeah, a
see
lot of people see lots of
clouds.
streaks. Yeah, well, look at that. That's like a square.
Yep. Where's the sun?
The sun up there.
No, it's down here.
So that thing's just shiny. Look at that big dark thing on the right there. Yeah, there's a circle there.
Big asteroid.
There's something there. Look there.
You're making me want to go to Mexico and see those trees.
It's so nice.
Wonderful.
That was my morning view. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I can't go home after I go there.
No,
Gotta
so
stay.
If there's a
Seriously.
hurricane now, it's okay.
Okay. Okay.
Didn't want to go for the danger-free one.
Yeah. Now you can see the angle of the long box cube there, cutting into the sun. I thought it was the right angle.
Yeah, I see
Right.
it too.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's always at that slant, coming
Yeah.
down. Just
Maybe
like that.
the dark circle behind the sun there. Of the
I mean, I say always, but
Matthew.
once in a while, it's at the lower right of the sun and it's totally level.
Yeah,
I've seen it there too, just totally flat and level.
you can see the glow of it.
Yeah, I already know which drawing I would use for that. I'm like, okay, I'll get that. That's the drawing.
Yeah, this is the left of the sun, so it was. I think there's a square up there, but I think that's Yuri, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I think there's a cube.
Yeah, there's a cube up in there.
Yeah, just like the 10
above.
o'clock position over like an inch it starts.
Yeah, you can see the shape.
Yeah. It gets darker right there.
And
That's
the sort of
Oh.
ribs, the lines of Yuri.
I wonder why it got quiet. Sam got kicked off
Oh,
StreamYard.
is he away?
Let's see what's going on.
There's the cube coming across the top of the long box cube, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like one in front of the long
One
one,
in front of the other.
and with some kind of ship there.
Yeah.
What they doing? Look, Rebecca, we need Sam to tell us.
I know. Come back, Sam.
there.
He's back.
Yeah.
He got booted. He's
You
back.
can see the right angle of the long
Yeah,
box
my
cube.
internet seemed to have crashed, but
It's got
I had
crashed.
Facebook- I
Yeah,
had
that's
Facebook,
on
but I
its
got
side
booted off of
actually. But
StreamYard.
Right.
it was the right angle of
made
the
it
long
back.
box cube, yeah, that I could see there.
That is the Saturn's yellow moon and
Mhm.
the asteroid and some normal clouds at the bottom. Yeah. I started scrolling, and I, just when I start describing stuff, then off I go.
Yeah, I know. Like that for
Yeah.
any.
We carried on.
Oh, my eyes are still.
I can't wait to see what's going to happen with the close passive of Saturn, because it's going to be very, very big now till September.
It was amazing, the close pass before. That was one of the most awesome ones, that the colours and
I think you have the long box cube dead center middle.
yeah, do you
Right.
see it? The right
It's
angle of it.
darker than everything else, and just in the just right side of middle.
It's
Mhm.
weird.
This is it here.
Yeah,
I
the
think
whole
I see
thing
the
is in
side orb there, like the
Oh.
drawing in front.
Mhm.
It's a cloud case, but it's a definite separate shadowing and dead center, just an inch out center down to the right is where the little side orb is, just like the drawing. And a lot of it this week, and there could be strips in there, but they're so small. But
Mhm.
very cool. And not looking upper, you can see the side edge of a Saturn. Right, sun go in the right, and that is the edge of its planet is Saturn, which is very red.
It's neat. There's a lot of glow there.
And you see the white dots in the middle upper right. There's definitely small asteroids right there, which, by the way, is in this month drawing.
Mhm.
I cannot wait to see what the Ion Tail does next week. A pretty
Mhm.
poor viewing for me here in Montana this week. We had a lot of Pacific, a lot of moisture in the air. We had some rain, which we needed. So, which is good, less forest fires. There is a forest fire in Idaho. It is smoking us out here in the Lolo Valley. don't like it. You get, the top of your lungs start to hurt a little bit. You cough a little bit more, dry throat. It's dry here. It's very dry, humidity-wise. But, everybody on the East Coast just went through the swimming pool in the air. So, good thing it wasn't us.
Yeah, it was very humid on the East Coast. Just checking to see what mine. Right now, it feels like 99 degrees here where I am. It's hot.
Hick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't. It is 72 here under very cloudy skies.
Yeah.
Is it stuck,
Great.
Rebecca?
What's that?
Is it stuck?
Is it
It's
stuck?
in
Oh.
the picture,
Oh.
yeah.
Gosh, girl, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was. I had paused.
Just working away.
I know. Sorry, everybody.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay. It said on 10 seconds per picture, though. Otherwise,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I had it paused. No wonder it wasn't doing anything.
Look at it.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, yeah, you can definitely see a very straight line.
Oh, look at that.
Both sides. Yeah, wow, that's nice.
And that's the side of the Saturn.
So much, really, there.
Very
The
large.
asteroids, bottom
Very, very
left.
large right now.
I do believe that Saturn is actually bigger than Earth, but not by a lot.
Ooh, that's that drawing.
Yeah.
That's Sam's craft drawing. Look at that. Like, give me 1 second. I'm gonna show you a picture. We just gotta compare it and look at it. You know how we are. This one, that's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Is this. Yeah. There. Yeah.
That's
Very much.
Yep.
Lay right
Yeah.
over.
Yep. But,
Definitely.
nobody believes me. I'm just that guy that's been talking about these cubes and all these crazy Star Wars Star Destroyers and, mixing Star Trek and Star Wars all at the same time. The guy's got to be out of his mind. Where does he get this stuff from?
That's cool. There's something dipping in at the top.
the light pinches in that one.
Yeah, there was just so much blue bleeding and pinching. Yeah, look at that.
Tiny.
That's
It's
just
tiny.
that's what the sun looked like. It's crazy.
And you got to pay
It's
attention to the
awesome.
shaft lighting. You have to see that these lines, they're there because something's cutting in on the left-hand side. And that is the side of Metim cutting into the sun. Even when you don't see anything, it's there.
Yeah, and that'll be the blue flare coming off it then.
Right, and it's
The lens
rounding.
flare is
The
probably
light goes
Meteor.
around it in a geometric way.
That's pretty cool.
That too is the bottom of a planet. You can see look at the horizon color and see that dark blue in the background on the left. That's the bottom of a planet, people.
Yep.
They are that big. This too, again, you're looking at the dark blue behind the clouds. Look behind the clouds. Get that geometric
Look at
shape.
this.
You got Atu's moon,
It's not
Atu.
like two of those. Like
The Texas cube is in the upper right middle.
color down here is different. That's green. There's a thing in here.
It's over and over and over again. And you can't make these patterns up. And they happen and they happen and they happen. This is Atu and Atu's moon again. See where the sun's coming up from? Behind us. Atu and Atu's moon are beyond Earth now and facially illuminating. But we're seeing all of the clouds around because it is a gas giant. And it's purple. And the moon is white. And this again
Look
is
at the
the
bend
yellow
of
moon. And
glare of the sun now.
see how it's rounding? That blue shaft light is rounding
Yeah.
because it's Saturn. If you look just to the upper right of the sun, it's actually red.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
And that is the side of is Saturn cutting into the right-hand side of the sun, which is why it's oblong shaped. And again, the Tim on the left here, the Saturn on the right. And you're seeing this rounded, look how dark the trees are. And yet look what time of day it is. That lighting is wrong, people. You're looking at a light pinch between two planets.
That was about 11 a.m.
shouldn't be that dull.
No.
Those trees should be completely bright green.
It's like the sky's got milk in it.
It's one of
This one.
Yeah, there are certain.
streets.
Right, I'm sorry, Lindsay. I was just wondering if there was a certain planet involved when the skies look milky. Like, what planet has milky sky?
Well, remember,
I think
Yuri.
I think it's Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri does Yuri whiteout.
Yeah, that was
Yuri.
my first summer, 2012,
Yeah.
and I never saw a summer, and it was because of Yuri.
I see. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I always associate Saru with bright blue summer skies and birds singing.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like little puffy white clouds that just come now and again, probably hours. But Saru's just this lovely blue that we just get, blue skies.
It's green
Yeah.
blue. I saw it in films this week that other people were sending around. I didn't really get any good ones I wanted to save, but there is a definite, you can tell the green blue of Saru, and it's completely different than anything we usually see. Now in this photograph, if you can hit, if you can go back to that.
Oh, I can go back.
Okay, I'd appreciate it.
That one.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not, the
Sun.
sun is already down. This is the bottom illumination on the bottom of Saru.
Wow.
That white square and then the white line below it. The sun has already gone down, and you can tell that by the horizon and the light on the water. There is no light
I
on
think
the
it's
water.
morning. I think it's AM.
Oh, then it's rising.
Yeah. I think.
This is
Check
pre-dawn
for it.
illumination of Saru. The bottoms of the planets light up
Yeah, you can
before
see
and after sunset.
going up.
And once you see it for yourself, you
shining
go, oh
on
my
its
God, look at the size of that planet. It just blows you away how the illuminations look, this is Yuri whiteout.
Yes.
Yeah, Yuri.
Because
Andrea
the
knows
white
all
bulbs
that.
Hissy
are
mess
asteroids,
that's
stuff
like
cutting
that,
in
like hissy
from the
mess.
left, and there's so much debris that the whole sun is milking way out.
It's my most awful planet. It's the one I least like. Yuri.
Again,
And
it's just
especially
dark
that,
blue.
that
Weather's just
Angular.
terrible. Yeah, when it's
Yeah, and Yuri is
Which-
huge. Yuri's
which one is your
been in our
favorite?
Facebook for like 5 years.
Probably Saru because of the weather, but I loved Atu because of it was just in the sky and it was a size where you could see the whole of it when we were first looking at it, Rebecca, and it was before the moon was with it as well.
I think Atu and Atu's moon and the asteroids put off the best light show.
I mean the colors are
Bethany
magnificent.
grounds us and puts off some nasty centralized lightning. We've never seen a close pass of Matim other than it was distant close pass, and that was God.
like
That was
what's this?
12,
that blue through the sun.
14.
Don't know what this is.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it came right through the sun. You could see it with your eyes as
Let
well.
me blow this up real quick here. I'll make it bigger.
Yeah, make it big.
Yeah.
Wow, I think you've got 2 star destroyers going in front of the sun.
Wild.
There's some green down to the right as well.
Yeah, I think they're facing opposite directions of each other.
Trying to
And
cover something up.
the Texas cube is in the middle left. It's dark. It's blue dark square. But I think those are 2 star destroyers in front of the sun. Bomb, 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 bomb. Seriously.
Yeah. And
I
then
wouldn't
there's a
say that if I
blue-
didn't think that.
blue streak going through it as well.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, those are those 2 star destroyers running in front of the sun.
Wow. Hi, Tara. Tara's here.
Hi, Tara.
Because nothing goes that direction that looks like that other than 2 star destroyers.
Wow, neat. That's a cool picture.
It's
Yeah, it
crazy. There's a bigger
Yeah.
one of it, I think, as
I'm
well.
glad you're
Where
here,
it's
Tara.
like further out. I think that's zoomed in.
All
Well,
right.
yeah, guys, I mean, the aliens are parked around Earth. And we're blockaded. This is a cutoff too.
There was a lot of lights flaring going on here.
Yeah, the sun is being
happening here.
completely interrupted here in this shot.
Mhm.
Lump over there.
Yeah, it made me take a picture.
It made me do that. Yeah, look, see this? See the dragon?
Yeah, that's the feathered serpent.
Right. This is all the stuff that is hanging out underneath Yuri.
Quetzalcoatl or something.
Yeah,
Wow.
Quetzalcoatl, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And the Chinese call it the dragon, and we call it the object cluster group and the salamander asteroid group.
Mhm. And the Mayan calendar behind it.
Right.
Oh, beautiful.
And
That's
just me.
Gorgeous.
What are the wings
Gillian's
made
a
of?
dreamer.
Are those wood or are those metal or are they cloth?
They were made of wood.
Oh, okay. I thought
Yeah, they were up on the wall made of wood. Uh-huh.
Yeah, those are awesome.
Gorgeous. Yeah, pretty awesome.
Beautiful.
Yeah. You could just stand in front of it and get your picture taken. I just
bet
grew
that's
them
what they
myself.
Yeah, you're the right height. Whatever the
Yeah,
height
they just fit perfect, don't they?
fits. Yeah.
And there you go, me and my t-shirt.
Yeah. I'm gonna add you to the collection.
Next time we're going to
I
do a
know.
t-shirt gallery. We're going to do a t-shirt gallery, aren't we?
Uh-huh. Yeah, let's do that. I'm collecting them, so
Yeah.
oh, that's the last one. Cool. Thank you, Lindsay.
Well, thank you for showing it, and thank you for having me
Of
on.
course. Yes.
I'm very
Yeah.
All
happy.
right,
Yeah.
well, let's do it again.
No, I'm going to go home to my
Yeah.
bed. It's midnight here, so I'll tune in my bed. I'll put
Goes
my
quick.
earphones in. Normally I
Yep.
fall asleep to it. Uh-huh. And then I wake up at like 3 a.m. and I've got Gillian in my ear and I'm like, oh, what's
Yeah.
going on?
Oh, it's good.
Do that
That's
too.
and all of that. Yeah. Drive safe.
Mhm.
Don't forget your umbrella and
Oh, no, it's going to be a heat wave here, Sam.
Oh, okay.
It is. Yeah,
Oh,
Scotland.
I believe
And
you.
I have always been told, I don't know, remote view, get my information from somewhere that we are going to be tropical here one day.
Wow.
So, and I didn't know
Wow.
anything to do with the planets at that point. So
Well,
I've
that
always thought
one
that.
day, absolutely, yeah, because the average temperature is 96 degrees all over
Yeah.
planet Earth, and Antarctica and North Pole being frozen is not normal. So,
Yeah. My husband wants to live like abroad, and I keep saying to him, no, hang on, it's going to be like 40, 50 degrees abroad. You need
yeah,
to
you gotta.
be-
I
Here in
stay home for
Scotland,
now
we'll
till
be
you find
like
out later.
80, 90. It'll be nice.
That'll be
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Yeah,
he doesn't
that's
believe
the
any
thing.
of
I
this.
don't. I had wanted to move to Arizona and everything, but I was told not by other people, other sources higher than myself, and so I kind of
Yeah.
listened. And I would have no idea where to bug out to other than just sit here and ride it out. And I'm damn
Uh-huh.
close to Yellowstone, but I'm upwind, so
It's funny, I
Yeah.
saw Gillian always in Scotland, and she was off to America, and I didn't
Yeah.
even realise she was Scottish. I didn't know she lived in Scotland. I thought she was South African, and it ended up with her living in Scotland.
People call
And she
me
was
African. People call me African.
Africana.
Mhm. Right.
Africana.
Well, I say good night.
I want to say good night.
Yeah.
Good night,
Good night.
Lots of love. Yeah. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Stay cool, Christopher.
Right.
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 Have a good
You're
week.
also cool, though. You don't need to be any cooler.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go. Love you, some
Okay.
ladies. Thank you so much. And
For sure.
I'll see you all soon.
Well, yeah, let's do
Yeah.
it again. When you
yeah,
can.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Once
Yeah,
a month.
Once a month.
Bye.
Not once a month.
I don't know if
Cool.
I can spare once a
Yeah,
month.
once a month. Once a month.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, if you can show up quarterly,
Okay, I guess.
Quarterly, yeah. I think,
Quarterly.
Yeah. Okay.
Who knows?
Every
Maybe I'll
2-3
make it a
months.
regular thing.
There
Right.
you go.
Yeah.
Very nice to see you.
Oh, you too. Thanks so much. Love you
Yeah.
all.
Well, thank you. Thank
Love
you.
you too.
Good night.
I'm just going to go say
Bye.
good night.
Okay. Bye. Okay, Gillian.
Bye-bye.
That was a treat, wasn't it? Wasn't that
Yeah.
cool? Somebody we don't see all the time. Yeah. I have a video to show you for Christopher.
Cool.
Okay,
I've already
we
gone
can-
through 2
then-
Coca-Colas. I'm going to pay
I feel
for
like
that.
he's
Oh,
got some
man.
things he's made that I didn't.
Is it
I don't
a Christmas
know.
video?
If
I
I,
made all of it last night, so
I'm
Yeah.
back for Christopher's
She's
video.
back.
Christopher's video.
She's back. Yeah, you want to see it?
Oh no, she's back.
It's that good. Well,
It's all posted. It's all posted on
It's all
Facebook
good.
too. So
No. I'm like,
do you want me to start it? You want to see
yeah,
it?
start it. Start
Yeah,
it.
please. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's
Cool.
go.
Just since it's you,
Yeah.
Christopher.
I remember that.
Oh, you look like you belong in Las Vegas there.
Yeah.
You could be a younger Sam. You could. Good girl.
Check it out. What is that? I didn't know they made them like that. I don't even understand what I'm seeing. I would love to see what's under there.
See the red asteroid on his, just on the left by that other guy's head? Don't say that.
Now we might have to correct this one, but we'll see.
May 2nd, correct. I like that drawing.
I do too.
Here it is. Here it is.
No. No.
No?
No.
Really?
Yeah, no, you got, that's Yuri.
Yeah.
On the
You're-
right
yeah,
side of the
you-
sun?
Yeah, well, okay, okay, wait a minute, let me go back.
Here's the sun.
Yeah.
Where's the sun?
Yeah, the sun is. I think
It's right there. It's right there next to the in between the palm trees.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the
Okay,
sun
yeah,
is right on the left.
Yeah, lead
the bottom.
asteroid is to the middle right there.
Okay.
So look how they're jamming together against each other. I'm not so sure about that one. Yeah, wow.
They're hard when they're all together like that.
You know, Yuri, I think Yuri is so closer to us and over the top of it where
Yeah,
you might
this was
you
really
might be
and
right.
this was May 2nd, so this is a month ago.
Yeah, but you still might be right. They are mixing in, and it's getting so insanely crazy to separate the two of them. And remember, they actually fold into each other in the center. They
Wild how they
scroll
fold.
inward
It's like,
on each other, and it
You
just
get brain
drives out
burn.
of your mind.
you just get brain burn. Yeah. Look at that round circle.
And we got to take your equator ship into account.
Yeah.
Circle.
Still having a hard time wrapping my head around that.
That's mad.
That's insane.
That we don't.
Well, that'll
Look at
increase
that
the
thing.
size of your sun
Huh?
because
Or
your
the
your
yellow.
focal, your out
What
view
is
is
that?
in the center of the Earth, and you're
Mhm.
sitting in the middle of the crystal ball, and so your out view is better than most everyone. Because we up here in the northern or the southern hemisphere have a different angle than you do, and the sun is smaller up here compared to where it is where you are. I remember the first time I drove to LA and I watched that sun get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I fried. And I was normally used to the sun, but when I got to California sun, it was a whole different sun than Montana sun.
Oh yeah.
So,
Look at
Yeah.
that. It looks like a fist.
that's probably the red asteroid in front of the sun.
That's like a fist. Look at that. It's like two things going like in there with the big blue one in the back.
Right, and then
it's like wishbones flying. It's like wishbone.
I keep seeing the red asteroid. It's in the middle left, right to the bottom of the horizon left. That's the red asteroid again, under Uri and all of that. This is Attu's moon. And the Texas cube is up in that whole mix someplace, and so is the long box. They're right over the top of you, Christopher.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're probably in half of these shots, and we're not seeing them.
Is that
what is that one? What's this?
Yeah, these are insane skies, guys. Hey, that kind of rhymes.
Yeah, insane sky guy.
Amazing.
I like the format. Excellent.
Wow.
I like the way he does his overlays. You know, he like
Yes,
out
I
like
do.
good art.
You probably, from your eyes, and you were probably right, and I was probably wrong.
Well, you just have to look at it again. That sky was so
doing.
weird. It was really hard to tell what was going on.
It was hard to see the sun where it was.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah.
I had forgotten
This
this.
little bugger
Brian.
is something
Yeah,
else.
this
It's
was
so
last
dynamic,
year.
this thing. Like a murderer covered something. Put in it. It's Jen Wishbone again. What are those wishbone things?
Yeah,
That's the ion tail.
Yeah.
that was so cool.
It's like
I'll
a
never
giant
forget that.
wishbone. It's like
amazing.
a giant wishbone.
Really see the iron tail in it.
Sometimes it has 3 streams, sometimes it has 2, sometimes it has 1, but they also go on the other side of a satum as well. There you go. And that's the yellow moon. How small the yellow moon was back then, Christopher.
Three moons, hasn't it?
How small the yellow moon is
3
here.
moons, hasn't it?
Yeah, look
In
how
this
small
shot-
it is.
The lead asteroid is above the telephone pole, middle left.
Cool.
Just a year ago.
Yep.
And we watch this month after month after month, and people send in their videos, they send in their pictures, and so I see it, and I see it, and I see it, and that's how I know where everything is. I just keep seeing it. Newly arrived, huge, massive planet Saru.
Yeah.
I almost want to cry and
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
enjoy and all of that, because we missed her for so many years now.
Yeah.
She's coming
When I
out.
was
What
first
will happen?
here, we didn't see Nibiru's
when
for
this
many
picture
years.
came
So
about,
we did.
it was awesome. Sam had been telling us for months this was gonna happen, and then Robert sent in this picture, and just as Sam described, everybody that's been watching the podcast knows how Sam's been talking about this, and I just thought that was incredible.
Well, I knew Satum Yellow Moon was coming in and got to get bigger and do the thing it did, and I was in the elation from 2019 on.
Yeah, look at this guy.
I got to a stage where I was like so comfortable with knowing all these years worth of information and having it actually in my head that it was finally like priceless, just priceless.
Oh, look, see the blue.
And we have become, this is 2013.
Look at that.
That's the bottom of Saru. This is before this, 2011, and is the bottom of Saru. See that green dot? That is Nepacity.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how I remembered it coming in.
And this is the bottom of Saru in 2016. Okay, Saru is on the left, and Uri, this is 2015. I remember the date of the capture.
That was 2015.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was just when Uri was just starting to get bigger. Before that, she was way smaller compared to Saru and Nibiru, which was weird.
That was
And
like a vibration lines.
it's just been a learning journey that has been just shocking the hell out of me and everybody around us watching this happen. And it's been storytelling and legendary growing information from day one when we, in 2010, Montana Skywatcher 1, because back then everything you'd get off of YouTube was 2 to 5 weeks old, and you had no way to correlate it without taking strong notes and then coming back a week later and then actually going to look that stuff up 2 weeks, 3 weeks later. And then you were out there hunting and fishing for information. So I put Skywatcher 1 together so everybody had a correlation point to mail in their daily photographs so we could go current. And the rest is history. We created a serious science out of it that is far above anybody out there. And I am very proud of all of my friends for tolerating me, for one, and furthering this science, because it's been an insane ride. I mean, we have the proof, but it's so damn hard to believe this is really happening, and yet the accuracy and the continuous accuracy, we're off the curve when it comes to this information, and no one else has it, which is weird in my book. Or
it was weird way back when Rebecca and I were on all the Nibiru groups trying to seek out what was real, and nobody would listen to us. Do you remember these groups, Rebecca? And we were
and they still barely do.
Trying to say what we were seeing in the sky was this big sky filler planets. And I mean, I remember you and Nibiru sending Rebecca, and like they would delete your pictures and they would give you a hard time.
It's true.
And I was like,
when I arrived,
it's what I've seen, and it's the only person apart from William somebody or other.
William Lovely.
Yeah, that was posting pictures of what Samuel and I was seeing in the sky. And we could see it, but they just couldn't see it.
Yeah,
and that was people that believed in
and they're intolerant about it too.
Yeah,
like,
and how many videos and how many people made videos about us saying that we were absolutely, by God, the craziest thing that anyone had ever heard before.
A lot of egos around that were always right. I just quietly floated on in the background.
Well, I think we kind of had to make that journey. I think it kept us paying attention to our science to make sure that we gathered the proper collective facts rather than jumping off into the money boys behavior patterns or trying to sell t-shirts, survival gear, or magic flashlights or whatever.
Magic flashlights.
They just overcomplicate things as well. It just doesn't make sense, If it is a duck, it's like a duck. What's like a duck, it's a duck.
I saw a new one about on YouTube feed where they're telling people again that the 10th planet is behind our sun. It's like, oh God, here we go again. And that that's a decade old. And that and they're feeding people is old, bygone information that is so completely disconnected. And all these videos about the Anunnaki and the Sumerians, and you watch it and you go, oh my God, you're handing out completely biased brainwash material, and it's just insane. And I just shake my head, and this is part of where I went through a really, really rough week emotionally trying to deal with the realities of what I see is occurring and what we're trying to warn people about. And yet the wave and truckload after truckload after truckload of BS is being dumped in front of me before I can even walk. And it's depressing because we do have the real information that all of us have direly worked to keep clean, factual, free from, monetary influence, etc. Go ahead.
Robert.
Yeah. 10 years later, and it's still frustrating that they're still not seeing it.
I know there's one group I'm not allowed to comment in. I can look, but I'm not allowed to say anything.
One,
I know.
Just one. I've been banned. Not banned though, but
I'm on post approval.
I'm not allowed to say anything. Oh, they took my pictures off the other day.
Yeah.
I'm on post approval for probably half of my sites, where the admins have to look at what I'm trying to post before they'll even, including Montana Skywatcher 2, by the way. I have to somehow go through admin approval of myself that I can't do.
Yeah.
Andrea Adams, it's Lindsay. This is Lindsay.
Hi, Andrea. Hey, Jessica.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else?
Gillian's right.
Missed
Yeah.
everybody. Hey,
I'm
Jerry's going.
Yeah, Gillian and I met on the groups, the Nibiru groups, and Gillian lived in South Africa. I was in Scotland, so she was trying to move from South Africa to America, and she's ended up here in Scotland with me. So we actually met on the groups.
Well, you guys have at least
watcher too.
You have a sane
I
king
followed,
right now. We have a. We're getting to the point where we can't even hear call a spade a spade. Anyway.
But we can't hear you, Samuel.
Oh, okay. I'm being shut up. How interesting. I was talking. Never mind. We have at least you guys have a king that is sane, and for the most part.
No, that's not our king.
Charles is for the most part is sane.
Who's that?
King Charles.
What?
Your king.
Where do I even start? I don't know what to say or think about the royal family. I can't even.
Yeah, I've got quite a lot to say, but I won't.
I know.
Is that really what you guys think of your king?
So much.
Is that really what you think of your king?
No, I don't think very much at all.
Oh, okay.
He's best friends with Jimmy Savile. Do you not know about Jimmy Savile?
Not right off the top of my head, no.
Well, you need to look up Jimmy Savile. He was a British celebrity here.
Okay, Rebecca's face.
My God!
Yeah, I got a topic for you, too. I didn't think much of the Queen either. We are watching a royalty and a greedy billionaire class take over our planet right now.
Yeah,
I
think the royals are the ones that are responsible.
Oh, they're all part of it. Yeah, they're all in. Well, they know this is all about to crash.
Bloodlines.
They are trying to make it crash, which is why Tulsi Gabbard put out a video this week, which is just downright spooky as hell. And she's Tulsi Gabbard. She's the National Director of Intelligence. And that is one scary ass woman. And she put out a video. She put out a video that backs up the fact that I've talked about the DUMBs and what is going on. I can't really. I have been in one, and I can't really talk about it still because it's still classified. But yeah, there's a whole thing going on. There's an inevitability of events, and they're trying to get ahead of the curve on that for themselves through greed. And I cannot express that enough, other than to be informative in the forefront of the planets and why all of this crap is happening, etc., that they've been planning for decades. Yeah, and we're being lied to by all the elites. And they have a place to go. We do not. Yeah. And I actually physically gave up my golden ticket. My seat on the bus. I gave it. Well, I couldn't live with it. I could not live with it. And I always from 1980 on, I've always believed everybody has a right to know this information. And I am tiptoeing trying to get it to you and not end up vanishing. I still got the kids at home. That's why I destroyed so many notebooks you wouldn't believe over the years, because I didn't want somebody to use it against me. I was not allowed to even have a periodic chart in my home, and my MBA ended in 2010. And so this is when I started talking and trying to share as much as I dare share, still to this day. And I still really suffer from this emotional knowledge of what I don't want to be right about. I don't want any of this shit to be real. I spent years debunking myself, and I got to the point, like I said, where I became completely comfortable with what we are seeing is accurate. And it every month it proves itself. I do the drawing, I put it up for everybody, and within 2 hours to 2 weeks, we are just all laughing again because it's accurate. and I stay accurate. And so as long as it's, this lucky streak on the roulette wheel keeps going, we're going to keep putting the chips in, number 19 black or whatever. It's absolutely insane what we're watching happen. It's beyond reality. It's beyond arguability, but I mean, it's just absolutely happening, and we're watching it, especially the extraterrestrial crafts parked above our planet for the last, 5 years. People,
so they're going to push us into like war, or both people into doing something unfortunate.
I think it's a huge distraction. I think they know that a lot of people are going to be suffering from climate change issues and going to starve to death anyway, so why not have them kill each other? And that way, when they're, and the whole idea for the rich and the elite and the some factions, not all.
So they basically don't care how they do it. They just want.
They want less of us so that we're easier to control.
Mm-hmm.
Soylent Green,
Mm-hmm.
the movie. Think about it. Logan's Run is another example of the far end of that spectrum. When you give power to people and they have absolute power, they start to think of things. Well, I have to do this to save the people. It's for the greater good. And the moment you allow someone that level of power, then you get autocracy and insanity, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I never wanted that power. I know things I can't even talk about. And I even know even more than some of the people on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
I have off-world information and that goes even farther.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is part of my accuracy. And I don't try to brag or boast about this, but we know it's accurate. And I don't know what pair of shoes you want to call that, but these are my shoes. And I'm just trying to get you guys this information. And again, we're getting such unfortunately low numbers, and I think we are being suppressed.
But don't people watch us even though we don't know they do?
Probably, yeah. But I think Rebecca's getting more and more of the word out there with the TikTok or this podcast and all your.
Well,
and Chris
Rebecca and I have always
that, there's a lot of help now that there wasn't in the past before you, and
I think
nobody with egos now. Jamie was just something else. I stopped watching when Jamie was
helping. I think that they are slowly disclosing. And then that NASA report where they were showing the Imperial probe droid from there, that was big.
How do they know about it all before? Like, obviously in Star Trek, is it Star Wars or Star Trek? Yeah, you've got all the Borg and the cubes and the Star Destroyers and everything.
All you have to do is look at the guy that wrote Star Wars.
Yeah.
And
how does he get his off-world information before you?
Go to director's cut. What's the guy's name? Christopher, the
George Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
George Lucas, right? And I was stuck between him and Steve. What's his face? But George Lucas. All you have to do is look at the director's cut interview of George Lucas, and then look at the back of his head.
Yeah.
What's his?
Yeah, I mean. I don't know. The last picture I saw of that guy, he had, he's got his beard, but he's like shaving his beard in the weirdest way. It just looked really goofy, and I don't know.
Well, I truly
guy
believe
doesn't look normal.
He's probably an alien or an extraterrestrial, and stop disclosing. Star Wars has led us generations ahead in the last 25 years, since 1940, in the last 40 years, 45 years.
What about the Simpsons? They seem to predict what?
Oh,
do they really? Were they always like that? I don't think so.
Or is it all just a pre-planned?
I think part of what's going on is a little hype. Some of it is not. Some of it, always take everything with a grain of salt and stay in the middle. Don't fully attribute, but don't completely deny. So there's something to it, and I there's a handful of the Simpsons that I want to see come true, and a whole bunch I don't want to see come true. But
I'm looking at it thinking, wow.
I think the crop problem that we are seeing happening right before our very eyes right now, world trade, is going to kick our asses, because these farmers, they're not selling any wheat. They're not selling any soybeans. The corn is not even being harvested. The cows aren't being milked. The pigs aren't being slaughtered and cut up, and the chickens and the eggs, and it's driving the prices. I mean, I got $6 a gallon milk here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not
good.
And holy cow, people, and this is just now starting. And in the next quarter,
there's more months than
quarter after that, if we go down in productivity for 2 more quarters, we are officially in a depression.
Yikes.
And we are full in recession, even though the news, people that work for this current administration, are telling you the exact opposite of that publicly on the lying networks. And it's scary as F.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, the lies that they're blatantly lying. And all you have to do is check these numbers for yourself. And it's just, it's, the fact checkers that believe the non-fact checkers, I should say, who believe everything they see on Fox I feel so damn sorry for them. And I've even had my friends in Ireland ask me questions. Well, is this really happening? And they were, questioning about the LA quote unquote riots, when all it was a small protest that got out of hand, and they burnt 2 cars and broke into a pot store, and that was on like 2 streets, and then they quelled it, and then there was unrest because there were some people that got away with shit, and everybody thought, well, cool, let's all keep going. And meanwhile, Trump is saying, if we didn't send in the National Guard and the Army, LA would be burning right now. And that's what he said this week.
It's order out of chaos. That was a highly organized protest. You don't get a worldwide protest.
Isn't that
I wasn't talking about
acting out?
I wasn't talking about
they made the protest happen. They do have people that go in and start things up and kick things off.
That's what they
do. And then they come in with the National Guard. We're going to fix everything. We're going to fix the problem we just made and make everybody think, it's this side versus this side. It's all the same. It's all the same side. It's all a big skit. It's all a big show. It's just not
hilarious.
real.
And
it does involve real people. Unfortunately, people do get hurt.
That has 6,000 members attend versus the 6.1 million.
That's what it is.
It's insanity. Honestly,
what they will go to, the links they will go to make you think something. Psychological.
The official
warfare.
record that came out, the last official record was 6.1 million people protested on the 14th. And the 50 or 48 to $50 million parade had an attendance of about 6,000.
Yeah.
And that was, and it ate up the roads, and our military had to sleep on the floor without pillows and shit like this, and they had no fuel, and they had none of this. It wasn't planned well at all, and it was one of the most hilarious sights I've ever seen watching him. Everybody in the audience was totally bored. Nobody was clapping. The marching was terrible.
It looked boring.
The marching was bad.
Yeah.
It did look boring. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. How many millions of dollars you said you spent?
$48 to $50 million.
Because they already know people
that
can't
money
pay
just
their
gets
bills. Right. And it just, they want to just push people off. Really?
They just want to get the money and go like that.
And what did it really cost? And who did they pay? And what's Trump Tower paid for the,
Oh, there's so many agendas going on. It's just.
Yeah, well,
you have to get up really early.
We have players at the hen house.
It's psych ward.
Anything that is true gets lost in the distraction of it all.
Right.
The only thing that's the truth.
Again, the Pentagon did not balance its budget this year by trillions of dollars.
Do nobody's going to even care anymore?
Well, because all of those agencies,
what are we supposed to do about it?
We have to pay
attention. Us to get on into army suits and get guns and shoot people.
Well, that's
that we
kind
don't
of
even
one
know or
thing,
care
yeah,
about.
right. And that's
I
not.
did
Well, we
Work
don't
like
need
a
anarchy.
slave until we drop, yeah.
What we
I
have
did
to do is we have to
see-
change ourselves. We have to change from within so that we'll have the answers without.
Yeah.
And we have to re-look at how we're seeing things, and maybe we're going to be a small percentage of the populace who are awake enough. And I'm not trying to be separatist by any means, but
Right.
there may be only a small amount of people who actually see this. And I'm not saying sell everything you own and charge up your credit cards and head to Montana, but on that same note, people have to be aware that everything we know is no longer what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And, the sun doesn't even rise where the sun is supposed to rise.
Or set where
And,
it's supposed to.
people's lives are running down the street in 18 feet of water, and lightning storms are killing entire herds of cattle, and on and on and on and on. And Africa is turning green. Whew. And the continents are moving. They're really moving.
Yeah.
Volcanoes going off everywhere. Terrestrials flying around, little orbs here and there. Beep, beep, beep. Around was a whoosh. Yeah. We're in bizarro world right now, people.
Yeah.
It's like it's a sci-fi movie. It really is.
What do you think of NPCs, these non-player characters? Is there people walking the earth at the moment that do not have souls?
Well, that of course is discussed in both the Bible as well as Nostradamus, and even Edgar Casey and Baba Vanga talked about where the people would be numbed or emptied. I think.
Hoffman spoke about that too.
We've all got those damn electrical devices in our hands, and I do not own one because my body will not let me touch one.
Yeah,
And
some
I've
of
got
them
an
have got them
automatic.
injected into them now.
I've got an automatic. I'm going to kill that thing. I don't know why. So this technology, I think, is really the electric fields that we live in. I think are
There's
affecting
like
our
a
brain.
cut-off system, it seems, and people are becoming less and less connected.
Well, let's talk about Tower of Babel syndrome. I mean, we are disconnecting from. It's an overstated metaphor, but I really think we're in an age and you try to talk to some normal people out there, and they look at you like you've lost your mind. Like they don't understand the language you're talking. And, like I said earlier, my daughter comes to me, she says, what happened to people in the last couple of years? Did they all of a sudden get stupid? And
this makes us think, we're a minority that you just think, are we the ones that are the aliens? Are we the ones that are here, to help the others that are here on Earth?
Everybody, us included, are aliens. We're all we're generated beings that were not original. We're not God didn't make us.
There's a definite conscious level.
There's two kinds of humans.
There's the unconscious and
going
conscious.
beyond. All of that magic is to actually trust it and just let go.
Yeah. But there's only certain people who are able to do this. So it's like Paul is saying that people are on a different frequency, that they just don't see it. You could speak to them as forever and they just would not see it. Like I saw these planets in the sky, and I then saw a drawing of Samuel's about a year after and went, that's what it is I'm seeing. It's like they just don't see that.
When you get that vision where all of a sudden, bam, you see it, every hair on your body stands up. Yeah. And that is you connecting to the universe, because the goosebumps are actually part of the magic of all of this, because we're not a gravitational solar system. We are an electric universe. And once you hit that realization, when you get that body rush and every hair on your body, including the top of your head, stands up, and that body rush, you got to maintain it and keep it going. And then you can learn Buddhist hand gestures, which does real cool stuff. And then you do Om chant and grounding chakra and all of that, people. And you turn on your brain, and all of a sudden, before you know it, You have the answers to questions of like 2 years ago you couldn't solve, and it becomes so easy you can't believe you couldn't solve it prior. I mean, you can change your world by reaching for the truth and the belief that all of this information is inside of you now. You just have to trust it and let go. And it talks to you. And that's the connection to Earth I mentioned earlier. You've got to let Earth, you got to go outside in your driveway with your bare feet. You sit on your
I
step.
remember you telling me
go,
this when I came to the house. And
you go,
that has me great on my grass.
And then you think of your chakra towers in your body, and you let your body vibrate, you get a goosebumps, and then boom, before you know it, you're off to a whole new world. And once you find that, there isn't a better thing in the entire universe than learning. I've watched grown men cry doing that. And once you find source and earth connection and Om chant and tower chakra and all of that together, your brain starts working better. And then all of this is simple. It becomes easy. Including paying bills and how you interact with your co-partners or your co-workers or people on the internet, because you've enlightened yourself and you found it for yourself. And then that self-doubt of what everybody else might think or might say no longer matters, because you have found you. It is that simple. Yeah. Now, granted, that took me 30 years to learn.
Wow.
Yeah, once I had extraterrestrial meetings, government meetings, and I'm sitting here trying to deal with this information that no one will believe you anyway, and you're not allowed to talk about, period. Otherwise, we're going to ship you and your family off to Holland. All of that over your head. Gosh. And then finally, when I saw the planets and they were here, and I went, oh shit, they're here. I just had to do something, and so I've had many years to try to learn those secrets in this magic book section at the secret library all my life, and I think I've done a bunch of that. I think I found the things, some of what my father was looking for. So, and I've tried to share that with you guys. How it is, I believe, the way to connect to the universe is by learning about goosebumps and the source and Om chant and chakra towers and 528 hertz and 428 or whatever, 530, whatever. I have to look that up again. Forgotten. Sorry. Anyway, I'm going to take another Ricola. Go ahead. Somebody else talk. Or what do you got for us, Rebecca?
Right. Let's keep going. Okie dokie.
You can show that video of the baby.
Darn it. Yeah, the baby.
The baby. Mark made that. Yeah. I think it's hilarious. I think it's like almost what we need. It's kind of, it's good, but it's also a little bit, demeaning and not intentionally. I'm not trying to down anyone, but it's a good, I think it makes a great point. I went, wow, interesting angle when he sent it to me. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, bear with me. How about I play something else while I get that ready, okay?
Whatever you need to do.
I don't quite see a baby video.
Okay, I'm away this time.
Oh, now she's going again.
There's my son phoning me asking where I am. Why you so
It's the last two links I sent you on Facebook.
Oh, that's what remember last time? Bye, Lindsay. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
You're welcome. The last time Mark sent you something and it has a message that popped up says this link has been removed by.
Wow.
Is it something Mark shared on his Facebook page?
No, he sent it to me PM.
Yeah. Let me catch it again. Let's see what it says. I see two things at the bottom. I click on it. It says, this link you followed may be broken or the page may have been removed.
Okay. Never mind.
I just thought it was
it's basically it's a baby standing in front of a microphone going, you guys should have listened to Samuel Hofman, blah, 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 whatever. And I didn't, it wasn't pre-solicited by me for him to make that video, but he made it. And I thought, it was an interesting angle. It's like, you got a child, an infant telling you that, this information is correct and you should be listening to it. And it's a completely different point of view. And like we were saying earlier, younger people, little kids, see that this is what's going on as well, because they haven't been taught that it's not possible.
Let's see. Okay, so can't show that. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It seems to only happen from him, doesn't it? Strange. Like stuff from him.
He might have a privacy setting we don't know about.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm waiting for Thomas to get back to show his pictures. Okay. And I have, is Sussy still here? I have a short video and a couple of pictures he sent on our email. Let's go ahead and play that.
Well,
okay.
All right, this is what he sent. That's pretty. Yes, I would be on live, that kind of sunset. I go live.
Yeah, right? That's the bottom of Uri. And that red is coming directly off the side view on the other side of his Saturn. So that's that refractive red light is coming from the Saturn being overhead to the right. But this is the bottom of Uri.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And the second up pink line or orange, depending on your point of view, and the light being clipped out is the bottom of Saru. See the green blue above?
Yeah.
One single illuminated band on the bottom, and then the sun is down, being cut off from the top. Few sea trails in this one, aren't there? 1, 2, 3,
maybe
4,
3, maybe
4, 5, 6 sea trails.
Maybe.
Okay, but when do you ever see 6 planes out spraying? Like once in a great while, I'll count 15.
That depends on the size of the population.
Across like over a 4 hour, 3 to 4 hour.
If it's over Phoenix, or if it's over Minneapolis, or if it's over Los Angeles, they do more. They spray over the top of populated areas.
Right. I'm just saying, I do keep count when I'm out, just to, think about. Okay, so 1, tonight, 2, 3, 4 hours, I saw 30 planes.
I see.
That's a lot of. That's a busy night. 30 planes, a count of 30. I'm just saying, and how many streaks do we see? Like we see endless.
Well, there are larger streaks from larger objects, but the small white ones, there are 6 of them that are sea trails. The blue shaft lighting is happening because Metim above on the upper left of the sun, you can see very bright blue Metim and Mary Moon.
I mean, I've kind of gotten to where I haven't lined it up yet, but I should work on that, where I even see streaks like this appearing in the very same locations, like they're repeating their same angles and trajectories.
Yeah, but none of these are asteroid trails. They're all sea trails.
Okay.
The one in the middle left from top to bottom. Look at the direction they're going again as well. Now there is asteroids in the grayish background, but the white lines, there are 6 white lines. There are 2 blue shaft lightings. There are 2 or 3 very much larger runs of lighter clouds. Those are asteroid trails, and the side of Uri is in the upper left, that big white area behind sea trail number 1, if you want to call it number 1. That's Uri.
It's like door number 1.
And Metim is just to the left of the sun, and on the right hand side you see very red, kind of a halo in behind the blue shaft and the 2 white lines. You see the side of very red is Saturn.
Yeah.
That
The
was the
lead
last.
asteroid is in the lower left, underneath Sea Trail number 2, middle
Whose
right.
pickies are those?
They're from Sussy.
Yeah. They when it's really predominantly visible that the planets are going to show up on large populated areas, they do more sea trails.
Here's some time lapse. I mean, to me, time lapse just helps, to show how many times streaks appear
And
without
look
any.
at the sun, look at the dark areas. Also look at the horizon, look at the dark areas. Look at the horizon, look at the dark areas. See that shadow coming in? That's the side of Uri.
Oh yeah! Wow. Okay.
The trick is
Oh
to
my
learn to
gosh,
look
huge.
at the dark. If you get lost and staring at the sun, you're not going to see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
And the real sky color is yellow. Do you see any stars? No. Okay, the sun is behind us. So this should be Atu's moon or Nepesity coming over the top of us. I would probably say Atu. Yeah. Atu's moon right there. And then it thins down. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. Blocked up on me for a second there. Right
I
where
was
I
going to
wanted.
say, any minute is going to white out. It does that. It starts off looking really cool, then it's
And then
gray.
in comes Uri, and the bottom of Uri, and everything turns gray,
Yeah.
misty white, and we have storms and all of that. Yeah. And the asteroids underneath, they're illuminating, and they're white, and they're lightning bolts and storms and all sorts of shit. That is going to be July and September. September. And I think this September it's going to be really spectacular for the purple lightning and all of that. So we'll see what happens. Close past 180-day cycle. Our summer cycle, when we have more events during the summer than we do during the winter. Because the orbit pathways are different. Has to do with the axis tip of the Earth and where we are versus where they are. What's going to happen in the next year, God only knows. We're in brand new territory that we've never had them fully go beyond us yet. And we don't know what the effect of Saru coming in and then being in our faces is going to do. Because she's still a ways off and coming in, getting, very big. And we'll see her very bright aluminum. Maybe, it would be cool if she got in the way between the red star and us.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I hadn't thought about that before. That would be nice. We might cool down to back to normal. That would be cool if that happened. Maybe that's our saving grace we could hope for. We'll see. I just never pondered that before. It's like, I wonder if, because you're trying to, 3D and four dimensional or whatever. And maybe Saru will come in the way and block the second star. And maybe we'll just see our star. I don't know. And,
And Saru is inhabited, right? So
I believe
they're used
so,
to that star. I don't know why that just ran through my head. Thinking about if Saru gets in the way of that star, then they're going to be affected, but not necessarily because that's their star. I mean,
that's their star, and
Right.
they're huge. The planet is so big; they have a huge atmosphere, and I can't even imagine or ponder their barometric pressure on a much bigger planet. And all that is a stacking up of all the air that's on top of your shoulders, and that's what causes barometric pressures. That the matter and the mass above you of your atmosphere that weighs upon you. So, and that's what keeps you on the ground rather than you floating away. If you didn't have all that atmosphere on top of your shoulders, you would float.
right.
I had somebody ask me that the other day, and I'm like, I cannot remember that answer. Say that again. It's because
Well, there's, gravity is centrifugal force because we're standing on a spinning ball. So we're being pumped into the center on that. It's like being on the merry-go-round. If you're in the center, you stay in the center. When you go into the outer edge, what was the wow about? Did I miss something?
I just saw something pretty cool passing by, but yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. I mean, by all means.
No, because what he's saying is really important. Let's go back to that.
Well,
It's all right.
the barometric pressure is the amount of pounds per square inch on our shoulders that is above us, and all of that has weight. And it's why when you go up into the mountains and it's way less air pressure, you sort of A, you can't breathe, and B, it's almost easier to move up until a certain point than it's not. But anyway, closer to sea level, it's harder to walk than it is up in the mountains.
I just sent you some pictures. We took pictures. We both walked outside and went instantly to flash mode like that. Because
Awesome.
the sky is pure bright, and you can't believe how beautiful it is at 1 a.m. Why does it look like that bright?
And because that's the bottom of Saru is being shined on.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Lindsay walked out and went, "Whoa, hi, Saru."
Cool.
Yeah, you won't believe it. It's so gorgeous. I sent you a video now. It's unbelievable.
She's risen up in the last 2 months, and she was on the left-hand side, but now she's in the middle, coming towards us at the right almost, and yet rising above. So we're seeing the sunshine underneath her now for the last month and a half or so. And we've been seeing her illuminated core, and it's affecting all the pictures around the world.
Oh, yeah.
So,
It's like a love affair, isn't it? We've got a love affair with the sky.
yeah, we're addicted to it,
I'm sorry. I know I get goofy at this time of night and thoughts just pop out of my head. But
It's okay.
that happens to me too. I mean, we run 4 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours.
And like you said, the goosebumps. Like we both just walked out and went, "Oh my god!" Like that. I think everybody in the streets awake now because we were going.
And what's really cool is when you walk out and you automatically see the planets, and you go, "I know what that is." It's just like it's priceless. It's like, oh shit, look at that. There it is. Oh my God. I'm not full of shit and this isn't crazy. And there it is. There it is. There it is. And it's just insane.
Yeah.
And we knew that we were going to be illuminated because Sarah was incoming and she's being illuminated in the northwestern sky at and after sunset. That's why it's still bright at 1 o'clock in the morning in Scotland.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And it's the kind of what I call the 5D blue. It is so luminous.
Yeah, it's a blue-green, so it's lighter than Nibiru. Nibiru is kind of dark, and it's there. And we should be seeing Nibiru at night, and I don't know why we're not. But then it's where I'm living. Maybe I should spend more time looking to the east at night instead of looking up. Don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But then I have mountains, to the east as well. That's the problem. If I was on flat country, I'd probably be seeing a lot more. But I have a lot of mountains everywhere and trees.
You're going to feed these dogs.
And I'm not in the habit of walking around at 3 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning around my neighborhood and get the cops called on me or anything like that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah, because it will happen.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because,
just for walking around?
I was in my own driveway and I got the cops called on me for standing in my own driveway.
About right.
Yeah, I never left my driveway.
Yeah.
I laughed about that one, and and the cops made me show what I was taking the photographs on my phone was about. That's back when I had a flip phone and I could take photographs.
Thomas.
Hello, I'm back.
Hey.
I don't have to talk anymore.
Why? You can talk?
Well, no, I was I got my Ricola here, and it's like somebody else's turn to talk for a minute.
and I should talk with my English. Yes, you think that's a good idea?
Yeah,
your English is fine.
Yeah,
no, not in my opinion. I'm missing so much words.
No,
but yeah. Of
You never
course,
know.
Look, if I talk German, I have so much words to describe it in the other way, and in English, it's like kindergarten. So yeah, that's always my problem in my head. But yes, of course, I can tell you a lot of things if you want, but you need to ask what you want to know.
Right.
Yeah, and Rebecca, I sent you the photos of
I
my
have it.
environment.
Yeah, let's watch it. Let's pause this.
Okay.
Let's watch your videos here, or what? Your
No,
pictures.
no videos, just photos.
Yeah.
So that
Just
there are
photos.
some of the sky, but mostly I show the environment here I'm
I
living.
saw that.
So
Your lake.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so beautiful. Wait till you see it. Hang on.
Yeah.
Did I not save it? I'll get it. Hang on. I know I got it ready. Oh, here it
that's
is.
not much, maybe 10 photos or something like that. But yeah.
It looks so pretty. I can see why you'd want to hang out there. I mean it. Oh boy. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, there are a lot of space, or a lot of different cities I can go, but no, I want to stay simple. And yes, I have here my farmer where I can get my milk and all the stuff. So I'm staying here and relaxing.
You got it made. You got it made. I like it. I'm happy for you, really. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, that's good.
Wow.
So that's the lake in the evening, and yeah, I took this photo because in the sky you can see the stuff. And
the tan asteroid in the bottom of Uri.
Oh, okay, thank you.
See the wings? That's the wings of the tan asteroid right there.
Okay.
Love you both. Looks like an eagle.
Yeah.
That, of course, is his Saturn yellow moon and his Saturn.
Correct. It's on the right side of the sun.
Yep.
Cool.
I have another picture. I think. Yeah. That's.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, look at wow. You can really see the edge of his Saturn there with the little YV next to the sun there. And then you've got lead asteroid in front of Saturn's yellow moon, which is farther to the right.
Yeah,
Lead
that's
asteroid is
that one
little
drawing I
body
made
thing.
last year.
That's so good. I can think of a couple of drawings would be perfect
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, look at that nice field of grass there and flowers, people.
Right?
And it's green.
Yes, it's green. We have
It's
water
orange.
here.
Our field is not green. Our field is burned.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
grass
no,
is burned.
We have some water here.
Yeah,
So,
you know,
yeah,
it's not the water, it's the temperature of the sun up here where the grass areas are just bright. Anywhere that doesn't have a lot of topsoil, if you have gravel, if you have gravel areas, your gravel areas are dead. And that is, of course,
Yeah,
again, the bottom of the Saturn's yellow moon and its Saturn.
So we have a
That means
temperature
so much.
about 80 or lower. So it's nice here. It's not too
Right,
hot.
yeah. It will
No.
be for a while. You, of
Yeah,
course,
we're
you won't
jealous.
get too much. This is
Cool.
a lake. And that is a sun with some smoke.
Yes, it's correct. It's the wildfires, but yeah. And this is also a parking spot where I can park, and I have a great view. And yeah, and here you can see the stuff in the sky
Yeah.
also.
Look at that.
Odd.
What is
What
that?
is that?
It's Aladdin's magic carpet.
Yeah.
And I'll
I
think
don't know.
3D. Think 3D. Is it a bent light Star Destroyer?
Yeah. Wow.
And there are all the
That's
rest
a
of
good
those
one.
in
Look
the
at there's
blue
a whole
area
bunch
to
of
the
them.
Yeah.
look at the
Underneath
blue area
it.
to the right.
Oh,
Are
they're
those
going
Star
somewhere.
Destroyers also?
That's a
Germany
cool.
must
That's
have
a
a
good
lot
one,
of gold in
Thomas.
it.
Oh my gosh.
Really cool.
I didn't see the little ones beneath it, but yeah, they're all going. They all look the same.
Whoa.
Same
Different directions.
information.
Flying around up there.
That's
People, we
that's
have
really
the
cool.
It is
cargo.
Andrea, yes.
That's one of the best ones we've seen in a while.
Flying
And
carpets.
but I don't recognize it before. So you say it now, and I look at it, and
Keep
I say,
taking
okay, yeah.
pictures.
Yeah, you didn't see it before, right? Yeah,
Keep
I was,
taking those pictures. You'll get
Like
it.
a bunch of flying carpets up there.
wow.
You know, I'm just enjoying the time and looking in the sky,
Yeah.
and yeah,
Yeah.
the easy way.
Oh,
And yeah,
look at
there's
people, yeah.
also another
Wow.
spot where I can go swimming.
Not fair.
And
Uh-huh.
yeah, I think I have
Oh
two
my
different
God.
pictures of the lakes. So
Oh,
this is the one where I am now. That's a smaller one.
wow.
It's not big, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's
we're at
it's
4
cool.
hours and 4 minutes. Sorry.
What?
Held by a local dam.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
4 hours.
Probably hydropower from the look of it.
Yes. So that's
you,
all.
Thomas.
So
Excellent.
nothing
Well,
special.
Lovely.
it was all special. It's from Germany.
Yeah. Okay. For you guys, it's special. Okay.
Well, you know, this is what we do. We get information in from around the world, and everybody puts in, you know, a little piece.
Yeah, of course,
in,
you're right. Yes.
and that brings our collective knowledge together, and that's what counts all the way across the board. Is we're a group of people,
Absolute
and
wise words.
we know what we're looking at, and we're also we debate, we discuss, we work things out together as a group, and we've gotten here today because of that. And that's why you guys are what makes this work, because everybody sends their stuff in. Yeah, so thank you.
This is from Gillian. This is just now at her house. 1
Right.
a.m. This is 1 a.m.
Oh, it's very bright.
Is that the bottom core of Saru illuminating the whole? Let's see, at night it would be the northwestern and northern sky.
And there's no stars. Look.
Yeah, no, there's no stars.
Well, you guys are on the podcast.
Yeah, that's probably the bottom of Saru illuminating.
Wow.
She's getting big quick. Look at those white lines in the background. Wow.
Saru, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I'm more tempted to say Isatum. Strange. That's new and interesting. Could be Isatum's yellow moon facial plate, but this definite illumination just above the center tree here, or just in behind it, that illumination right there is very likely the bottom of Saru. But this could be Saru. Wow. That's interesting. Look at those little microscopic white lines. That is very interesting. We've never seen anything like that before.
I know, it's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
No wonder I'm
Pretty.
awake.
I like that.
That could very
What
easily be
direction is
it
that?
could be the bottom of Saru.
That's all north to east, to where the sun comes out.
Yippers. Cool.
Good,
Very
good.
cool.
It is, isn't it?
It could also be at the bottom of a Saturn, quite easily. But I've never seen the like of that micro clouding like that in that many versions of that many straight lines. We gotta mark this on our calendar on this one, because I think this is very interesting. Now, we've never seen a real close pass of a Saturn, so no way to tell what her cloud base looks like until we see it enough times that we can go, yep, that's that, or no, that's not. And there's a big dark circle just directly dead center up to the top there. Inside the blue is a big dark circle blue.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It blows me away that that's nighttime. That is supposed to be
I
the
can't
dead of
believe
night.
it.
1 and 2 in the morning, it's supposed to be dark, and it looks like that. You walk outside, and the birds are singing, and the dogs are running about, and the cats are going meow, and I'm like, what?
Yep, right,
Right. Look how purpley it looks on my big belly. It looks like
Well, the animals are telling you that it's not right, so I mean, when are people going to listen?
that's vibrational lines. Look at it up there. I mean, that's beautiful.
Or is Saturn a base cloud? Or is it Saru's base cloud? I mean, we'll see. If we see this again, then we know that, well, it happened on this date, blah, blah, blah. We'll work for it from then.
What? Hey,
Very
Gillian, what
notable.
direction
Very
was that?
notable.
That's north to east, and that was just about
East.
10 minutes ago.
Wow.
Okay.
Nibiru's in
Interesting.
that area. Isatum's in that area. Wow. Oh, I am paying for having too many Coca-Colas. Ugh. Carbonation.
All right. Moving on. So,
Next.
you know what? I have another video. Let me find it here. A couple of people I made videos. They're not here, but that's okay. We can just
That's
look at them
okay.
anyway. Right.
Because it goes onto YouTube, and then they can look it up anytime they want to.
Well, we have, our friend Donald on TikTok, Donald Poteet. And here are some of his captures, things that he has shared. I think they're cool. I like his videos.
Andrea Adams says that I'm wrong, and she's definitely seen that before. Okay, I personally have not seen.
She wrote it down.
Yeah, Sam, you're wrong. Okay, yeah, I believe it. I can, every once in a while I can be wrong.
Look at that. Isn't that
Yeah.
cool?
It's Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn. And again.
He can definitely see them. He's focusing on them. Yes.
Look at that
look.
dark.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And the flame-like clouds coming off of it. That is the lead asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon, in front of the Saturn. Planetary
that
cut
line
off from
again.
the left. Cut off halo. There's the cut in. That's where the atmosphere of Uri cuts into the side. And the sun shines through Uri's outer atmosphere. And that is the tan asteroid dead center left. Saturn's yellow non. Lower area just above where it says Donald is the ion tail coming off the face of the Saturn's yellow moon. And this is where they start scrolling into each other, where it's like confusing. Cut off again from the left. It's cut off halo. See that ridging again, Rebecca? The sun's behind us. That could be the bottom of necessity.
Yeah. That I can see that happening. If it was like that, and then Atu would be like just beside it, maybe, but that's what I see on my end.
Either to the right or the left of it. But yeah, Atu is getting farther away.
I
So it's
cannot
gonna be
wait
beyond
to see
us, and then next.
Now
Nepesi's over the top of us.
That'd be
Yeah,
unheard
we'll
of,
be
but
seeing what it does.
we'll be looking for it.
That is the side of Uri. And again, Uri. And again, Uri. Uri going over the top of us. I was going to say, gosh, Christopher has been quiet this evening, and he's not there.
Yeah.
I was so busy looking at the pictures, I didn't look over at the side there. Like, oh, he's not even there. Again, bottom of Uri and Saru in the lower right. in the bottom of Uri and the asteroids. Probably the edge of Atu by the look of it. Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn. That rainbow is interesting up in the upper middle. Cut in from the left. Cut in from the right. Saturn's yellow moon. Time after time after time, people. Tim cutting into the side of the sun on the upper left, or upper left of the sun. Wow, let's see. That too kind of looks like necessity, but sun's cutting through a Uri atmosphere. Very interesting. That's an asteroid going in front of you, away from you. Tan asteroid and Lorraine. Thank you, Donald.
Yeah. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, I'm glad he sees them. And
Yeah.
all you have to do is learn to look for the dark areas, and they show up, and then take the monthly sight drawing and match. And they match, and they match, and they match. And knock on wood, I hope I stay accurate. I'm always afraid I'm going to lose track of what's going on, man. I gotta know. You know, it's drives you nuts.
Yeah. Okay, I missed. I doubt Robert is still here, but Robert sent me these last week. Just a few pictures to look at from Robert in New Zealand.
I want to blow that one up.
Yeah.
What am I looking at? Okay, the sun is behind us. So that should be Atu related, but wow. That is odd. Okay, it's got to be Atu's moon and the red asteroid. Has to be.
Yeah. SBMM is here. Yay. Good to see you. They're in, I forgot where they are. Tell me where you're at again. It's, right there. But it's good. I'm glad you're here.
Boy, look at that. That purdy. That is the red asteroid.
Yes. Oh, okay.
In the downward side on the lower left, and it's the trail.
Right, Caroline. Rah. She's our cheerleader. Oh.
Interesting angle of approach on
that. You remember my live, Sam?
Yeah.
And I thought I was seeing the red asteroid, and I couldn't decide because I know Atu's moon was there, and it might be there.
Well, you were pointing out the red asteroid. You were correct. I did remember that part.
I want to go get a screenshot. We're going to look at it. Because
it's toward the end of the middle of the show, I believe.
Right.
You were on for an hour and 14 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Went by fast.
And all she did was walk out the back door to feed the cats or whatever, and then off she went.
Yeah. I know. It took off. It's about 7:30. 7:30 in the evening. It's perfect timing for going live. Where are you located? SBMM? I forgot. Cannot remember. It's going to drive me crazy as soon as he says it or they say it.
That is the Tan asteroid and Lorraine. Very interesting fingering on the Tan asteroid. That thing has wings lately.
Which one is which?
The left is the Tan, and the right is the right smaller one is Lorraine.
Okay.
Or if you want to do pareidolia, the right one is a demon riding a motorcycle.
Hey, you want me to look for dragons?
I like all
Right.
those stripes and lines. That's neat.
Oh, look at that. There's your dragon.
Yeah, a dragon.
That is the Atu's moon in the red asteroid. And boy, it looks like there's a dragon landed on the red asteroid. That's cool.
Yeah,
That is
it's
a cool
amazing.
shot.
Wow. Yeah, I want that one for a screen for
And notice where the light is. This is beyond Earth. God, this is a facial illumination of Atu's moon and some asteroids.
Stunning.
And just into the upper, where that white line on the upper right is, just above the shot here is where the Texas cube is.
Yeah.
And it's not quite in the shot, but that's where it is.
In
It
the
could even
middle.
be that illuminated white line in the upper right could be the trail left behind by the Texas cube even.
I love this picture.
That is an awesome shot. I mean, it looks like a freaking dragon. Do you ever wonder where the
Please,
Chinese
you've
got
got to
that
send
from?
me that one, Rebecca. You've got to send me that one. Can I please have
Oh,
that
yeah.
one?
This
You
is
could
Robert's,
easily
right?
Photoshop that
Yeah.
into an awesome dragon.
Yeah. Oh,
Incredible.
Neat.
Oh.
Man, we
Look
know
at
this
that.
from Robert. Yeah,
know,
look
he's
at
got
that.
oh, it's
That
stunning.
is the bottom of the Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon and the faceplate and the ion tail coming up off the faceplate. Look at that.
Stop
And it
it.
does have some ring straight lines around it. How interesting.
Stop.
Ooh, a Saturn. I think we're seeing the base cloud of a Saturn or a Saturn proper. And it has those wispy little rounded rings on the bottom. Look at that.
Oh, look at your drawing too. Let's get a drawing up and see.
Look at those three little rings around there. They look like
Yeah, see those three little
actually-
lines?
they look like they do little curves.
Yeah, but in this case, they're curving around the bottom of it. And it looks like
Beautiful. Look at that. And then the moon
and
in
look
front
at-
of it with the little thingies.
look how
going off.
dimmed and weird the light is. And look how
Mhm.
bright the huge cutoff of the sun is, which shows you it's being affected and flare illuminated because there's a blockage coming in on the left too.
Come on, boys.
Incredible.
Sorry, guys.
And that's where
Trying to get my
McKim is.
drawings up.
And that's
Awesome.
from of course, New Zealand.
Well, shoot. I was going to pull your drawing up that matches it, and it's very slow. I guess I have too many drawings in this folder. Still,
Yeah, I have that problem
I
occasionally.
expect more. I expect better. It's 2025, you know? Anyway, there. There it is.
Yeah, you're gonna have to redraw that again now here in a couple weeks. God, it's already the end of the month again.
I know. This
I mean,
month
we're
went by
coming, we're coming into
really
July, and remember for you, God, I can't pull the word out of my 4-hour, 22-minute brain here. The prophecies, there's the word. For some of you prophecy followers, July 13th and August 7th or something like that. Well, from July to August, we're supposed to be in real deep shit, people, according to Nostradamus and Baba Vanga. So study your prophecies. It's going to be a hell of a summer. And I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
Like they said,
Are
something.
you
be
talking
wrong,
about
too.
the alien stuff, or what are you talking about? The stuff in the sky or the aliens?
I don't think it's an alien scenario that we have to worry about. I think I think that shoe we've been all feeling is about to drop. And they do talk, Nostradamus and Baba Vanga talk about the red star. And, nobody else in history mentions the red star. And if they do, they think, oh, okay, it's just a red star turning red or whatever. But Edgar Casey discusses a serious asteroid hit off the coast of South Carolina and a massive tidal wave. I don't know. Baba Vanga talks about the red star and the burnings of the sky and people getting numbed and disconnecting, and we can't have you do that. You can't disconnect. You have to connect. Now is the time to stick with this stuff. You can't let it go. You can't hide your head in the sand. You can't be an ostrich. God, look at that. Look at the flame-like cloud on the right-hand side of the sun in this. I mean, that's Saturn's yellow moon. The dark blue in the upper right corner is the Saturn. And over on the left, we got all kinds of crazy shit going on. This guy here. That's insane. What a shot. That is freaking cool. It's like looking between the gates of heaven.
That's a wicked shot.
Like the gates are going to open up and you're going to look beyond that, closed up thing, the curtain or whatever, and there'll be angels hiding behind it.
Yeah. We're going to see something behind that. They're going to let us see.
Yeah, Carol Ann says, yeah, Sam, it's already a hell of a summer. And we haven't even hit July and August yet, you guys.
No.
We hit 96 like literally a month ago. In Montana, that's it was like, 30 degrees way too hot that early. And my grass is already fried. And it's supposed to be now just growing and, flowers and, cool shit. And there's stuff out there baking because it's getting too much sun.
Wasn't it by the end of March? All the southern states had, I don't know what date, I think it was like the second or last week of March, where they all had breached 90-degree temperatures.
Right.
Every state south of that southern line.
I knew
that's unprecedented.
I knew this was coming this year. I knew we were going to be hotter than shit because, all fingers were pointing to the solar changes that, back in 2012, we had the back below CMEs. That was the arrival and the connection in the co-orbit of the two stars. And then we started seeing back below CMEs off to the left again here a few months ago. So, and all the way through the winter. And I just knew, something big happening. And here we are. We're going to fry. So, like buy those air conditioners early, people.
Yeah. And why is a bottle of sunblock almost $25 to $30?
Yeah. I would not be putting that stuff in my skin.
I know, right? So I'm looking for alternatives, and apparently olive oil is supposed to be phenomenal at blocking the sun from from you getting burnt.
If then you become fried chicken. But
right? I thought
I recommend actually wearing being like the Arabs and wearing long sleeve shirt, hat, sunglasses, and just not be in the sun because it's going to be too
not be
hot.
In the sun. Right. Wow.
Well, and if you are, so you get we don't know what it's going to be. Is there going to be skin cancer 20 years from now from this? We don't know. We don't have the rule book.
Hat and mom shirt sleeve, yeah.
Well, they've been doing that in Australia for years with their kids. They were saying you have to have sunglasses, you have to have a hat. If you want to go out and play in the sun, period. And it was by law for years. So, it's about time we finally caught up to the realization. And they are warning us that it's going to be an extra solar radiation summer.
And like
so this is why.
The big trend is going outside and absorbing the sunlight and, like sun gazing. Like a lot of people are staring at the sun, before the hours, but before noon, they're saying the best time to look directly at the sun is between 8 in the morning till 10 or right before the sun sets.
Hi, everybody. Humans have already got really crappy vision compared to animals.
Yeah.
Let's all burn our retinas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. You wouldn't. I don't go outside without my sunglasses. Period.
I think you can go outside, but don't look in the sun directly. I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
But looking normal stuff around you, I think that's not a problem.
Yeah. And that's how I am. I told you I don't have any sunglasses. But so I trying to remember who it was. It's been years ago, but someone I was listening to was explaining, when we step out into the sunlight, our body senses it and starts to secrete a certain hormone or something chemical in the body that will protect you from the solar rays. So, it's like a built-in sunscreen,
etc. Yeah, but a little bit of sun.
It's because of what your eyes are sensing. And if you cover up your eyes with sunglasses, then it's not creating that barrier.
Right. You disrupt all sorts of hormone pathways, and your circadian rhythm can be disrupted.
Right. What if the sunglasses were more of a harmful chain reaction?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I just know I got used to not wearing sunglasses, and now I don't even have a pair.
The dog ate them.
Yeah, I know.
The dog ate mine.
It's been that long. Yeah.
This is a 360 lens, that last shot.
Okay. These are kind of. Oops.
Again, look at the dark areas, people. Don't look at the light.
Wow.
It's the bottom of Uri. The asteroids and all of that.
Is that the yellow moon? Was it just so perfectly?
No, that would be the yellow moon would be far right. And all you're seeing is lead asteroid literally going straight down. Yeah, this is the bottom of Uri and maybe Attu's moon mix. Because the sun is way sunset. Yeah, so this would be, Attu and Uri and the asteroids, and probably the Texas cube in there someplace. But it's an awesome shot.
Maybe I should wear my sunglasses at night.
All right.
Yeah, I'd be cool.
I better go to bed. I've got work in a wee while.
Oh, girl, go to bed. Yes, you better.
Good night, Gillian.
Drop it.
Yeah, you know how it is with all the normies.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun.
How you doing, man?
Faster, wash it faster, wash it harder.
Normies scare me, man. I don't know how you deal with it.
I'm brave. I try.
You are. Thou art truly brave.
Need to chew my tongue.
Pillar of the community.
Oh.
Skywatcher study assistant extraordinaire.
Look, Gillian.
Well, I'm glad we had fun with Lindsay. I'm glad that she came. Oh, what's that say? Oh, there's my mittens.
Can you see her?
My bean. Mittens.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, you're on camera.
Meow, you're on Kansas City camera. Oh, meow.
Too cute stuff.
All right, now it's time for Chris's cat shot.
Yeah.
Oh, he's upstairs somewhere.
Okay, Samuel, just put the picture on about the kid with the cat.
I'm bouncing two fingers like a rabbit in front of the microphone. Yeah, there you go. There's my kitty cam.
Like your kids did it first.
Melissa's here. That's my friend in real life.
I realize that.
I don't have many friends, but
other cat ladies.
Yeah, it is. That's my cat lady friend.
And Thomas really needs a cat. He needs a donation kitty. He needs to find one. The universe is going to send him an emergency kitty.
Right? It'll happen. Just wait.
Yeah, you need a cat. You can't be alone.
Why?
You can't be traveling alone. You need a wee kitty seat in your car window on the side with your wee kitty in it.
Oh, wow.
Seat belt.
I think it's not
you up, man. Stitching you up, Thomas.
Yeah, but I think it's not a very cool lifestyle lifestyle for the cat to be everywhere else every time. So I don't think it's very good for the cat.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people that there are? And there's, I don't know, for some random reason, I ended up getting joined to camper van groups as well. Maybe somebody thought I was going to win one. I asked how much one of their camper vans was once, and that they went, "Congratulations, you're in the group." And I was like,
But Gillian, I learned this. So if you have a pyramid and you are going to the top, you are very alone. So there is not a lot of people I'm around with because they have a different consciousness and a different way of living. And so yes, that's my way. And it's not good for a cat, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, if I didn't have to have one right now, I would not.
Samuel's got girls that was like, "No, Daddy, I'm never going to see you again. Where's my kitty?"
I can't imagine not having a cat, right? I've had cats forever, but the expense of it, you know,
Right.
it's expensive.
I wouldn't miss the expense, to be fair. But the thing is, then what? You're all alone.
Oh, I've got
Right.
teenagers.
We're
They're even
alone.
bigger than cats. And twice as furry.
You don't. You've got one cat. Is that enough? You've got one cat, haven't you?
Yeah.
Rosabelle.
Yeah. Now we're down to one. We lost our
We need
big
to find
furry
you.
one. But,
We need
you know,
to find you another one. Maybe Rebecca.
Nah,
can
no,
come up with one.
no.
See,
Rosabelle would not tolerate another cat.
Yeah, right. I keep telling
Very
myself I'm not
territorial.
going to go find any more cats. I got a
Oh
lifetime
no,
supply
Rebecca.
of cats. I don't.
I've never met anybody like Rebecca for meeting cats.
No,
I really haven't.
Still live 10 years or 15 years, you know. So
How many
I'll be
people could tell you that
70.
two little baby cats like run up to them basically and go, "Mommy, mommy,
Yeah, I don't need
here
any
you
more.
are." Oh, that's
Wasn't
what happened to me when I was nearly
Oh my
home
God,
today.
right. Cats for treats. I get okay, Melissa. I don't understand. Cat wrestling for treats. But then there's ear mites involved. I have no clue.
No, she said she's
That's
trying
the
to
whole
bribe
problem.
them with treats, I think, to wrestle them to get in their ears. Yeah.
Oh, maybe to do a
Gnarly.
treatment. Okay, yeah, one of them has it.
See, I speak cat lady. I speak fluent cat lady.
I know, right? You figured it out right away.
Even when I'm semi-conscious. Oh,
Good night,
shit,
Gillian.
Rebecca.
All right.
Yes,
Hey,
Sam.
Gillian.
Good night, Julian.
Buzz off,
Good
you
night.
psycho.
Talking and
This is a-
talking.
This is a citizen science podcast. What you talking cats for?
Yeah, we do that a lot. We do that.
Yeah.
The
Sidebar.
ratings, I assure you.
Sidebar. Don't they say sidebar in your dramas? Sidebar, Your Honor. Sidebar, Your Honor, because I've got to tell on the other people. Oh God, I watched the show and they kept saying sidebar, sidebar, because now they had to go tittle tattle. Like, do you know, I seen that other lawyer, and that other lawyer was talking to somebody that wasn't meant to be talking to somebody that was in the what'd you call it, the panel. I don't know. I'm talking shit. I think I'll go to bed.
Yes.
Night, Gillian.
Okay. I leave
That
you
was
with
fun.
a chuckle in your
Funny.
heart. That's my happiness.
That's nice.
Yeah. Okay, everybody.
We'll see you next Saturday. You'll be here before
Oh,
we
yes.
know it.
I
Right?
was trying to tell you, I seen a cat with a little collar thing on, and it ran after me on my bike, and it was going meow, like almost like,
Oh.
"Are you my mommy?" And
Yes.
it was like a young one, and I felt bad leaving it. So I really probably should have asked on Look Lawyers, like, "Is this your cat?" I swear to God, I seen a lost
Run
cat thing that
away.
they were looking for a cat with a little pink collar thingy.
Yeah.
I feel bad now. I better go do it.
Well,
Or get
maybe
to
you'll
sleep.
find it.
Good night,
Yeah, I
Gillian.
don't want another cat though. You'll probably
No.
see me
I
tomorrow on
know.
the way to work.
I know you're good on
You can't
cats
afford
too.
it.
We're all good.
Samuel's counting the minutes to.
the cat
Not really.
distribution.
I don't even have the display up that shows them. Oh yeah, I do. I didn't even do 4 hours 38 minutes.
How long? Oh yeah, 4 hours for 30. Only 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys might go on for another couple, eh?
Yeah, Tara, that happens to me a lot too. We'll talk on the show for 5 or 7 hours, and we just eventually we do get punch drunk. I mean, you just get absolutely dingy doing this, and you know it's like talking on the phone and laying on the couch or the floor all the time as a teenager.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
I can't help it. I haven't slept like much the last couple of nights.
I had a horrible night last night.
You can because Saru's out that side. Saturn's probably out the other one with a moon, and you can't sleep. Your brain's going, there's stuff around, you know. You just can't help it. I think we're another kind of human. You know that, people?
Yeah.
We're another kind of human, I'm afraid. Are we sad about that?
Isn't that cool? What's that?
It's cool, isn't it?
I know. I just was cool
that
we found each other, but maybe it was because we gravitate towards each other. Like, you know,
isn't it because
so much
it's
alike.
frequency related where you all just sort of like magnets?
I know. I can't help it. I gotta be by these people. Yeah.
Clumping. Yeah. Well, this clump's going to bed. Definitely. Night night.
Night,
Good night, Gillian. Bye
Good
bye.
night, everybody. Sleep tight. Drive safely, Thomas. Look where you're going. A lot of water around there and trees and stuff. Thank you.
Help? You got it?
Yes, please.
I don't understand everything, Gillian, but goodbye.
Good night.
All right. Bye. There she goes. There she goes. She is out. Cool. Well, Tara sent me some pictures. I'm saving those right now, so we'll see those in a moment.
Cool.
And I have some clips to share, just some things that I've, found on TikTok as I'm flipping through that I thought other people might like to look at. So we could look at that first while I'm saving those pictures.
Okay.
Let's do that. It's some cool stuff in here. You're going to be blown away. Let's look at what's happening out there that you may not hear about other places. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, look, it's Nibiru. No, it's not.
I know. I'm not saying that, but they are. But what is that? The sun? I mean, it just looks kind of strange.
Part 2.
Right.
Well, they've got some sort of filtering going on here, and that's a cloud in front of the sun.
Are you okay? Well.
Yeah. I don't know where they're getting the Nibiru part from. Nibiru is 87 times bigger.
Right, and don't forget they got their Cash App on there too. So make sure to donate for their hard research.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I just
there goes a new boat.
Out there on the internet land, most people who see a glowing red, orange orb in the sky think it's Nibiru. Automatic.
They've been all been taught that Nibiru is red,
Right.
and it's not.
Right, and it's far away.
Our planet, not a dust bowl like Mars. Yeah, you do not launch your boat when there's white caps out.
Yeah.
Honey, we're going to the lake fishing, no matter how good the lake is or is not. Yeah, there they are.
I don't care. I don't have a boat.
Right, there you go. There you go.
Apparently, these people were like big time CEOs of some company or, yeah.
Them?
Mhm.
No.
6
Not these
people. Not the, I don't know. Not these people. The
Oh.
one on the boat.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think a lot of them got hurt.
Y'all
And
ever seen a lake turn into an ocean in minutes? Because Lake Tahoe just did that, y'all. They had a storm that hit Lake
actually.
Tahoe so hard that the locals there thought the fucking world was ended. That storm straight violated Lake Tahoe, y'all. I'm talking about it was flipping boats. The wind gusts was out the roof. Like, it looked like a tsunami. I'm not even lying, y'all. And the wild part is they said they didn't have no warning, no alert, no siren. People was just chilling when this storm just did this shit. Look at this shit, y'all. If you didn't know no better, you would have thought this was a lake, right? This shit look crazy. Look at the boats. You had people that been living there for 30 and 40 years that said they never seen anything like this. They seen storms before, but nothing like this at all, ever. How does a lake turn like this in the middle of the summer, y'all? This man that's recording is amused too. He like, what the fuck? Look at that person too. You know the world
Just
changing
the
fast,
beginning.
Storms like this can just come out of
Yeah.
nowhere and hit hard like this. And make people that's been living there all their life like, I never seen anything like that. I need y'all thoughts down below on what y'all think happened.
I have died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. I have loved you for 1,000 years. I love you for 1,000.
I thought that was pretty. It's gotta be Saru. Oh, can't hear it.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I'm gonna let you hear that again. I didn't have it turned up loud enough. It's almost hard to hear on their end. It just sounds, it's like a rumble, you know, just like a truck going by.
Oh my God, you guys. Check this shit out. Check this shit out.
Wow.
Dang.
Fucking scary.
Riders on the storm.
Good song.
Riders on the storm. Into this house we're born. Into this
Riders on the storm.
like a dog without a bone and actor out alone.
Wow.
I'm amazed that we haven't seen more of them.
Yeah. Wow.
I think 3 shows before I sent Rebecca a video, and NASA tells the people that more garbage from the space is coming down, but it's the asteroids who are coming down.
Right, they're
Not
mislabeling
the
it.
satellites.
I still think there's a strong connection between that and
I thought they
then
might have been
starting up
like towers or
the
something.
idea
but you
of
see
World War III.
how they're moving in formation.
You know,
Let me
if
scroll
they're going to
up.
blame asteroids on a country doing
That's
stuff,
fucking weird.
I think.
Yeah. I've already seen videos.
People
I
don't
know we're
know
supposed to
what
be delivering
missiles and
DoorDash
bombs look
order,
like.
but-
They don't know what asteroids look like. But they're going to tell them that
One just
asteroids are,
disappeared.
you know, such and such country. Let's get them. And before you know it, everybody's they're
What the
falling
fuck is
everywhere.
that?
You know.
But I don't think it goes with World War III. I think it's just they're telling, our satellites
that's
are
weird.
coming back. But World War III is another thing, I think, my opinion.
Okay.
And they're just
Yeah.
like floating.
I just feel like they're going to have to cover up more and more fireballs.
Makes sense.
Turn two.
Those are just some lights in the sky. Who knows?
Rotational core.
Right, Tara. Yeah. Yeah. Everything's a distraction.
Oh,
it
yeah.
seems like.
That's fucking crazy as fuck. Hey, look in the sky.
Oh my God. I am scared. What was that?
John, I'm in a tornado. I'm in a tornado. Oh my gosh, John, I'm in a tornado right now. I'm in a tornado. I'm driving out of it. I'm going.
But it's
Oh my
crazy.
gosh,
In
John, I'm in a
Europe,
tornado.
we have so many
There's a
drones
tornado
in the
going
sky,
around. Oh my gosh.
but I don't think in America or in other countries.
Oh my gosh, I'm in a tornado. I'm in a tornado.
You have to license them here.
Oh my gosh. Dear Jesus, help me. Dear Jesus, help me. Dear Jesus, help me.
If you're talking private, POV drones. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really, I see 10 to 20 drones in the sky every night.
What? Why? What?
And I'm in a small town here, very small.
Huh. I never see drones.
Look at that green line.
Incredible.
That's crazy. I want to see one of those.
I know, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh my God, I just washed my car.
Yeah.
The universe hates you.
This is wild.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
North
That'd be
Dakota.
freaky. Mm-mm.
Yeah, Stormer Planet. I think that it's a close path. But regardless, it's nasty.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
21st of June, Bismarck.
Yeah, Caroline, we're going to line up together, me and you. Chris can be there too. I'll just stand there and watch it. Yikes. It looks like it's standing still, isn't it? Like it's just idle.
Again, don't look at the lightning. Look what else is in the picture.
Yeah, look at that. Whoa. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Cool.
People crowd of
Write
us.
that down real quick.
1, 2, 3, Nepesity.
Yeah. Look at that.
That is the bottom of Nepesity. And look where the lighting was. Now, this is the bottom of Uri. This is what we need to expect to happen this summer, July, August, etc. But over the top of us from the bottom of Uri. And that would be where Atu and Atu's moon are, doing that purple.
Okay, hey, there ain't a fucking thing natural about this.
Bingo!
Cloud formation. This shit's sinister looking.
But
It's not.
it is natural.
Yeah, it's the bottom of Uri and Atu.
Wow.
Right. Like he's saying it's not natural. He's thinking probably geoengineering because that's all they can. If they can't explain it, it's automatically
Right.
hard. That's how it works. If it makes no sense, it's hard. man-made.
Please.
That's what we're up against.
Yep. It's geoengineering. Them lizards are going to come land on our planet, so they got to get it ready for all us humans to be killed.
Oh gosh.
No.
That's, of
Yeah.
course, I'm joking.
Right.
Anyone there?
So, all that payment coming along on your new car.
Yeah.
Anyone? Oh, all right.
What a mess. I've been in a couple of storms like that. One just like that, if not a little bit worse. Trees were just everywhere.
Yep.
Like it made no sense. Out of nowhere, 100-mile-an-hour winds just come through one evening, and it goes from everything's fine to
Jeez,
that.
Oh my gosh.
And then it's gone.
Yeah. You're left to the birds are chirping, and there's just destruction everywhere. And the next thing you know is chainsaws are
right.
Yep.
firing up everywhere.
That was us last year, and we had to wait for 3.5 days for power.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, half of our entire county was wiped out on that one storm last year. And it was not on the radar.
Yeah.
I saw it coming outside, and I ran outside, and then bang, it was there, and I got buried in dirt.
Kitty cat. I got my cat Skinny here too. He's lazy. Being lazy, sleeping the whole day long. All day. Oh, yeah, he's tired.
Yeah, I'd like to do that for a couple of days.
Right?
Yeah, he just sleeps and sleeps.
Get out the old quilt and, just crawl into bed and stack the pillows up.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that drives me crazy. I can't lay in
Turn on
bed
some
during the day.
Murder mysteries,
I know. Like I had to. Like when I get up, I'm up. I make my bed. I don't get back in it till like 3 in the morning.
Watching, the Broken Wood Murder Mysteries, which is a New Zealand murder mystery group. That's interesting.
Project Bluebeam.
That's it. It's got to be. I'm kidding. It could be, I guess, but
It could be.
I mean, it could be, but the odds are.
Well, I was wondering, is that the moon? No, that's not the moon.
I
It's
know,
kind of
Carolyn.
green. It's kind of stable. It's not real. It is kind of moving and flickering.
Right, Rodney? It's just like I'm having flashbacks. I'm 16 again. Oh.
Right?
That was a great year. Oh.
Well, it's green. I wonder if that's the green asteroid.
Oh, it's
Of course, I
over.
don't see all of its little friends around it, but then you never know.
Yeah. That was that. That was
That's
last
really
of it.
interesting, whatever that was.
That was the finale. I know. Could it be a craft? Maybe. Like spotlight?
Could be, but smaller percentage chance, but more likely, an asteroid than not. The flaring was interesting. It was from side to side, a horizontal flaring.
Wow.
Maybe we'll see more this week. Somebody else get another capture of it. We get 2 or 3, 4 or 5 at a time sometimes. We're around the world all capture the same thing. So I'll look forward to that.
Well, good. All right. Let me pull up pictures that I always think I have them ready and then I haven't saved them yet. from Tara this past week. She sent me a few good ones. Here we go. I should show you the video I took too. I forgot. From the other day. Oh, the other morning I took Taylor to work. I was out at 7 or 6:30. Wait, yeah, I'll show you that one. It was great. Oh my word. There was stuff everywhere. It tells me I want to be out early like that more often. 6:30. Okay. I can't imagine that though, but to me that's like too early. Okay. These pictures are from Tara.
Look at the blue, not the white. Purple dot's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been my week all week, is the big puffy clouds everywhere blocking everything. But the sun is pinched off in light. There's something from the right and from the left cutting it in, reducing the amount of sunlight. For the most part, these white clouds are mostly usually normal. On the 21st, I believe.
I gotta go get my kitty cat and let her in. Hang on a
Yeah, the
second.
light is being pinched. You can see there's no clouds around it right here, and yet it's doing the angled refractive pinch-off light. And there's an orange there which says planet base. Most likely Matim coming in from the left. Yeah, look at this different blues, horizontal color, and look how gray the illumination of these pictures is. It's cut off, and the light is reduced. And here is a cat cameo. Mittens. 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 Thought maybe I could get her pull in front of the camera more. Yeah, look how small the sun is here. I love it. It's the size it's supposed to be. Yeah. The dark blue, not the sun. Not very capture worthy, but thank you. Dealing with the light issues, there's definitely a light cutoff going on here. Because look at the tree in the ground. It's the light is wrong. So you're rubbing my eyes because the cat just went by on the camera. Cat hair. Ah, yeah. That's interesting.
Psychosomatic allergies.
Yeah. I like I'll watch somebody sanding furniture on TV or something, or a car go by on a dusty road, and I'm going, oh no allergy, no asthma attack, please. And then you have to kind of remind yourself, oh wait a minute, that can't get me.
Right.
Yeah, that looks very cubey, but crafty as well. This is, of course, a Satum yellow moon at sunset. And that orange base by the horizon on the right is literally the base of Saru. See the circle core.
Yep.
Bottom of Uri and the asteroids. I'm getting blinky sitting here with my eye. Maybe the cat did come nearby me in the house here.
No.
It's like I'm rubbing my eyes. Cat hair. Yeah, there's something directly above the sun. You can see the flaring on the tree showing the light is being pinched. This, of course, is lead asteroid on one side, red asteroid and Uri and Atu on the left. And again, this is Atu's moon right here on the left.
Awesome.
And Atu and Uri. Definite noticeable Atu's moon. This is Nepesity. Saturn Jello moon is above the tree on the right.
I'm back.
And yay. We got to see Mittens for a moment.
Right.
Yeah, Mittens held it down for you.
Sweet. Yeah. She's in the show business too. She wants to be on camera.
She's a YouTuber.
Yeah. Right. Make her a little live streamer. We got a headset.
She'll get better ratings than we do.
I know. If she was a person, she could. She would.
Wow. I love it. Uri and Atu. I don't see much Atu's moon, but that is purple, dark Atu right there in front of Uri. Cutting into the light on the left. I'm like chewing my own words. Caffeine ain't working no more. Of course, the shadowing in this is from the square cloud, although that is not the Texas cube. It's just a funky normal cloud.
Oh, what did I do?
Chris, you're sideways.
I know. I don't know what I did.
Breaking it up, momentarily amusing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling sideways.
I'm sitting here spinning a pen, so.
Okay.
Wow. Spin with my left hand. Spin. That is my Tim cutting in. And that is most likely Uri right there, the dark blue area. Boy, look at that horizon line. Nothing in the way, straight, flat. No mountains. Fort Worth, Texas.
Nice.
FWTX. I like Texas. Wouldn't want to live there, but I like Texas. Way too hot for me, too dry. Got no trees, like gotta have our mountains.
So Tara says, "What causes the shadows? I keep seeing there should be
Clouds can cause a lot of shadows. But remember that the planets are cutting in from the right and cutting in from the left, and that's why in this picture we're looking at, anytime you have the flaring, the straight lines that are coming off the sun, then you have a cut in or a halo or a light change. Now look at the size of the sun now. It shows you sure it's really flaring because something's really cutting into the sun and it's making it way bigger. That's probably from the left. That's it shining below the planets and below Saru and everything. That's why it's so bright white and intense. Again, there's a shaft light, so something's cutting in. Most likely this is a cloud in front of the sun. Normal clouds. However, you can sort of see there's a rounding and dark blue object in the background.
Okay, Rodney, I'll
Yeah.
check it. You're welcome, Tara. I'll check for your video. There it went. There wasn't much to see here today as far as yesterday was pretty good though. It's supposed to rain every day. Like it rained this morning. Every day has rain for the next 5 days still. You know, which means, but I was just gonna say before and after the rain, usually it's a good time for pictures. You know, that's what I'm thinking about. All right. Okay, bear with me. I was saving that picture. I don't know if Sam saw it or not. I sent it to you on Messenger, Sam. Your pictures from the chat GPT.
I have been scrolling out really bad here.
Yeah, uh-oh. I figured it was really quiet.
Yeah, I was pretty much out, almost out, but I just let it scroll and let it scroll, and I could just
Yeah.
got back.
Okay, well, one more save. Okay, I'll show you these pictures real quick. So, I don't know. I've been working on different projects. I have like several things in the midst. We'll see if I can get it done. You're right. But I'm going to have to leave and come right back. It's not loading.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, that happens.
Oh, the Apache is there.
Say that again, Thomas.
The Apache, the Red Indian man.
Oh.
I'm talking
Okay.
about you.
Oh yeah, I'm red.
Yeah, very red.
Yeah, I get burned sitting inside the house, so you know. Yeah, it's just it's hot.
Wow.
It's
Now you know
hot,
why they
and
were red.
there's nothing I can do. I can put a long sleeve shirt on, and I'll get more burnt somehow.
Okay.
So,
Put,
yeah,
put oil on your skin.
I don't
Oil
know
is
where
very good.
Yeah, I don't know. This sunblock situation is not good. $26 for sunblock. You know, and I don't want to get burnt this year. I just don't. So Sam's right. Just stay in the house. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
No
well, you know, you
sun,
could even-
no burning.
Well, you could make a white sheet, or a cloak that's very
Right.
light, Egyptian cotton, high thread cotton that you could actually just throw over your shoulders, and make a cloak out of something light, and then I mean that's what the Arabs do. They wear many layers, and they stay cooler from it.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be in Arab-like conditions this summer. And think desert. Get out your camel so you can get to the store to buy milk.
Yeah.
Well, you know that the camel actually is from North America.
Right.
Yeah, camel's origin is North America. Who knew?
Who knew?
Yeah, I was watching archaeology and history stuff all week again, and they're still hemming and hawing between the age of Clovis, a man, and all of this, and they're talking about a brand new species that they discovered on the northern part of South America that are not genetically linked to us hardly at all, and it just goes on and on and on. Now they're going, 20,000 years, and the land bridge, and it's like, dude, you still haven't even got it, because there's civilizations, there's underground cities in Russia that are 100,000 years old.
Incredible.
And they're not even close to the realities of how many societies have lived on Earth where we are what we are, and and they've got this picture in their imagination, caveman, drag club, walks with knuckles on ground, and that's just not the case. And
but sometimes they find also pyramids and other stuff in the sea, and people know this, but not in general. So the mass also believe we are from the caves you are talking about.
Yeah, and Russia is so it's got 11 time zones. There's so much hidden in Russia and China and stuff that we're not even party to. And oh god, just history, Mesozoic era and the Iron Age and the Bronze Age are so under discovered, and the lost civilizations and all this shit, and they're all it's all driven by the point of view of historians from Britain, and they have led the world in their misinformation campaign for so long. And the cyclopic stones all around the world. I mean, there's temples that were carved 16,000 years ago, and people call them 4,000 years old or 3,000 years old. And these great temples all around the world.
And also the pyramids, in Giza, they're talking about the 5,000 or 6,000 years old, but no, they're 60 or 70.
Yeah, they're poor dating, and not only that. Karnak, for instance, is way bigger than they realize. It's all buried under the desert, and there's other pyramids to the west of Karnak, and they won't even let them touch. So there's buried stuff under the ground, and of course buried miles and miles and miles of underground tunnels under all the pyramids as well, which they don't talk about, and underground cities all over the world they don't talk about. And like the ones in Russia as well. I mean, that is a really old civilization that we can't even touch the skills of what and these are 100,000 years ago.
No,
so there's
they
way
just
more.
They just want to control the masses, like the Bible. They put this book together and tell the people a story, and sadly, all the people believe this, or a lot of people, not all, but
Yeah, and we were wearing bear skins and walking around with the woolly mammoths during the Ice Age, and everybody thinks the entire world was covered in ice, and it wasn't. The equator, the middle of the Earth was melted, and the poles only increased in size a little bit down to the middle of North America instead of the middle of Upper Canada. And it's all deception, it's all point of view. And of course, continents are moving, and they always have and they always will. And the Atlantic Ocean is getting bigger, and the Pacific is getting smaller, and so and India's moving, and Madagascar's moving, and Africa's moving, and South America's moving, and Antarctica's moving, and in 50 million years it'll all be a new continent again. It's all kind of crazy shit. So they're people, they don't know what they're talking about. They just don't. Or they're feeding us a bunch of shit and thinking we buy it.
But I think you said it in the beginning. So Europe gets colder, you said. Huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it'll start having more
in the winter times.
Yeah, it'll have more equatorial standard. The same what goes on in North America will go on in Europe. Because prior to that, the Atlantic Ocean, right there off the coast of Ireland, that whole area of Western Europe was being heated by the Atlantic subjet or underwater jet stream, and that has changed. So the temperature is going to cool down in your area a little bit,
Okay.
which may not be a bad thing compared to whatever is going to happen with the climate change and the global warming. So any 1 degree port in a storm, so to speak.
We will see what happens in the next 5 years or more.
Yeah. Right. God, can you imagine another investment of another flashbang of 5 years where we're going, we've been doing this for 20 years. Christopher's beard will be all gray by then. He'll be wearing reed glasses.
God, I hope not.
Well, I think we have more problems in 4 or 5 years. Look for the blackouts and the other stuff. So there's a lot of stuff coming, like the volcanoes and the earthquakes.
Yeah.
I think it's getting more and more, and also the government stuff, like Rebecca's lovely topic, World War III. So there will come more wars here, and they're preparing this now in Europe. They're saying, oh, okay, we must do this with the young people. They must come to the army again and all this stuff. So they're preparing the people all in Europe. I don't know how it's in America, but in Europe, they're preparing for war.
The major G7 European countries have all literally doubled their expenditures on the percentage of GDP that they have been spending. For example, from 2.5% to 5%, which is the base
5%, correct.
Minimum for base minimum for NATO, which is about time. It's great because what's happened is this has given France and Germany and England the opportunity to rise into the place that the United States has been holding for so long. So, and they're just boycotting us, and I don't blame them for a second, not 1 second. So, we in the United States, the people don't believe what our administration believes. And we're going to see that come out here in the next 2 months as well. I hope. I hope we put a stop to this because we don't need to bomb anybody.
Right.
Says the
peace. I heard that they're planning on starting a draft. Like there's all these, specific information that got released a few days ago, but it's automatically going to include juvenile.
You don't have to sign up for selective service anymore. They're just anybody between the ages of 18 and 26. You're automatically signed up now for selective service.
Oh, okay. Well, I heard if you have a record and you're like a juvenile record, it's automatic. You're getting drafted.
Well, no, I was the first generation that they reinstituted the sign-up draft. All the way back when I turned 18, I had to sign up.
Yeah, me too.
And I did. And but they didn't have any. And then I became too old for the Gulf War, so I skipped that one. Thank you. And not only that, they wouldn't have sent me anywhere. They'd just pull me back to Washington. Go back to Langley, Try one more time. Here, let me use my remote. Okay, Colonel, your car keys are at your wife's bedside table.
Oh, no.
I'm, of course, kidding. Yeah.
Right.
I, too, am, at 5 hours, 22 minutes. Still getting punchy here and silly. You got much more for us there, Rebecca, or shall we?
Well, I'll show you this real quick.
Cool.
That's Tulsa.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Skyline of Tulsa.
Wow, that's Tulsa.
Yeah, I was gonna, let me show you the original.
I was going to say, what planets are those? But I guess what goes in.
Well, that's after many renditions between me and Chat GPT.
Oh, okay.
I had to go back. I mean, they couldn't get it right. I kept saying no, like this, no, like but they were trying.
Well, yeah, we got a blue Saturn copy there. But okay, thank you, Chat.
Yeah. I kept telling it to do this and that, so I think it was annoyed with me. But Huh.
Yep.
Hang on a second.
Well, you know what I do in that case? I get out my El Marco permanent black magic marker,
Uh-huh.
a couple of bowls
Oh,
of
here
juice
it is.
spice jars,
That's the
and the salt and
original.
pepper shaker, and a spool of thread or two, and I make my
Yeah,
own little circles.
I know. And this high tech. There's the
Yeah.
original. I thought it did a pretty good job.
Yeah,
And
Tulsa's a
then
big town.
there's that.
Oh, I love it. Matrix.
Awesome.
And that. That's where we started. We started with that. And then
Where's all that baldness coming from? I am
Have to-
not that bald.
I don't know. It was that picture, the most recent picture you sent me. But
Yeah, well, it extrapolated a whole lot of my hair. I
Yeah,
have my hair,
right.
my
I'll tell it.
hairline's way farther forward than that.
I'll tell them to give you more hair. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
thank
yeah.
you.
Well, that's
Oh,
old.
mittens. There you go. Mona Lisa and mittens. Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
but you know, on the Mona Lisa, if you put two different sides together, you can see an alien or something like that in the picture.
Okay.
Not in this, but there is. Yeah. Okay.
that's true. I've seen that too. It's like,
Yeah.
of course, it's something weird like that.
Well, I
saying,
believe
this
that
whole world
Da
is
Vinci
like that.
probably knew. You know, if you look at even the Irish, the kissed huge Irish stone carvings and Scottish stone carvings and English stone carvings, they've got all those spirals on their people, and they were seeing the planets, and they were trying to warn us, because that was, you know, in 1650 BC, and then in 5300 BC.
Yeah. That's Mittens as a person. Remember? That's me.
Okay, I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here thinking,
I need to put them side by
Who's that?
side. But see, she has a pink collar, and you
Yeah.
know, that's Mittens.
I see it,
yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
You use too much ChatGPT, in my opinion.
Oh no.
never enough, Thomas.
Right.
Oh.
It's never
I
enough.
know.
Come
I
on now.
know. It's probably
don't-
the worst thing. Yeah.
I don't use any kind of this stuff. I don't
Right.
like it. So
Yeah. It's kind of creepy. It can be. It can be.
Right?
So-
I mean,
so much-
you know, a lot of people are leveraging it, and you know, they're making a killing with it. It's crazy.
Really.
and a lot of people talking to ChatGPT like to a friend, and they
Yeah,
tell
it's a
them
little weird.
everything,
Yeah.
and
haven't
that's
done
not a
that.
good thing.
No, well, you know, that's the same thing that's going on every time anybody goes anywhere with their phone. When you're driving
Yeah.
around town, you're doing the same thing.
Of
And
course, I know.
And I don't have a cell phone. They don't track, yeah, they can get me through my debit card. Just like that. Microchipping.
Yeah.
We're already in the sign of the beast. Oh no.
I made Sam a trend. He's like, there's a trend on TikTok that uses this soundtrack and effect. So here's what we have on your TikTok.
Please set your phone to airplane mode.
Oh, that's it.
Hey, that's old man Matrix. Okay, I get
That's
it.
old man, right? Yeah. I spent too much
Old
time
man
actually
Matrix.
trying to get Chat GPT to do a Matrix jump, and it couldn't. There's a lot that I discovered it can't do, and you have to like build up on things. You have to like make this first, so you can make that, and then so. Anyway,
Yeah, still working on those comfortable shoes.
I've heard there's
Keep
actually
them on,
better apps for that too.
Yeah,
It's
there's
not
one
the
that just
best.
came out. I think it's Google's new software, and it's
Let's see.
you can't you can. It's really hard to tell that it's AI.
Oh, yeah. That's you can't.
Yeah,
it
they-
looks just like a real person. It looks like everything. You can't tell the difference. So who's to say what we see now isn't already that?
Right.
We don't know these people. I don't know Hollywood and politicians. I'm not there to see them in person.
And
They
people
can show you
can't.
anything. But
Correct, and people can't see the difference between a clone and a real person also. So think about that. So there are so
Yeah.
many clones around, and people don't understand Oh man, is this a
I
clone?
know.
Oh no, that's a real person.
They live. They live. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So AI is
Oh my God.
just another thing. I think the clones are more important because this is real life. There are so many clones outside, and people don't understand what's really going on.
No.
For example, Putin. I think Putin have 4 or 5, so they have a lot of different types, and yeah.
Different types of
Are
what?
they really cloning people, or are they just like mastered the art of disguise with masks and
No,
stuff
they're
like
real
that?
clones. They're real
God, this is
clones.
terrifying.
So they don't put the soul in the body, but they put some memory in the body, and they look like the real person. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. But it's an old technology, so yeah.
Okay.
There's just no way that they're showing us their most up to date. There's just no way. They're decades ahead of that. They have to be. They're just,
Yes, they
eking
are.
us along and just like, oh, we got something new, and it's nothing. I don't know what. I just know that I can't believe hardly anything I hear on the TV
Right.
from somebody I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm just
And look,
done.
all
I'm just
this-
done because they lie all the time.
Right.
I
I
mean,
can't
it's
watch it. I can't watch TV anymore either. I can't.
I don't want to watch
makes me
Hollywood or
yeah. No. Mm-mm. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. It's
it's better for you.
maybe
Yes.
the local news once a week, but that's about it. I can't.
Right.
much.
If I'm not feeding my cats or cleaning, I'm sweeping and whatever, I'm working on cloud stuff. Like I'm looking for something new or something. It's like that's all I look at. And pictures. That's all.
Well, I'm doing market research. I'm doing political research. I'm doing archaeology, time team. I'm watching a new murder mystery all the time.
Cool.
This new series, I'm always figuring it out at the beginning of the movie. Dang it! I want a
Yeah.
little more. Yeah. I the last 3 of them in a row. I always guessed who the murderer was within the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need. Well, I did like the Midsummer Murder Mysteries. I recommend them because there's a lot of twists and turns, and they'll give you a good brain duel. And of course, it's Hercule Poirot, Agatha Christie, and Sherlock Holmes. And I've seen damn near every Sherlock Holmes out there twice, if not 5 times. But anyway.
But you don't have a standard consciousness, so yeah, you have no problem with this stuff. But other people, they are affected like sheep and going in all the one direction, and that doesn't happen to you. So
Yeah, well, I actually enjoy catching.
Cutting out.
Even you can, you can't take exactly what you see the first time, and this is what we do at the Skywatchers. We don't take the first thing that we see. We see 5 and 10 and 15 versions of stuff from around the world, and then we decide. So if AI is handing you something, you should not believe first thing that you see. You need to check your sources. You need to go look it up and back it up, and then make a comment out of it being informed rather than spooked by a fad or a single post. Anyway, go ahead.
And trust your feeling, also important.
Oh yeah, check your sources.
There.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Okay. Yeah, always check your sources.
It's just wild how it's everywhere you look now. That's how people act, and they don't.
But
I don't know what the problem is. Is it too much for them to go out and do the research?
Handle.
And yeah, right. It's not good.
Well,
I think
here's an example. After this military strike in Iran, the news from the government was the site was obliterated and the threat was gone. And then within the first week, it's gone around 3-4 circles, and they still don't. And of course, it was always way too early to even make that call. Well, they've got to have at least a month to, have satellite footage and get, their spies on the ground and to actually go in there and see what big hole they made or not. And yeah, the satellite footage shows stuff, but it doesn't show it obliterated. So now there's that big lie as well. And of course, they've shot themselves in the foot on this one. They never should have gone into Iran and bombed them in the first place. Nor, if they were worried about nuclear material, they should have never.
Right.
Trump should have never canceled the peace treaty that we did have. And that's just stupid. And then they go, "Oh, well, we can't let them have that."
Right.
And yet it's, it was a problem created by them, supposedly solved by them. They claimed victory right away. We're so powerful and wonderful and blah blah blah. When in actuality, what they did was they opened a can of worms.
That's
They put
just
everybody
it. I mean,
in that
there's a
region
bigger
that
reason
way.
behind what they're doing. They have to do that because there's a bigger reason why.
Oh, now they've also opened a call to war from the sleeper cells that are embedded in the United States already.
Yeah.
We
No,
gave
that's
them
not
a
good.
reason.
Yeah.
That's wrong. We should never, you do
disgusting.
diplomacy. You don't attack people. You just don't attack people. Not only that, there was no declaration of war approved by
Right.
Congress. Period.
Why would you just go bomb people? Just innocent people sitting there eating their dinner.
Well,
It
shit.
makes no
In the
sense.
first 3 months, we blasted
And-
the shit out of Yemen. And that went totally by. Nobody even caught that on the news. We bombed the shit out of Yemen already since January.
It's
Oh,
disgusting.
by the way, this little Iranian shutting down of the Straits of Hormuz or whatever is going to raise gas prices. You're going to see gas prices skyrocket.
Yeah, what the Strait of Hormuz? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like 25% of the
Hormuz, yeah.
world's oil or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's just.
But
and
that's
more-
also the plan.
I was getting ready to say that too. I'm like, but it's already put into motion forever ago. They just it's going to happen. It's like you can already tell they got a bigger, like I said, they got a bigger reason behind it. They have to do that so they can get to where they want to be and go
Yes.
and make changes like they want to make. Oh, we got to do this and that.
Yeah, they have a plan for the next 10 years or 5 or whatever. So they know what they are preparing and they are doing this.
Yeah, they've lit the
And I
fuse
think-
on a hot spot. That's all
And
there's
also
to it.
they know the stuff above us. They know the planets. I think they have better view and cameras on it, so they know exactly what happened. Maybe, and maybe they listen here too. But I think yes, they have cameras and all this stuff, and they know okay, this is coming, and they have their other plans too.
Right.
Yes.
Well, there's the Belt and Road
Right,
initiative
Howie.
coming from China that has already cast so many of these new deals in that region already, where they've got bases and ports now. So China's involved in that whole area already, as well as Pakistan, as well as Dagestan, and all. There's a whole bed of people right in there. They're all arguing with each other, India included, and the Iranians and the Russians are now talking about, oh, we can send them nukes if they get bombed. We're going to send you nukes. It's like, oh, great, So yeah, the whole area. It's now somebody kicked the beehive. That's what happened.
But also all the governments working together, because the deep state is working is the main actor, and the deep state say, okay, you do this, and you this, and yes, that's
And
the whole one world politic.
Yeah.
And that information has also been published in 2016 with the Panama Papers, and I direct you to watch that. It's on YouTube. And I'm not going to say it again, and you should go watch that, and it will scare the shit out of you. And I hope I don't get offed for saying that, but yeah, that's big world powers. These guys are beyond the governments. So we're in deep doo-doo, Batman.
Like, why
Anyway,
do they
I've said
just
enough about that.
despise it so much? Like, why do they just want to cause so much misery to everybody?
Because then
It could be
then
such
they
a
win.
beautiful place, huh?
They win, the haves and the have-nots. And then when the shit hits the fan, they can bribe us with the smallest amount of food.
They're horrible. I'm just like, they're horrible. There's like,
You know, and this is why I talk about Time Machine and the Warlock and Eloy.
They're not real. They're not like us. They're not
Well,
like
I want to be
us.
wrong. I want to be wrong. I want
Oh
to be
my
wrong.
God.
I want to be wrong.
They're horrible. There's
Yeah.
something else horrible happening.
Yes, but it will happen, like the wars, so World War
I
II
know.
or something like that. So we have no food, we have the wars, we have people killing other people, and all this stuff. Yeah.
Climate change,
Yes, climate change also, of course. So
famine, crop losses. Now they just threw the big wrench in the works here on top of that with bombing, you know, and kicking the beehive and breaking world trade. We have been ostracized and gone around. Canada is now selling all the wheat that we would normally sell this year. They're not buying any of our wheat.
Wow.
Or our soybeans, or our barley, or our oats, or our corn, or our cattle, or our chickens, or our pigs. Companies, Campbell Soup, Ford, Chevrolet, AOL Aluminum, or Alco, not AOL, but ALCO, Alco Aluminum left the country already. Coca-Cola left the country.
and also they're destroying some food to rise the prices also.
Right.
And this is crazy what's going on, and people don't understand the plan is already written, and now it's coming to real.
3 major corporations have gained overall pretty much productive ownership of all of the American meat market. 3 companies.
Wow.
And they got rid of the meat inspectors on top of it.
That's not important.
Yeah. Nobody needs to check the meat in that truck. It's fine.
No,
It's okay. It sat in Arizona for a week and a half.
Is it blinking at you? Then it's fine.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah, it's very hard. So because not everybody have the opinion, or not the opinion to have can make their own foods, for example.
Right.
So if you have a garden, you have a small garden and have a small amount of food, but where do you get the other stuff? And
you cannot grow a crop of wheat by yourself. You have to have. This is where cities and villages and people will group together and form a collective that will go back to the old ways, because that's where we're headed, whether we like it or not. And one way or another, we're going to lose the conveniences that we have right now. We either can't afford them, like ask the Chinese right now. They can't even afford to move into new housing, and so they're tearing them down after them being half finished all over the world. And the Belt and Road Initiative, and they've overbuilt, all for collective power. And this is not how we need to be running our world, people. We need to start thinking about how we save it, not how we destroy it.
Yeah, it's wild. They've got these cities that are, completely built for, 1 million, 2 million people to start, and they're just sitting there empty. It's just
they can't afford to move in.
Right.
They don't make enough money. The job market, the pay scale went down 4% this month, and the cost of living went up 2.7% this month.
Right.
And the homeless population around the country is insane.
Yeah, I think I saw the statistics on, what it takes per year for, a single, filer to be comfortable financially. It's $94,000. You need to earn $94,000 a year to be.
And mortgage rates are up, so you can't even get a loan.
So for 2 people, joint couple, I think it said like $230,000 you need to, may combine to be.
And I don't know anybody that makes
That's
over 30.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't personally know anyone that makes over $30 or $40, $50,000 a year. My neighbors may. I know I don't. And
Right? It's terrible. And then you're thinking like, okay, you look back and before the gold standard, right? And the dollar was, backed by gold. You could exchange your gold for a dollar and vice versa. And now, if you think about it, your salary should basically be, you should be getting paid hourly based on the rate of gold, and that's not how it goes anymore. And it's just it's something to look into.
And don't forget the digital stuff. So in future, you will get no coins, or for example, maybe not coins, but you have all digital stuff, and they can control you and put you in this way and this way.
What, like
they
digital,
stopped making the penny this
central
year.
bank digital currencies and stuff like that? Oh, it's not good.
Yeah. Well, they quit
imagine
making
getting
the
your
penny
paycheck and then
officially.
they're just able to take all of that
I hear
away
that's
by
up.
fees and all that stuff. They'll add on tax on all these fees. They're able to go into your
big beautiful
your
bill.
digital wallet.
Yeah,
and just,
all of that was reduced by the Biden administration, where they couldn't charge you $35 for a check over fee. They could charge you $8, and all of that's been removed. Is trying to be in the big beautiful bill. They're trying to remove that again too, and so now credit card companies can charge you, up to $100 for late fees, where they had it down to $7 or $8, and by law. And so, people, we're just totally we're already, it's already too late. The fox is already running the hen house, people. So what the hell are we going to do?
It doesn't sound good, but I will put it in this way: if you are dying, it's not only a bad thing. So your soul is connected, and you are free, and
Yeah, Andrea, keep your babies away from Google. There's this new thing where there's a new video running around where they're saying that if you talk to Alexa or you ask Google in front of a child, they freak out. I don't know what that's about, but I have seen the video, Andrea. So I took it with a grain of salt. Anyway, yeah, the programming is huge. We're all being still manipulated and programmed and lied to, like, big time. I mean, God, I know that for a fact.
It's just like the Truman Show. I mean, Truman had no idea there was a world outside of his little world. All he knew is what he was told, and he discovers that actually it's nothing like what he had been told.
Right. Well, look at TV commercials. Everybody on the TV commercials lives in $1 million house.
Yeah,
I know.
It's so it's so weird.
Yeah. Right.
It's so true, Sam. It's like, wow. Yeah,
I
no,
just
it's
keep
not
waiting for it
reality.
to collapse. I keep thinking Hollywood's going to collapse. It doesn't.
And we're not going to like it.
The political system will collapse. It doesn't.
Well, would you think they're going to take our internet away from us first, our cell phone coverage, or some Carrington event? We're all boom, all of a sudden there's nothing working. And I watched a Doom and Gloom Armageddon movie the other day, and the internet, it was a pretty good movie, actually. I can't remember what it was, like Reconfiguration or something like that. It was Johnny Depp, and anyway, where the AI took over the world, and then they had to shut out.
What's it called? It's on the tip of my tongue. It'll pop in my head in a few minutes. Watch.
Yeah, and it was a pretty good movie, and it's like spooky where we're at right now. How much we count on everything, and how much you guys are living off those little devices in the palm of your hand. And if you ever watched Karens get arrested and how bad they freak out when the cops take their phone away from them. I mean, it's literally like taking their foot off or something.
Right.
with a butter knife in there. Yeah, give me my phone, give me my phone. Oh my God, this is my whole lifeline, you know. And I'd go, okay, you go ahead and hang on to my phone. I have no problem with it, you know. I don't even have anyone to call.
Yeah, that's not good. I can't.
Well, if I do. I get
oh,
online here and I talk to you guys online. You know, I don't. You know, the only time my phone rings is when I'm sleeping.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, 15 minutes after I finally got to sleep. Oh, the phone rang. Okay. An hour after I finally got to sleep. Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, yes, you know. Well, we've been trying to contact you about your car's maintenance insurance.
Yeah.
That they never had in the first place. Anyway, I digress into lunacy.
Yeah. You know, I wonder how many people they actually get to sign up for their service a day. Really? My service is going to run, it's going to expire soon? Oh, let me get my debit card out real quick for you. Like, how do you not know? Like, it's incredible how, what people just hand out their, you know, their information, their social security numbers, and yeah.
Well, you know, you've seen those new Ray-Ban Meta glasses. They're like,
I haven't. Like,
oh, well, you talk to your sunglasses. And
they're
Ray-Ban.
like those AI sunglasses.
Yeah, and you go Meta. You go Meta,
yeah.
You know, where did I park my car or whatever. Well, you know, you buy those things. They're like 500 or so. I haven't even looked out how much they are. They're like $500, I'm guessing. And then you still have to pay a monthly service fee on that. To have a connective fee.
You can't have anything without a monthly service fee nowadays.
Right, I know, it's insane. So what you're buying, you're not even buying. You're merely releasing it.
Right.
And also you damage your health for example, for your brain and all this stuff. It's not good for your brain to put the glass on your head or like the Bluetooth stuff.
An electric magnetosphere 5G connective field around your skull. And that's what those new Oculus 3D cameras that kids are all playing with on their heads now. And I keep going, you know.
I see two people now with the headphones with Bluetooth.
Yeah.
It's not good for your brain.
I know, right? Right. I know it's not. I mean, it's mainly it's just because it's so convenient, so I can get up and walk around. It's just habit now, you know.
I understand, yes, but cable is better. If you have cable, you don't have the problems in your brain.
Yeah, they're at least partially shielded.
Right. That's a problem. I don't mean more.
Everything everything now is hooked up to a Wi-Fi signal, and they all all your any new appliances, the light bulbs emit a Wi-Fi frequency. It's crazy. Anything that's hooked up to your electricity, it's literally like, it's like a total, you know, electromagnetic radiation nightmare. You can buy paint for your walls. It literally will block the you know, the radio frequencies and all that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Help.
Like it'll be like if you paint your like bedroom with this paint, you can buy it on Amazon. You paint your room with it, it'll become a dead zone.
Yeah, proton acceleration.
Right. So, you know, you just, especially where you're sleeping, I mean, you know, get all that crap out of there, right?
Have any of you guys
like
watched,
where I live,
Really Haunted yet?
No. I can't because no. I've seen enough. I can't.
Right.
No.
Oh well, you know, welcome to my world. I see it every day.
I know.
Every day.
I think I was in denial for a long time, and no, I've seen my fair share of you know, I don't know, things that are not there. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, well, maybe you don't want to learn this. Yeah,
right.
I've been watching, and there's a lot of debunkers that are saying he's fake. But boy, I tell you, I don't know how he has how he can fake those shadows that are walking across the room in front of him, and it's awesome. So I'm still watching Really Haunted on YouTube, and then of course I'm still watching the Chateau and the Chateau in rural France and all that. Yeah. I tell everybody what I'm watching on a regular basis: archaeology, time team,
Right.
murder mysteries, History Channel, No School, all by SOT. I told everybody last week, SOT put out their May issue, SOT weather, SOTT weather. It shows you what correlated things happening around the world, and you'll freak out if you see those. But they're important to watch also every month.
Show. Sorry, Sam. I used to watch, like you said, the ghost and the murder mystery. I used to marathon it, and now it's like, I don't want to.
I don't want to know what that black thing is.
I don't want to.
Room
I
was.
lived in a haunted house for a year. I know.
Oh no.
It's horrible. Right. Makes you think you're losing your mind, really.
Yeah. Think positive and don't think about this.
Yeah, right.
What you think, you will come.
Right, exactly. But for me, it's I don't think about it at all until I get a chill down my spine, and then it's like, everything shifts instantly, and you just,
And what you feel, you attract, and that's another one. And what you manifest, you will get, or something like that.
And I don't watch them at night when I'm alone by myself after the kids have gone to bed. No, I don't, because you don't want that in your living room at 2:30 in the morning.
What if it's because you watch the shows that you're seeing the ghost more?
Well,
yes.
Well,
it could, not to see. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I've seen them since I was 5 years old, so I don't think I'm seeing them more.
I'm just wondering. I'm like, I don't know, but maybe it's like attracting them more.
I've thought of that correlation. I try to believe it or disbelieve it regularly. I mean, I both remind myself, like, don't watch this right now because you'll bet something and you don't want to deal with. And then there's time I go, I'm not going to worry about it, And I see them flying around all day, every day anyway. Out of the corner of my eye in the dining room, we have a vortex in our dining room. And, every once in a while you walk through it and boy, you can electrically feel it. It's there or it's open. It's like, oh crap, I walked through something. And then, you definitely feel it when you walk through a ghost. And I see it regularly. But and that's why I've been watching it because this guy's nuts. His name is Lee, and I don't know where. I think he lives in England. But he's constantly dealing with something that would have had me out of the house. I think he's been dealing with it for 5 years now. And I keep wondering if it's a hoax or not. But I don't know how he would CGI those walking shadows. And if anybody who's good at this, let me know. But it's been interesting. And I used to watch Paranormal Nightmares, and I got bored with them because their toys are,
I used to watch that stuff too. I want to see the scariest movie that's out this summer. I was that person,
Yeah, I'm still watching Slapped Ham regularly. When a new Slapped Ham comes out, and he shows paranormal stuff and weird sky stuff, and occasionally there's a good clip in there or two that we should also watch. And again, I've got that wild horse video that I'm going to send to Christopher a copy of it, see if he can see the long box cube in it as well as I do.
Cool.
And I've got it written down, and I don't know where I put the notes. Hold on, so they're underneath. Oh, did I put them someplace else? I probably dropped them in the box already. I took notes and didn't hardly even use them tonight. Kind of talked about everything already. Like, oh God, the world is screwed, people. Yeah.
Oh man.
Right.
No, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be the gloom and doom thing, but damn, man, just like your video, Christopher. Damn, we don't get them like that. That's sort of unbelievable what's going on.
I know.
And I had a crappy week for viewing, so go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, it would not surprise me if it's all to distract people from the planets. It has something, you know, I mean, that's such a,
Yeah.
it's that big of a deal to them that
Yep.
they are willing to, you know, lie beyond any possible, like you could fathom. You're like,
Yeah,
it's
for the
that
last
big of a deal that
45
they
years.
don't want people to know. They'll stop at nothing. Like they're not going to risk it. They're not going to chance it.
They'll
Nobody's
never
gonna know
admit
about
it.
this.
Even, you
That's
know,
why
there's
they
that
said
big red thing going there, and there's
they're
a
never
big
going to
purple
believe you,
thing.
Sam.
Nope, you
Right.
don't see a planet there. That's it's your imagination. It's ice crystals in the sunshine.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
like they are that concerned that people will find out. I'm surprised we're still talking on, you know.
Yeah,
freely.
I am too. I often ponder that. I'm amazed that we are still, you know, able to function, and they haven't completely blocked us out. Knock on wood. And you know, they went to show 121. Then that was their last show. Whatever happened to them?
Oh shoot.
Yeah, you know,
It's
we
true.
missed Chauncey, and
It's like-
Chauncey all of a sudden vanished after the sea virus. And that was the Radio Wasteland program. It was
It
a
was
good
like they
show,
told him-
except nobody watched it.
Right. Right. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, maybe I got bad taste. I don't know. Shadow banned, right, Rodney? We are shadow banned. We know that for a fact. You know, when your Skype
Yeah,
shuts off. I was on TikTok for 12 hours and I
real.
got shut down. So anyway,
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, we know.
but
It's
this
a
way
select-
we get it. You know, we get to put a log on the cloud week after week after week of all the events, and that way we don't forget it.
Yep.
I was gonna say hi back to Audrey. She's back.
Hi, Audrey.
Audrey's back. She got her phone charged. Good deal. Hope you're staying warm. Actually, last night, this is nuts. Last night, I had to like turn my little heater on. I turned it on in the bathroom for Mittens because it makes her happy. But I kept turning it back up higher so it wouldn't kick off because I'm like, this is almost July. I don't know why I'm so cool. It shouldn't be that way, but it's kind of cool. It was this morning too. Maybe it's just
Okay.
me, but I don't know.
Enjoy it while it lasts, right?
I know. Normally I'm just burning up. But it's going to be dropping into the 80s next week for us.
Nice.
You know,
That's
I'll
not
take
fair.
it. I know. We'll just go with it.
Yeah, I can't find like a happy medium with the AC right now. It's way too hot outside, but I can't find that right number to dial in because once the air conditioner turns on, it's so cold in the house, and then
right.
I'm either hot or I'm cold.
Yeah.
And it's usually like in the middle of the night. Like I don't know what we had the air conditioning on last night, but I woke up and I was so cold. It was painful.
You should run it about 70. Put the setting on 70, you know, see what happens, and then run it all night
I
long
don't
and keep it 70, not 64.
Right.
But yeah,
That's
you know,
probably
we're
what we had it
all
on, something
getting
like
used
that.
to the hotter
It was-
temperatures as well.
Yeah, so I gotta check it, make sure it's not programmed like with some ridiculous number in there to turn on at 3 o'clock in the morning to
Nah, it starts
freeze us out of sleep. I mean, when you wake up in the middle of the night and from the cold, that's pretty funny,
And you ice skate to the bathroom.
right? Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'm the type that has my AC on and I'll still put a hoodie on versus turn the AC off. Because then I don't want it to get stuffy or something. So, oh my gosh.
Well,
yeah.
I guess it's I guess you're not supposed to, turn the air off, turn it back on, turn it. It doesn't save energy. You just leave it. You just set it and leave it alone.
Yeah, it's easier to
that's
keep
the way it's
cool
supposed to
than
go,
to
so.
cool down. And
Right.
that, up here, what I do a lot of the times when we have particularly hot, when we have 100-degree temperature days, if it's cool at night, I'll run the fan and I'll suck all the heat out of the house, and I'll drop the morning temperature inside the house to 69 degrees if I can get it there. And then I'll shut all the windows and doors and everything and keep that cold in. And then I won't have to turn the AC on until about noon or 1 o'clock.
Okay,
when
that's
the
cool.
house will start warming up by then, and then it's easier to stay and maintain cooler than have to cool it down from 85 or 90 down to 70. If it's 71 or 72 in the house already, if you turn the AC on, then it doesn't have to work as hard.
Yeah.
And unless you have firefighting going on outside your next state, where you can't
Yeah.
leave the windows open until you burn your lungs, which happened to us the other day. We left the windows open, and all of us in the house, our chest hurt from this
man.
breathing the Idaho fire smoke again.
Oh no, right.
And I pray to God we don't have a bad fire season this year.
Yeah. No.
And it's
I
going to
feel
be
bad 'cause
Oregon
it's-
and Washington and California.
There's several fires happening right now.
Yeah,
you
there's
know.
a lot. By the way, if y'all get it, y'all bot, Ryan Hall, y'all now has his y'all bot is up and running, so you can go to YouTube and type in y'all parenthesis ALLBOT y'all bot.
What is it?
You get. It shows you the weather throughout the United States and the forest fires and what's going on in significant areas and warnings. And yeah, and it runs automatically AI and
cool.
Hall, y'all.
no, just y'all comma
Y'all.
ALL y'all bot BOT
Bot. Oh wow.
Yeah. y'all bot. Ryan Hall y'all has now a bot system running
On the internet
YouTube.
or is
on
it
YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube.
YouTube? Okay.
So you
Okay.
can type in y'all bot.
Y'all bot. Oh, okay. Well, sure. Why not? I thought he had an app. Y'all bot.
Oh. Yeah, it is so dry in here. I have to boil water, man. I'll wait until it cools out
gonna
outside.
subscribe.
Whatever.
He's on live right now.
Yeah, must be. Well,
Who's live?
There's nasty.
on live a lot.
Y'all bot?
There's storms.
Y'all man? Or,
Yeah, that's what it says. Let's see. Yeah, he's got some digital radar going. There's storms up. Yeah, I'll tell you where. Minneapolis and Sioux Falls.
South
And
Dakota.
fires. Oh yeah, he's got fire. Las Vegas,
Yeah.
New Mexico. Oh, there's a bunch of fires.
Yeah.
Oh my
Up in the
god.
valley.
Like the whole east.
Yeah,
west,
they're I think they're like small fires. There's they call it like the wetlands area, and it's just dry, marshlands that just caught on fire. And
Well, that needs to burn
it's
off
been
every
burning
few
for about
years
3 days
anyway.
now.
I'll show you. Look.
Yeah, it's probably like 4 or 5 miles from where I live. It's not too far away, but it's right. It's the wetlands, and then it's just surrounded by houses. So
As long as you're upwind, you're okay.
yeah.
I did not realize there was that many fires. Like every state,
Just wait.
from like Kansas to California, from New Mexico to Montana, every state had a little fire on it.
Yep,
And
yep.
I'll show you.
And the bigger the fire, the bigger the symbol is, the bigger the
Zoom
fire.
out
Of course.
fast. Oh,
And
here
it's
is
still
the
burning like crazy up in Saskatchewan, and except the wind direction changed, so we're not hearing about it in our news. But yeah, they still have their fires, and going on in Canada. And then we're going to see a lot of electrical storms in the next few weeks, because now we hit July, people, and all that moisture gets boiled off and turns into really big, nasty storms. And there's a rotational thing that's going on from the Panama Canal to the Canadian border. There's a rotational scenario, and it's been stable for days, and none of the forecasters, the meteorologists, are mentioning it, but I've been watching it, and it's nasty, and it's a direct moisture train that's going to cause shitloads of storms next week for everybody, and it's nasty.
Yeah.
And then in comes the possible next hurricane from the Gulf of Mexico on that same train ride.
you can kind of see what I'm talking about.
Come
Yep.
to
All the
Germany.
speakers.
Germany is safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's better as so many other places, not here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
my
you
German
say
is
that to
terrible. though.
somebody, like, well, get out then, and I'm like, no, I can't.
Nobody can. Yeah. No, I can't afford to drive into town, let alone get to Germany.
I know. What am I
Right.
supposed to do about that? the
Yeah, we're all prisoners in our
defend
own
this,
in our
defend
own
it like
land.
so, but they're just so thinking, they're not realizing the countries that we've been told were third world are doing better in so many ways. And here people are just now figuring out, like, wait a minute, I think we're the third world now.
Yeah,
know?
Rome is burning. We're so far in decline. Look at our roads and bridges and hospitals and schools and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, the healthcare system is.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, not good.
yeah.
And if that big beautiful bill passes, we're going to be even worse. You're going to see senior centers closed and hospitals
They
closed.
want to make it horrible, and they'll do
16
something.
million people be removed immediately right off Medicaid.
Yeah.
And people are not being fed, and they've taken food out of the children's African food funds, and all. There's people that are already dying from what they've done already.
Yeah.
And I could go on and on and on because I watch this stuff. I study all of it. I watch
They're
congressional
heartless.
reports. I
They're-
look everything up regularly.
They don't have empathy. They're narcissists. They really can't feel. They don't even know what it.
That way the
face it.
trillionaires and the billionaires get a huge tax break, and we get to pay for it. And tariffs don't work. Tariffs are a tax on the people. They're not a tax on the countries. They're a tax on us. And that's throwing our whole world market into where we're being boycotted from around the world. No one wants to do business with us this year, and they're going to teach us a really hard lesson. They're going to break us, and it's already begun.
Like I had anything to do with that, all of that. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like,
Yeah. No, we get to pay for those corporate conglomerates, the monopolies that are making billions and trillions a year.
But
And
we
they
know long ago they have planned to, America is the Babylon, and it's been planned forever ago it's going to fall, so they got to maneuver and manipulate everything for that to happen.
And the current administration is taking $1 million from this company and $1 million from that company and $1 million from this company and $1 million from that company. And guess what? All the pending judicial investigations around all of these companies have suddenly vanished. Did you know that? They just went away, including what happened with Elon Musk. He was under like 7 or so investigations. They all went away.
Oh yeah, these people don't see justice for anything.
Oh,
It just what blows my mind is when they start trying to relate to the normal people, like they know how it is to live like a regular citizen. That blows my mind.
Well, they don't go to the grocery store. They have their illegal immigrant Sophia go for you. The ones that have the Einstein visas. By the way, that's how Melania Trump got her citizenship.
It's weird. It's weird when you stop and look at all these people, like Hollywood and political are always together. They're always been connected and tied together, and they're all like related. If you stop and study it, they're all like this person, this cousin, and this cousin, third cousin, and then it's like cousins with the royal family, and it's like, ooh, this is the weirdest thing ever. They're all related. Anybody that's notable is related to somebody else. All presidents are related. It's just the weirdest thing ever. It's like, what's really going on?
The family.
I don't know.
It's weird.
Again, it started after 2010, and then there's been this huge billionaires group of people just taking over the world.
Yeah, they're weird.
They just ask anybody in Dubai. I mean, when they've got brand new cities in third world countries that are better off than we are. And they get free, no taxes, and you name it. Meanwhile, we are feeding the world, and we're paying for it, and we don't even get vacations anymore, let alone full-time jobs.
Oh my gosh,
39 hours a week. You're not a full-time employee. You don't get
We
any
are all
health care.
slaves.
It's so crazy compared to
we've gone down the rabbit hole in a really nasty place too. We should quit.
I mean, right, Sam. I mean, like the 70s and 80s were pretty good.
Yeah, my dad. Maybe we were upper middle class. My dad made enough money to send me to private school, and we took vacations every year. And he didn't have a brand new car all the time, but we lived in a very nice university neighborhood, so we were doing good. And then the '80s came, and they went down the toilet with Ronald Reagan. He was going to make everything better, and he was another populist candidate, some guy that, a TV actor, Hollywood movie star. And look where we're at. And the current administration is a game show host and a con man who's embedded with the Italian mafia and the Russian mafia from his history with New York City. And you can look that up. And he's also a 34-time adjudicated criminal felon. And under the presidential guidelines, no one who's ever had a felony can take the presidency of the United States. So somebody tell me what the hell is going on? If I had 34 felonies, where would I be?
Yeah.
I had a friend I was talking to at the store, and she said, well, didn't all that go away? And I went, yeah. It all magically went away, didn't it?
I never watched The View, Rodney.
Yeah.
I do
Never,
once in a while.
ever.
I occasionally will watch it. They're a little bit overly political and feminist for me.
Yeah,
but
I think Whoopi walked off the deep end.
into
I'm
it.
sorry. I used to like her. I thought she was a cool actress. Whoopi Goldberg, but
oh, right.
She's
I know,
she's
back in the
gone
day.
a little off the reservation a little bit.
Stay off my lawn.
Come back to us, Whoopi.
Yeah.
Well, when people get older, they get grumpy.
Sure, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sabrina.
Hey, Sabrina. How you doing?
Yeah, we got all the late nighters joining us now.
Cool.
I just got off work. I just got home. Yeah, I just woke up. No.
I'm going to bed. And
Right. I know. Right. Exactly. I know. It's 3 o'clock for you, right? 3:15.
4 o'clock.
4:15. Oh my gosh.
You're wild,
Hour
man.
Yeah.
Listen to us, some Americans.
I know. That's in our
Till 4 in the
politics.
morning.
Yeah.
No, for me it's okay. I slept today very good. I slept
Good.
2 times, so in amount
times.
8 or 9 hours. Yes, 2 times.
Yeah, whereas the
All
only
right.
way I ever do many sleep is I have to take two. I take a first sleep, and it's usually 2 hours, and then if I'm lucky, I'll sleep another 4.
Right,
That-
yeah. Like after the podcast, it's pretty much,
Zonk.
from the minute we get off for about 48 hours, I don't land until 48 hours later sometime.
Yeah, I'll be talking
turn
to
off the power
Gillian
button, and that's
my
it.
pillow. Yeah. Talking to
Nice.
I
people.
might wake
I
up for
do
about
interviews.
5 minutes, and yeah, that's it. I'm going back to bed.
Yeah, I think this has really had a very large effect on many of us, and I have caught myself all night long talking to my pillow and clicking on the pillowcase, going, okay, here, let me give you an example of this, and in my mind, I'm sending links to people all night long.
Oh man,
That's funny. Sorry.
sounds not good, not healthy.
You can see
This
it now.
is why I have been in the last few weeks. I've been trying to take a little more time off and watch, murder mysteries or something to distract me a little bit, because I've been sleeping 2 hours a night. That's
not good.
And I'm laying there and I
That's
want to
way
go to
too
sleep,
much.
but my brain will not shut down. So I just, get up and then I do the next thing to distract myself till I get tired. And
Oh man,
wake up.
sounds
it's really-
very bad. Very bad.
Yeah, it's not healthy. I know that, and I do try to get. Actually, I have been sleeping better during the day lately, and having I clean the house and do laundry in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is here. It's so hot during the day. Your day doesn't start until the sun goes, like an hour or 2 hours after the sun goes down. So, yeah, my day pretty much starts at 8 p.m. and I go to bed at like probably 4 or 5 in the morning, so it's all messed up. And that only starts in the beginning of the summer. I'm not usually awake till the early morning hours like that. So maybe hopefully we'll get to see the sunrise and see what's going on with all these.
Yeah, you can set your alarm, for 4:15,
right,
and watch from 4:15 till 5 o'clock, and then go back to bed. And once you see once you realize how far northeast this is, you'll go, "Oh my God," because it is so not normal. I mean, that sun is supposed to come up due east.
Right.
It's all there's to it, and it's that simple. And it's like, this is so wrong. And I watch it every day. I'm up before the sun comes up every day. And I usually go to bed by midnight, and sometimes I'm up at 2:30. And it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, I was checking my video. I had a video. It's in the northeast.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's what it showed on my last week. I just happened to be out early that one day.
So Sam, you need to sleep 3 times maybe.
Oh, I have been trying to wiggle them in between, like before the show. If I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm up and I take a quick nap, and then I wake right up again, I'll run until just about 10:30 in the morning, and then try to force an hour and a half before the show, and then I get up by 2 o'clock, or but before 2 o'clock.
I don't know what happened today. I looked at the clock; it was like 7:30 in the morning, and the next time I looked at it, it was like 12:45. We got like 15 minutes to go, and I'm like, how is it 12:45 already? I don't know. Yeah, today went by real fast.
This week went by fast again.
Totally.
Yeah.
This is Egg. Did you see the Emily BH835?
Yeah, I did. I know. Well, everybody's name changed, Egg. Like, everybody has a different...
Yeah, like, why?
Yeah, but YouTube changed it automatically. No, the people don't change the name. YouTube changed it.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Are they going to change their, are they going to start paying us? Or
I think mine is...
I'd like to see that change.
I think we're being AI observed.
Oh yeah.
I think we're being all
yeah, I got dinged on TikTok for community guidelines for posting Sam's drawing. Oh God. I'm like, I just posted it in the comments, right? Like, somebody asked about, the monthly drawing. So I posted it in the reply. And it said, I violated the community guidelines with Sam's June drawing of I sat him Dull Moon.
I think you're marking me as
spam. What, misinformation or?
It just said, I didn't even say what happened. It just said, you have violated the community guidelines.
Wow.
And I have like, it can happen like 2 more times or something. They're going to delete the account.
Uh-oh.
So I appealed it, of course. I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, it is. I've been sharing in the comments. I've not gotten in trouble. I got in trouble on the Fireball video, but because I used clips from people I found on TikTok. I gotta
which you're supposed to be able to do.
You might be.
I mean, that's what people are doing. Like they're they go on like you can go to like these famous streamers or whatever, and this is what people are doing. They're recording these YouTube videos, and then they'll make like 30 short videos out of one stream, and they get automated like AI agents that'll post all these videos to all the social websites, and then it's like timed, and they're getting like all this money just for clipping videos. So I don't understand why you couldn't.
There's so many people, like people watching people that watch people. You know what I mean? It's like that's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, farm video conglomerates. Then they're being reposted. That's where there's this batch of murder mysteries that come from New Zealand that I'm watching, And she slapped, this gal has slapped to it from somewhere in Indonesia or Malaysia. And she slapped 2 murder mysteries together. And at the end of it, after 3 hours, she's showing her hand-colored drawings of, kids' comic books, cartoon comic books. I'm not kidding. And talking in Asian, it could be a secret code, to invade the world. No, and they make money off of that. They do. Just by showing old shows that are 10 years, a decade years old murder mysteries that we never saw in the United States. And, I've watched a bunch of them from England, I've watched a bunch of them from Australia, and a bunch of them from New Zealand now. So it's like, okay. BBC TV. Anyway, I'm running out of air.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
That's
time.
wind her up. And we never did a plug for any donations tonight, by the way.
I know.
We get by on donations. We waited till the end.
This side pulled up.
We didn't bomb you in the first 5 minutes, but we have a banner where you can write us a letter. We'll write you one back.
Let me get this.
Buy us a cup of coffee, as they say. Send Rebecca some money. Now, don't forget to donate to Jesus's fundraiser. It's for a good cause. Please reach in, grab a $20 bill, mail it to off to him.
There's Sam's
and if you
address.
want to write me a letter, there's my P.O. box and my address. And if you write me a letter, you'll get one back. And donations would be greatly appreciated. Much needed, as a matter of fact.
I know donations are down like so much right now. Like, in the last couple of months.
I mean, we're talking next to nothing.
I have to get at least 100 donated. There's a threshold of 100. If you don't make that threshold, you don't get anything.
And I did not get that letter you sent. The last letter you sent me, I did not get. It vanished.
Oh, I messaged you. I messaged you about that. It was in my mailbox. Like it got wet. And it was like stuck up against the side of my mailbox. So I took that.
Oh no.
I know, and then I added that to what else had come in, so I mailed that off.
Cool. I gotta look forward to the mailbox again. Yeah.
So yeah, you got it. We didn't lose it after all.
Oh, okay, great.
Cool. I didn't, but
yeah, people, I know everybody's broke out there. I know I am.
Why am I sideways?
Yeah, because it's time to be sideways, Christopher.
Wow, you're talented.
I don't know. Wait. I didn't do anything, but whatever.
Man,
okay,
funny.
Here we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, right?
And
We're all in
the
the same boat. I know. We
gold
are.
card,
But
for me.
it is like a viewer powered, situation. Like we're here because we want to, be together and talk about stuff. But all this costs money too.
Yes.
And Jesus needs help. He's not making this up. Like he wouldn't ask if he didn't have to have it.
Right.
He really needs help. So yeah, if you just go to the GoFundMe.com and type in the search legal fees for Jesus Marquez, it'll pop right up. So everything to him is super important.
Yeah, it's important. So please donate.
Yes. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. Show 120.
Yeah, we had a good day today.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Thanks, Thomas, for joining us again.
Yeah.
Staying up all night.
No problem. I'm not sleeping today.
I am now.
Man, you're wild, man.
I know. Go sit by your lake and swim and look at
I
the
know.
stars.
God, I'm so jealous.
I mean it. It's like
I mean,
right
like,
here.
what world am I living in, right? It's like,
Yeah. How come
You
I'm
know.
born in here? I don't know.
I'm giving all for my lifestyle up. So I changed my life, and yes, I get a new life.
Right.
And, we can all change. We can change. And
Yep.
a lot of people don't believe that. A lot of people don't think, no, my life is ruined. I have a horrible. No, you can completely change your life. It's very easy. You just have to believe you can. Anyway,
You can change it
everybody.
every day.
Right. Always live the best you can. We're going to see you same time, same bat channel next week on Saturday.
that's right.
And we look forward to a live middle of the week broadcast by Rebecca in case she goes YouTube live again.
I'll do something.
And
Yeah, for
we'll
sure.
talk to you all next week.
Yeah, I wish you all a great night. Have a good sleep, hopefully.
I'm gonna go and do something
Right.
right away because it's
Time for
early here still. Anyway,
Night, Michelle.
Anyway, all right,
Hey.
you guys. Good night, everybody, and we'll see you
Okay.
next weekend.
Bye bye. Thank you.
and
Bye bye.
good night. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good
Bye,
night.
Thomas. Bye, Sam. Everybody's out. And who else is left? Okay, so I said Michelle and Sabrina. Thank you, Sabrina, for coming back. And Andrea's had a good time. I'm so glad Andrea came back. Like, I was just thinking about you not long ago, like, in the last week, and here she is. So I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're here. Audrey. Bye, Audrey. Good to see you. And there's Sabrina. Yeah, we did. And Tara. Good to see you. Good to see you. I haven't seen your picture. I need to go back and look at everybody's pictures. I had a toothache this week, so that kind of held me back a couple of days. Ooh, I go to the dentist Monday. Carol Ann, good night. Good to see you too. And Rodney. It wouldn't be a show without Rodney being here. All right. And Blackberries. I'm glad you were here, Blackberries. I wonder who you are in real life. It's like, who is Blackberries? Doobaloo. Man, you're quiet. It's good to, I'm glad you're still here. She's been here since the start. And that's about it, right? I think everybody, yeah. Okay. Well, it's been fun. Show 121 was a hit. So I'm already working on stuff for next week. Hey, SBMN, I was wondering if you're going to say if you're there. But yeah, I'm happy you're here. So, Emily, she's such a nice lady, you guys. I can't. She really is. But that's egg. That's what we were talking about. There's only one egg. So, she is a nice lady, though, too. I just love all the people I've met through all this. I wouldn't have met all you guys otherwise. Isn't that nice that we get to hang out together? I love it. So, I'm already looking forward to next Saturday. And then sometime during the week, you might catch me for, I don't want to say if you're lucky, it's not like that, but I do go live as much as I, get the opportunity to. So it's fun. So anyway, I'm going to hop off and hit the button and go take care of my kitty cats. So you all have a nice evening, and we'll be back in a week. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.